Who said he was signed to that nigga? Oh, go. The audience ain't slow. Where the heck did I? Ooh, I'm gonna put that A boxer. What? Are you tripping? Eight. I'm struggling over here. Okay. No, it's two boxers. Oh, it's something to do with TikTok all the time. Okay, there we go. That look about right. Well, I'm struggling. It's going. Benicia in here, I see ya. What's the deal? I ain't seen you in a minute. I ain't seen you in a minute. All right, wait.
Are you good? Huh? Are you good?
I need to show you. I should have sent you to Altar's room. She be doing like a Bible study. Her and Lala. I think you might like that room. That's who I just left though. I just left them at their room. I had to start up myself. But yeah, I gotta show you their room. I think y'all like it. Yeah, like it. I'm the one that up the score with him. All right. All right. I'm the one that up the score with him. What the heck? What the- Ah, I need these invites up. Shine in the building. Let me get these invites
I'm in here early.
out. And right. He said, what they say? They got attendance. What they say, I or something? I forgot what that says. Uh, man. You at work?
Hell yeah, I just got here.
Oh, okay.
I need the entertainment for tonight, man. I work overnight.
He said, I gotta get that. We get this thing. Yeah.
Man,
Uh,
my boy be coming up in the live when I put my live notifications on. I ain't gonna say the name, but I know you be seeing it at the bottom, huh? You know who I'm talking about?
we see. He said when you put the live notification.
Just tell me what it start with. Don't say the name.
You. Let me see. Said your boy.
My boy, but your op.
Oh, say less. Say less. It got to start with a P then.
Oh man. Ain't nobody in here yet?
Just picking up.
Let me see.
Like it's 8 people in here for now. Get these tabs going and stuff. Hey, we about to get this party started. So I was just in a live yesterday that made me think about this topic though, because I realized that well, I was always saying that too. It's like an individual mindset against the communal mindset. That's at war. That's what it is. And then the people that always come in and fight for the opposite. Well, no, forget the numbers and forget statistics and all this other stuff. It's more about. I realize they when they do say these things, it's just like if it don't fit around uh their lifestyle, they feel uncomfortable and be like, nah, that's what y'all want to do, and that's what make comfortable for you. But shoot, no, it's just that's the reason why I asked that question about the control life or freedom life, because a lot of people just want to. I guess they want to just live their life, but then also don't understand why things is happening in their life from their decisions. Sometimes it just take you can't live your life all the time. Sometimes, or basically do what you want.
That, God damn it. That first one, it's always, especially from what I be seeing in the community, right? Because I told you, we got a nonprofit organization where I'm at,
Mm.
and a lot of times in the community, like we didn't get no support from our own. We got support from the YT people and the Hispanic people. And I feel like even if we talk about just far as like the individualist mindset compared to
Mm-hmm.
the community, I just feel like even as a community, like we don't have like a agenda where we all pushing the same narrative. Like this is what we all want to accomplish. Everybody just kind of like windmilling it right now.
Yeah, everybody think their idea is the best. That's what it
Yeah.
is.
So it'd be nice if we could, like they did back in the day. It was certain thing they marched for that they wanted, and they
Mm-hmm.
didn't stop doing it until they got it, and then they moved on to something else. I just feel like we just stuck as a
Yeah.
community. Like we can't come to agreement on even what we want. We always. Well, I was in a live earlier where they was talking about politics, and I'm like, that's just another way to keep us divided. Like, I don't know,
Mm-hmm.
that shit kind of crazy.
Yeah, I think it go back to even with that topic I had. Like, I think a lot of things will work if we just simply agree to disagree and just, without trying to dislike each other and offend one another and stuff or tear each other down.
Yeah,
We could just if something work right, two things can work at one time, or two things can be right. So one side say I'm gonna do this, another one. So just let everybody do it, and whoever is most likely to work, just let it rock. You know what I'm saying? Without having to tear down the other person or what they doing. Why? So I think that's one of our biggest problems because everybody like, well, if my way ain't working, I'm gonna make sure your way don't work or something like that. So I'm gonna come in here and sabotage what you saying. So the Lane, I ain't seen you in a while. That
like
sense of community is very much
they want to
needed.
be the one. They want to be the one. If it ain't their idea, even if it's a good idea, but it's not their
Mm-hmm.
idea, they'll shoot it down. They'll tear it down.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what it is, and I feel like, and that's where that selfish come in. That's the people that be acting like they're for the community in a way. And I had to learn that too, because I was like, boy, I can't be like that. Like if I find somebody like, dang, I don't think that way gonna work, but that's what they try, and then I'm like, nah, I think it counter my way. But if it worked, why not? Why not? I be saying that, but because I'm like, why not? Why tear somebody else down? When it's working or something like that. So I might as well, because like I'm gonna let you do it your way and let me do it my way. But we gonna try to find out as long as we help in the community, right? That's all that really matter. Why get mad at another person that's not, that's doing something different from you? So I had to learn. I actually was learning that from cousins. I was talking to him about that, and I was thinking about that. Like, yeah, you're right about that. I could think your way might work, not work. He might think my way don't work because I'm too tough and he too. I feel like he too soft or whatever the situation is, and like whatever. So softness might have to help some people, and toughness got to help the next. You know what I'm saying? So as long as it worked, that's all that really matters.
Exactly.
You know.
Man, I remember. We just windmilling it right now, right? Time.
Yeah, we just rocking for
I
real.
remember when we were starting that group that I have, that nonprofit, right? My
Yeah,
focus wanted to be on just helping like black kids, black boys that have fatherless homes, kind of like help them navigate through life and stuff, right? But the other
yeah,
dudes in what the community wanted us to focus on all all little boys. Just don't exclude. Don't just be all about the black boys. I'm like, man, you know what? This is a problem that we have a lot of times is I want to focus on one thing. You
Hmm.
got other groups that could focus on something else. And I said,
Right.
just because we don't want to focus on, just because we don't want to focus on that, doesn't mean like it's not a problem. It doesn't mean that it's not an issue. I
One
just,
second. One second.
oh, good. Damn, he just abandoned live. Damn.
The heck happened? I looked away. Sean, what happened to Sean? He probably didn't. Did he drop out? Hey, he ain't gonna better get let up because I ain't had nobody was in here. That's true. They should have known. I agree. Where Lana go? Trying to get them to come from the box, but Cyber, you there? You be chilling.
Wait, what's up?
What's up? How you feeling? What you got?
I'm well.
Said you will.
Yep.
That's how it's supposed to be. There you go. That's what I want to hear. Well. Sure. What you got on your mind, man?
Well, I don't know where we were in the conversation. I just kind of.
We was kind of like free speaking. I know he was talking about a couple of things. I was speaking on a couple of things for this room pickup, but until I had to go run downstairs, I had to do a couple of things real quick.
Mhm.
Then he disappeared. But yeah, sure. If you want to hit something, I'll hit this topic. We can start it up on there. So it don't matter. Like so,
Should
man.
individualist mindset complain about the community? I think they have the right. I believe in freedom of speech. I think you can learn about what they have to say and what they observed. But typically, people they don't want to hear criticism. They don't want to hear like critique or anything like that. So there's that.
Mm-hmm. So he said, yeah, just hear them complain and not do nothing about it for the most part, I guess. But I feel it.
I mean, I think people have like their own version of truth. I don't see an issue like someone having their input on a situation, even if they're like just individualists on their own. Like, I don't see nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. I just find it. I think I find it. And I had to notice that when I got older, a little bit. Oh, I noticed like why complain about something you don't participate in. That's like me getting and I guess I get it though when people get mad at basketball games and stuff or whatever. But you're not playing basketball. But I can see like I feel like a person like if you put an investment in something or whatever and it don't turn out the way you want it to, then you got every right to complain. I feel it more like that because otherwise, if you're on the outside, you're not doing anything to make it better. Some of them make it worse. Some of them make it worse, and then you get mad at everybody else. Like, why is the community like this? What's the deal? Word like I see it on it, but yeah, I don't know. That's the angle I was kind of coming with on that though. But I feel you though. You said some of them we could take from heed what they say, even though they're not gonna do nothing about it. Yeah. Venetia, what you got? What you got? Welcome. Good to see you up here.
What I got on? I got 5 on it.
Got 5 on it? Okay. Okay. I got
Okay, sound effects. Okay.
My bad. I was using my that was my karaoke voice. My bad. I'm supposed to be
I
serious
heard
today.
it.
I
Well
said my bad.
done.
You ain't supposed to know
I'm
about
going
that
to karaoke
until
tomorrow.
Friday.
I'm going to karaoke tomorrow. I just got a table for 6, so me and my girl's gonna hang out tomorrow night after school.
Hey. Okay.
Yeah, I can't wait. So what's
And then
the
I
topics? I can't hardly see y'all.
So the first question is the topic question. I love doing topic questions because it give me more room. Selfish versus selfless mentality. Today's current war. Do you agree?
Selfish versus selfless.
Yeah, mentality.
I wouldn't say that is that's the war.
Okay.
Because whether you're selfish or selfless, it only benefits or not benefit yourself or your close inner circle. It doesn't affect the whole world. However, when you give people without integrity positions of power, then that can affect the whole world. Being selfish, it kind of affects you because once people figure that out, they don't really want to deal with you. Especially if you're trying to be in like a relationship or something with them, and they're not that type of person or pursuing those type of people, they're just going to stay away from you. And being selfless can sometimes be an actual character defect, because you could become a people pleaser, which is not always smiled upon. So it's not about pleasing people, it's about serving people. That's why businesses are created. So
Mm,
servitude can be done by a selfish person as well.
true.
You know, I ain't giving you no money, but I help you carry your groceries in the house. Like, I ain't giving you my money. So I think servitude, lack thereof, is the real war, not selfish or selflessness.
Okay. 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 Feel it. I feel it. I feel it. Um, I ain't put my input on that yet. I'll probably wait a little bit. So you can do the first one then, the first prompt then that Cyber says. So should individualist mindset complain about the community?
So, like, me-minded people,
Basically, the ones that really just
those
care
selfish
about just
people.
what's in their house for real, low key. It's my world, YOLO lifestyle, all that.
I don't feel like they have the right, because they're not contributors. So I feel like this. I don't talk about nobody's situation unless it directly affects me. And I don't give my opinion about someone's situation unless I have some assistance to offer. So I'm not going to be talking about how dingy your shoes are and joking with the peanut gallery in the cut, because I'm the type of person that say, hey, I got an extra $40. Let's run to such and such and grab you some new shoes.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the way I'm set up. So I feel like a person, if you ain't got nothing, no positive input or no assistance to offer, then you should probably keep your mouth shut.
Mm. Okay. Ooh, I like that angle. And she stuck her chest out with that one. I feel it.
That's just how I feel.
Hey, I feel you. I'm with it.
I don't like
That's a high
bullies.
five.
I don't like messy. I don't like bullies. I don't like those type of people. I stay far away from them. Even in the church, they do it there too. I keep my distance, because when God go to throwing lightning bolts, I don't want to get struck. Um, a lot of people pick on folks but don't realize how easy it is for those tables to turn.
Mm-hmm. Make sure. Hold on real quick.
So I just never been a partaker in foolishness. I don't really like foolishness.
Yeah, and it be like, and people don't realize that too, but that's because you aware, and I believe a lot of us are not gonna understand that too. A lot of people just crack jokes and do all these things and not doing nothing to help, and then get mad when they get their energy right back at them and stuff. But I can understand it. A lot of us been hurt and selfish people, and I can understand all of us born selfish to a certain extent. We got to learn how to be selfless.
Yeah.
I think and that's what make us kind of evil in a way, low key, because we'll do anything to save us. But then again, it's
Yeah.
just like it only kind of makes sense at the same time because it's like, dang, who else going to save you but you?
Who else gonna
So
say exactly?
yeah,
That's what I was saying in the opening question. Because I mean, neither one of those are negative and positive, and both of them
yeah,
have a negative and a positive. Like,
mm-hmm.
even selflessness can be toxic.
It
That's
does
what
for a
it can
lot.
look like.
Or the
And then
ones that be so well, I don't even know about that, but I know it be some people that be worrying about what others do so bad that they be forgetting about themselves sometimes, looking like
yeah,
and they the ones or the ones that judge everybody else. They don't even judge nothing about
need
themselves
the
though.
most help. Need the most.
Would that be considered being selfless though? I'm trying to wonder though. Is that just being I don't know. 'Cause some
More
people just do it just to
self-righteous.
make themselves feel good.
More self-righteous, and then you can get like you're going towards narcissism. You know, you borderline, because you won't do anything unless it directly benefits you, which I can give to a stranger at the corner that's knocking on people's windows
Mm-hmm.
if I have it and desire to give it. But there's also times that I don't want to give up my dollar, so I don't. So it's like, whatever. It's not
I
that I'm
feel it.
selfish. I'm a
Balance.
giver, but I give when I'm moved to give, not just because somebody told me to give.
Yeah, and I feel it, and that's how it's supposed to be. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be though. Yeah. I be even saying like, man, you about to make me start bringing some scripture and stuff though. But I realized like the difference between how the commandments though. I realized that it should be, and I get why we had a freedom of choice because I realize it's more genuine when you want to do it instead of being forced to do things. It's like not being forced to love God. You just start learning to love Him, and that's through experience and stuff. But I'm like, you only do this because God said. Like, well, when you gonna start doing it because you
Because
want
you
to do it
change
because of that?
your spirit because you got
Because
a clean
otherwise, it ain't
heart.
as genuine. It ain't real.
Right. I had a guy tell me he went to God because I love God. Don't go to God because I
Oh
love
my,
God and you trying to get me. No,
you
you
over
need to
here
do that for
converting men out here?
yourself.
My goodness.
Yes, sir. But hey, whatever happens, whatever they got to go through to get to God, hey, use me, Lord.
You probably blew him a couple kisses. Okay, I'm godly now.
Use me, Lord. That's it. That's it.
hmm
But that's not authentic. Even though it may start off not authentic, once that seed get planted, it's out of your hands. Now God gotta do the watering and growing.
Yep,
But that seed
exactly.
planted, He in His Word now. So hey, my job here is done.
All right. All right.
Everybody isn't a narcissist. Everybody has some type of a narcissistic trait, and that's because we're simply human. But everybody's not a narcissist. Narcissists are very rare creatures, as a matter of fact, and very hard to diagnose. Very difficult.
Yeah. And that stuff, I don't know. It's a new word everybody done learned, and now it's just so easily.
Oh,
It's just
yeah,
like how
that's
people
what
be
it is.
spreading
Yeah.
out how much they love
Well,
everybody.
people need to understand that sometimes people just don't like you. It ain't got nothing to do with them being a narcissist. You love them, but they don't even like you, and you couldn't see the red flags.
Yeah.
They never liked you. And I know it's a tough pill to swallow, but it's not that that person's a narcissist. That person never liked you.
Yeah, I think low key people do be people. Oh shoot, see, people be wanting robots to a certain extent though. People do really want somebody like to match their life though because it's I don't know how to explain it though because I noticed I'm like because it's like a mixture of being selfish and selfless though, but it's still gonna go back to self no matter what because a lot of us like I said we only got our life though, but it's just like you got to know when to be to balance
Right.
it. You got to know when to do it though. But some people will like they'll take advantage. Oh, okay, she let me do that, and she let me do that. Okay, so I'm about to just and they be forgetting about how you gonna treat her though? Like you getting all what you want though, and just because she
Right.
ain't say nothing, that don't mean don't treat her. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah. But I believe, yeah, all of us have a little selfless and a selfish in us, and I think it's necessary to have both.
yeah,
It's necessary
it's
because if
necessary.
not,
Yes,
you
most
can't be out here unsafe. Like that's not wise. Here,
definitely.
have my wallet, and then your
I'm
bill
so
gonna
right,
come.
exactly. That's just too much. Like, hold on, you got to think about yourself sometimes. So you do got to balance it, man.
Yeah,
But I
life
think
is
it's when
all
people
about
just,
balance,
hmm exactly. I mean,
and some people
even our
very
nutrition, our
slow.
body tell us that they
Even
got to be
our
balanced.
body. Nature tells us that everything. If it get too cold, the plants aren't alive. If it get too hot, the plants aren't alive. They fry and shrivel up. Like,
Right, same thing. Right, exactly. Too cold, too hot.
yeah, and we can't be that way. And we have to find out what's healthy. And everybody that's in our ear is not a healthy person talking in our ear, and we have to be able to discern that as well. Because
Mm,
toxic people get in your ear and have you thinking the way your thought process is right when it can't be further from the truth, and you are hurt and you're hurting people, but then your enablers and your flying monkeys come over here vouching for your foolishness, and now you stuck where you can't even change.
hmm I knew. Hey, look, I knew that balance stuff was real. I know. What's the deal? What's the deal, Amir? Did you just came in and say I'll be back? What the? That was weird. It's the opposite. But I know it was real when I was like, cause I used to thought I was looking like it was recent too, like maybe earlier this year, and I didn't even know, they like sodium and cholesterol and all that stuff, right? I'm like, all right, maybe I gotta just stay away from salt and all that stuff, or got. I realized that we supposed to have salt in our body and we supposed to have cholesterol, and it's supposed to because too less of it can be harmful, and too less of like I'm like, no, how the heck too less of salt or no salt can be? But it was saying what can happen to your body if you don't have it. I'm like, dang, that balance stuff is real. So if it's too much of something or too less, I'm like, wow, I didn't even know we could have it. I thought I could be
Yeah,
sodium free or something like that. Even sugars, we need sugars too.
need
I mean,
it.
they gotta be balanced on that. I'm like, wow, that's crazy.
And too much of
Said
a
you've been
good thing
listening.
can
Oh,
become
okay.
poison. Too
Mm.
much of a good thing can become toxic to your body. You
Yep.
take too many vitamins and you already have those supplements in your blood, then you overexposing yourself to these vitamins, your body gonna have a reverse effect.
Yep.
So we gotta, in the same way our bodies are built like that, we have to do that in our real life, and people have to learn how to really apply this thing
Mhm.
because everything has a toxicity level. Overexposure is the problem, not
Yeah.
toxicity.
Yep. Exactly. That junk is real too. That's why I mean, when I first was on this app, I didn't understand like balance and stuff. I'm like this, whatever. I keep hearing people say it, but I just didn't totally understand it. And I was like, then like throughout time, I'm like, dang, well, no, it ain't always supposed to be all good all the time. And it ain't always supposed to be all bad. And then somebody had told me at my job, this dude had a good way he put it, even though I put it a whole different way, but the way he said it, I liked it because he was like, he said, the reason why we have to have bad, the reason why we have bad is because we learn to appreciate the good. That's why bad stuff usually happen or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Because I worded it a different way. I was like, imagine if heaven was on earth. I said, if heaven was on earth, then when would we ever have the time to call upon God if everything worked the way we wanted to? I'm like, that's how you know it wasn't meant to be that way. Because we would never ask for anything because everything working the way we wanted to. When we have time to praise and all that, we see what happened. And the most of the time, which is sad, is the only time we call upon them is when we at our lowest. And that's why we do need to start adjusting our mind. Even like when we got getting stuff, and even if we get stuff, or even if we stable, still you can still call upon them. You can pray, say thanks, give Thanksgiving for just making it this far. Thanksgiving for the smallest things, like I do, like waking up today. You ain't good promise for that, but we just wait for the big stuff, be able to pay a bill, stuff like that. Even though they be like, oh, that's normal and all that stuff, but sure, at least you had the money to do it. You're not entitled to it. Anything can happen. You can get kicked out your house, but people gonna learn what gratefulness do. Gratefulness and appreciation. Wow. Thank you, TikTok.
I
Dang
thought my
you,
phone messed
TikTok.
up.
What?
I thought my phone had messed up. I'm like,
Nah.
I can't hear nothing.
Yeah, I guess that don't happen to you too. It happened to a few of us. It be happening. TikTok just be cutting people's stuff off in the middle of talking after maybe about 30 minutes or something like that. Or as soon as you start talking, then it be like, oh, cut you off. Like, dog, that don't be tripping. But yeah, people gonna realize that though, man. I think. Well, since it ain't that many, I guess I can expand on what the like with the selfish and selfless. So reason why I said I believe that's the war that's going on, because I noticed that the people that care about the community, right, and this we kind of gonna get to is like, nah, we start speaking on things. Well, that's your truth. That's the way you look at it, and that's what you have to do. I want to live my life the way it is, and stuff like that. So, and I even notice the people that scared of the statistics, and all these other things. They just nah, it's about my anecdotal story, and let me tell you my personals and all this other stuff. So it's like you got the people that just look at stuff at numbers, or look at it things in a general way, and some people just look at it personal and try to make it for the general and stuff because they don't want to be uncomfortable with their lifestyle. So they rather say this is it. Well, it worked for me or something like that. Even though I notice the ones that say it worked for me, they be seem like they unhappy at the same time. Like, how you sitting here fighting what works for you against for other people that it I don't know. That's how I be knowing. Like it might work for you, but you ain't satisfied with the way it works. 'Cause you would be arguing with people that think different from you. You know, why is you arguing? Like say we talking about a marriage or something like that. Then you got a person that's married. You be like, no, you shouldn't be traditional. You shouldn't be doing that. I'm fine the way I am and stuff. Why is you arguing your lifestyle if it's other ways that can work? Unless you're not satisfied. That's the only thing I can get out of that is that somebody they can't be satisfied to a certain extent because you don't go on another live that's talking about let me see if I can figure out now it's about this. When my person let me do that and or my man or my woman let me do that, so we do that. We're fine the way we are. But why? Okay, cool, you fine. So we saying it's another route to it. And why is you arguing about that? Do you really get mad? Oh, y'all just this and all that. Like, bro, that's how we know. That's why I said that's how you just know when people is uncomfortable, or the people that just use people for their band-aids. That's what I call it nowadays. People ain't really happy. They just using their partner for their happiness. So yeah, that's how I be noticing. I'm like, dog, because I just be paying attention. Like, why is you on here? Why, if you so happy, why you arguing with these? Why you arguing with other people? I don't get it. That's gonna be crazy. What's the deal? Spoken nerd in the building. What's up?
Yo,
Hey,
hello, everybody.
how you feeling?
I'm okay. Just headed to the next job site.
Hey, oh, you grinding it? You making grinding in these streets? There you go. Get it going,
Yeah, my
man.
husband got a business, so I got to go to multiple locations and check everything.
Okay. Sound like you having fun. Yeah. Hey, that's what it is, man. Come on up, spoken. Let's get this party started, though. But yeah, I just be, but even with that, right? I'm coming from, cause like I just realized that, cause reason why I feel like it's a selfish versus selfless war, is because like the people that you do argue with, it's the ones it's like a feelings, right? I can say that too. It's a feelings based war. It's like feelings against facts too. I noticed that, or feelings for what whatever. But it's just like no, and that's why we about to boil down to it because I feel like it's a happiness thing too. So I notice it's like the people that be like, all right, I think this is what's best for the community, stuff like that or whatever. Then you got the people that be always, no, but you're taking away my rights and I want to be like this and I want to be like that. But it's like, all right, that's why I was in this other live. Like, who the heck? Like, why? It's obvious that this is something different because anybody can make a live about be free, be free. Like who have to make a live or got to get together to say be free? We're already doing it. We live in our own life and making our own choices. So now that we got got lives or we making conversations about maybe we gotta get some control in this area or watch our mouth sometime or different stuff like that. When we make lives about that, that's something that's more harder to do. But people be acting like that's what people want to do. Of course, nobody just want to do that. Everybody really wants to do it. If I could snap off at the mouth and say what I want to do, I would do that. You know what I'm saying? But I realize how it affects other people because I'm selfless, right? But selfish people be like, hey, you know what? Well, they have to adjust to that because I've been getting away all my life saying this and all that stuff. So I can care less about, and them the same ones that be talking about, well, it's the people. I'm not a people person. I can't people can't stand me and all this other stuff, but it got to be something behind it. All right, no, for sure. So it got to be something behind it, but it's just that's the people that be thinking it's everybody but them type situation. But it's so much behind that selfish versus selfless mentality. But like I said, I understand that it's gonna be moments. All of us got moments. We're gonna have to be selfless, and then we got time to be selfish. Most of the time, you're gonna be selfish or too self. I don't like saying selfless. I mean selfish all the time because eventually, I don't even think we were born on this earth to be selfish. I think we all here to impact one another in some type of form. Even if we like it or not. Some people is just an example of what not to be, and some people examples of what to be. It's just based off how we got to look at it, though. You know, because if we was here to be selfish, then we wouldn't be hurting one. You know what I'm saying? But it's all about being a team, working as a team. So people don't know that no more. They just like, well, I'm in my own and I'm focused on me and get out my way. Like these are people that, the world revolve around me and mine people. You know what I'm saying? Me and mine. And if somebody, and I have it, and then that's what competition come in at. My family's stronger than your family. My street is bigger than your street. Don't wear the color red. You don't wear the color blue. We're the toughest. I can do this, and so it's just, man, and that's why we divide. We've been dividing more and more and more. You know what I'm saying? Because people don't even know what unity is anymore. And then they find these little silly things. People talk about their traumas and think it's the truth. Yeah.
Divide and conquer.
Man.
You said a whole bar then. You said a whole bar.
But yeah, I don't know. It's just so many things, and like I said, even when I hear that's the only thing I can boil down to. I mean, it might be deeper than that, than just being. I mean, I feel like that's the root of the self, because I think it's just people that's purely just selfish. You know what I'm saying? And not caring about the time of being selfless. I think. And then you got the people that, and eventually that are, okay, to a certain extent, everybody gonna have themselves, but they got the time that's like, okay, I see what's going on in this world. I got to do something a little different. I see how I impact people because of the way I act this way, so I have to change. So I got to do these things. But then you got people that say, why should I change? Why should I change? Because this, like I said, this is my life, and I gotta figure this out. I done went this far living this way, and if nobody can't get with it, So I don't know. I don't know. It's just so much, and I just noticed that like if we talk about control, or we talk about maybe this is what you got to do to live a better life. Maybe you can't sleep with these many people and all that stuff, and get these results and stuff. And then you got the people like, well, you can do that. Body count don't matter. All this other whatever stuff. They do all these things. It's like, dang. We're trying to talk for people that it can 9 times out of 10 will help, because eventually it didn't help you. That's why you won't hear crying about it or yelling at me about it. It must matter enough for you to come in here and say that don't matter. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. It just, people just be, boy, it be, but they put their own selfish thoughts in there, right? They're not thinking selfless. They looking at that, well, I don't want to be disqualified, because of my situation, these mistakes I made. But if you're not teaching your kids these things, then you got to be a little selfless. Like, I don't want my kids to do what I did, but they don't think about that. They think about, well, right now I want to be able to be qualified, and I need y'all to stop saying messages that's taking me out. You know what I'm saying? That's saying that I'm going to be less than, because you're making me feel bad because of my choices I made. No, it ain't about that. It's just about making sure nobody don't be you again. Just because you was a dealer, I'm not about to take up for the dealers. I'm gonna say not be one. If I used to be, if I used to make wrong decisions in life, even if it disqualified me, I'm gonna make sure that the next person don't get disqualified. But like I said, a lot of us we selfish. You know what I'm saying? So we're not gonna push no message that goes against our lifestyle. So I don't know. It's boy.
Message.
Speaking of message, what you got for us on this, man? Let's
you done said it.
AJ Lil Head in the building too.
You said it all. It's people is too selfish, and they're not moving selfless. Selfless is when you care about your environment, people around you, regardless of color, gender, whatever. You care about humanity wholesomely. And a lot of, like you said, a lot of people are selfish as fuck. Like, they think just because they gave that $1 to that homeless person, they doing, I did something, ha ha ha. But they're not on these panels being positive, trying to pour back to the community. You said, huh?
Yeah, you did say that. I just thought about that too, right? You did say the
Nah, but it makes sense.
That was crazy, though.
That's how you know it makes sense, though. Because
selfless minds think alike. Get it?
And it makes sense because, like, you gotta think about it, bro. A lot of these people who selfish think more flowers to you gave the homeless person some cash, and that's something that you'll receive your blessings later down the line in. But they think
because they did that, they're this righteous, most beautifulest person, but your soul is shitty towards the people in your community, towards the people who try to uplift you and help you, your family members. You know what I mean? But you'll do that, but you won't help the people that supposedly love you, right? And it goes for both parties. Like, a lot of men is selfish too. Like, there's no way I'm born and raised in the Bronx, I come up with a certain amount of money, but I still live on the same block in the Bronx, but I'm gonna go buy me a Rollie, but I'm gonna watch my man suffer, take care of his child. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's like, what happened to community? What happened to unity? What happened to, one hand wash the other? I'm not hating on you because you got a Rollie, but you ain't too much of my friend. I ain't gonna be chilling around you for too much because, like, it's not you outshining me. It's like, how am I gonna look? I'm regular basic guy working a 9 to 5. You do whatever you do for your money, but you live this big lifestyle, but you calling me your best friend. Not saying that's happening in my real life, but I know there's people out there that's like that. And it's like, your man never wanted to see you doing better than him in the first place. This is why he got the Rollie, and he's doing the things, but he still live in the hood. Because if he really cared about himself, he'd have never went and bought a Rollie and stood on that in that neighborhood. He'd have went and bought him somewhere else to move out, so that way he could show his friends there's other things you could do with this money other than materialistic shit. Is you could move your family out the community. You could do this, you could do that. But all this materialistic shit is the followers. A lot of people want to follow these rappers and celebrities instead of living their own lifestyle and living for themselves. But those are the people who's not happy with themselves. They ain't finding themselves because they constantly do the same thing. Drinking alcohol, going out to the clubs, wasting money. Then when that big amount of money they just got go to shit, they all depressed, trying to figure it out again. But it's because you ain't worked hard for that money. You ain't put in the blood, sweat, and tears for that money. So when you get that lump sum of money, it's just gonna vanish. Adios. Because you ain't even appreciate what you had to do to get that money. You got it so easy. You got it so quick. So now in your mind, all right, next week I'm gonna get another 10K pack, or I'm gonna get another advance, or I'm gonna get this. But it's like, you're not even reserving your lifespan. You're not reserving your money. You're not reserving what you're doing to get this money. You just doing. And those selfish people, because you selling your soul for this cash when you can work a regular 9 to 5 and get that same amount of money. All you gotta do is it's gonna take a little longer. But these same people that I know, they go up and they go down. They go up and go down. Then they ask me, how do I do it? Because I choose to pick the right way. I choose to sit my ass down on a 9 to 5 and collect my money the slow way, and I appreciate it and I honor it and I value it. So it shows me the value of the dollar. So when I take my son out, he's 9, turning 9 in August. He see dad work. He see dad paying. He see dad going with the uniform to go to his security job. He see dad doing a little bit of landscaping. He see dad on the grill, chefing it up, getting paid to grill, because that's what I do in the summer too. People pay me to grill. But it's like, I don't know, this world is kind of backwards for real. And we should be learning from our environments and how we was raised. And I'm always gonna say this on your panel when we conversate, because this is my theory. I learned on how I was raised, my environment, all the toxicity, all the negativity, and it grew me to become the person I am today. But do people really learn from their environments and their surroundings and what they see? I don't think so. Probably Vanish. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I don't want to say it wrong, but the woman on top of me and the goddamn the bottom, Venetia. It seem like we think for ourselves. You feel what I'm saying? We think how we supposed to think. I think we got to teach people how to think like this. What you feel?
We got AJ.
That's why we have these conversations. It's up to them to listen. I don't believe in chasing nobody down with no wisdom and knowledge. They need to sit down and listen. And we in rooms like this, wherever we speak, we edifying. The words out of our mouth is wisdom. So if they listen, they listen. If they don't, they don't. We can't make them. It's not our job. Our job is to plant the seed. Somebody else gonna come water it. I did my job. We gotta know where our job ends and God's job begins.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, real quick. Just 2 seconds. Hey, y'all, I need everybody in here to tap the screen. Come on now, let's get us up to 5K. I've been asking for a minute now. I will shut the comments off if everybody just stops, if y'all stop tapping. At this point, we need to get this up. So everybody keep tapping the screen. I don't care if you're in the box, if you're in the comments, everybody tap, 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 tap. Throw some hashtag FYPs in the comments. Please make sure you're sharing out the live as well. And I'm sorry, Miss Venetia, I'm gonna throw it back over to you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Where you at, Venetia? You remember what you're saying? Say, Drake.
No, I landed.
Oh, you did. All right. What you got for us, AJ?
Well, let's see. We talking about selfish versus selfless mentality. Today's current war. You agree? I mean, I don't really think that that's a war. I think everybody just want to be selfish right now. I don't think people really know how to be selfless, to be honest. Not many people do anyway. We live in a selfish world. Everything's always about me, and what I gotta do. Everybody's got to be the main fucking character to everything, and it's you hear it all day. You know what I mean? Oh, you ain't gonna disrespect me. You know, sometimes we hear that in life. You know what I mean? My truth. The fucking list goes on and on, man. We just live in a selfish world. I just wouldn't say that it's like selfish versus selfless. I said I don't think a lot of people know how to be selfless. I think in order to be selfless, people would have to understand that being selfless pretty much means that even the decisions you make, you have to understand affect other people. So you have to be mindful of the way you move around, the way you talk to people, the way you essentially walk through life, right? But we're not really in that anymore. We now live in a world where, well, it shouldn't matter. I'm going to be me, and who cares about how I'm going to affect other people? Because if you got a problem with me, then you didn't deserve me at my best. I mean, think about it. How many times do we have to hear, well, if you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best? That was the same for like the longest time. And that saying doesn't even make sense. Because who says that I have to put up with your ass on your worst? I don't. See what I'm saying? So, to me personally, I don't even think it's a war. I just think people are just selfish as hell. You want me to run through them or do the first one? I don't know where y'all were.
Yeah, you could do the first one, but you got me thinking though. That remind me like this is how I can tell too. Since you just said the worst thing, you made me think about when people be saying, and I feel the saying though, but I think when people say this, it just show how in a way I feel like people selfish though. They be like, well, the respect. Let me see if I shake the room with that one a little. They be love saying, respect is given. It's not that. So I can feel it though. I feel it what they mean though. But I could tell just based off of how they deliver it and how they, just and basically even how they explain it, that they coming from it's like a selfish type thing though, because some people just like I'm not giving you nothing unless you give it to me first or whatever, and like I think the more you start being because like me myself, I'm gonna spread love. I don't have to receive love to give it. That's something I grew into. I had to mature into, and when I start understanding myself, I start doing it. What's the deal, Deanna? What's the deal? So I had I realized the people that say it just seem like it's so much ego and pride and all that stuff behind it. Nah, you gotta earn this. You know what I'm saying? You gotta whatever. But I think when we say that, it's like more of basic human decency. That's what we thinking about or whatever. But and I can understand respect is something I can get it though. But I think even with that, it's just like I just hear the way when people say it though. It just seemed like it just seemed like a selfish way. I don't know how to explain it though. But I'm like.
It is.
Like, why you just can't give it? Why can't you just give it? Why you gotta wait?
But that's what I'm talking about. If you're constantly walking around in life thinking that you people have to give you something, right? In order for you to give something, then everything you're doing is transactional, which is completely selfish.
Right.
Which means if for whatever reason say Kev, you're having a bad day, right? And it just happens to be just that one thing that pushes you over. And now I'm sitting over here, well, I can't respect Kev because Kev didn't show me no respect in that one over one little thing. Like, and now I'm gonna sit there and I'm going to disrespect myself by sinking down to somebody else's level. Like, I can still show you respect and still, you know, dismiss a whole conversation. That's called being an adult. Like,
Mhm.
you can't like things. I'm sorry, things just can't be. You can't turn around and call yourself selfless and everything in your life is transactional. It
Mhm.
can't be transactional.
I
If that's
like
the
that.
case, you're just trying to get something out of it, which is
Mhm.
still selfish. That's like people that go out of their way and be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna help somebody, but they really go out of their way because they only want to help that person because it's going to benefit them or make them look a type of way.
Mm.
So it's not even like you didn't help that person out of the goodness of your heart. You helped them because it was going to benefit you in some way.
Like the people who basically record themselves giving money to the homeless people, giving them food to blow up, knowing that they're gonna blow up in return for doing this nice gesture. But if you was just that nice person, you just did it without being recorded. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
Exactly.
and that's it's deep. It's deep. It's
What she
really
said,
crazy.
right?
What she said, it got me thinking because that famous quote. Well, can you repeat the quote? Can you recall it?
Which one? I said a lot.
The one if you love me at my worst, the worst shit or whatever.
Oh, yeah, I hate that fucking quote. But it was, if you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. Like, that is the dumbest quote. But yeah, that was a quote.
Yeah, like that quote is so cliche because, all right, it takes a genuine person to be there for you at your worst. Like the person got to be real genuine. Like this person can't be worried about what you got on, your living circumstances. Like they got to be a real God type of person to really come and love you at your worst. And it's like 9 times out of 10, when you do that, the end of results don't be great. You love somebody at their worst, they'll get up and get a couple dollars in their pocket, be with you for like 2 years, and well, you know what, I had enough. And they'll go on, you heard? So yeah, that quote shouldn't even exist.
That was to me, I feel like that was, at least in my perspective, that was the start of it all with all this selfish shit. Is when everybody was running around with that quote. And I hated it then. I was like, that doesn't even make sense. So you mean to tell me that because you're having a bad day, that means that you get to have the right to be as inconsiderate and as selfish as possible, and I just have to deal with it? Because that means I don't love you. No, like if I call you out on your shit and I'm not telling you what you want to hear, that tells me like that right there should show you that I give a fuck about you. Because if I didn't, I'd sit here and let you run around with that stupid ideology. Like, nah, that's problematic at best.
Yeah.
But here we are.
And like I said, I think it's really maturity though, low key.
It is.
I feel bad. I feel bad for them because I can see that I probably at one point I might have been like that because of the way I got raised, right? Maybe, and a lot of stuff made sense though. But then I realized that even having that mindset, right, and that's where the healing and all that stuff come from. Literally, healing and all that usually come from being a little selfless or thinking or not internalizing things personally, and actually just thinking about like. And that's why I be telling my forgiveness all the time. Because sometimes to get over something, I'd be like, you know what? Maybe the other person was having a horrible day, you know, even though, well, of course, some people, if you're selfish, you be like, well, don't put that horrible day on me and all that other stuff or whatever, you know, so stuff like that, though. But when I want to let something go and heal and all that stuff, it's like, don't take everything personal. You know what I'm saying? So I realized that, like, what thing I was getting to? But basically, I was saying that it's selfless. You know, the more you mature, you heal, understand yourself, then you be like, you know what? You know, everybody ain't as man, what the freak? I was just about to say, I'll be saying so much. But basically, what I'm getting to is just that, like, it's a maturity thing because, like, yeah, you're gonna follow those sayings. You're gonna be like, because all that hit, everything selfish, even music and all that stuff. You relate to it, you reflect on it, or you project off of it, or whatever. Because it reminds you of something about yourself and your lifestyle. So you're like, ooh, this is me, this is me. Then you start building more about it. This is me, or you mess with somebody because it's me, you know what I'm saying, all that other stuff. But it's just when you realize you start being a little bit more selfless in life, you actually start being a more, like I said, that's where you really start healing. You start thinking positive. You start like all that stuff. It just really be like that because you just don't always think everything about you all the time.
Do
But
you
that
think we
that's something
move
I
more
kind of I
cautious?
realize though. But that come with maturity though.
Do
You
you do
know.
y'all do y'all think we move more cautiously?
What do you mean? You mean those of us who have done the work and
Yeah,
not?
those of us that all right, so I've done the work. Me, you see how I'm talking? I usually talk way faster than this. So it's like I try to be mindful of the words that I put in line with the sentences because I don't want nobody to feel like I'm pointing out to them type of thing. And then I also think about what I do before I do it because I don't want, I don't want it to bother anybody else or, you know what I'm saying? So I was like, I think
Well,
for
yeah,
other people. Huh?
yeah. That's called being considerate. That's
Okay.
having consideration for other people.
Yeah. So let me speak on that other part of what Lion said down there. I'm sorry, I give you a certain new name. Nala. You said, and I feel it though. You said healing is individualistic. And I feel that though. I think what I'm getting to about uh basically I'm thinking about forgiveness, right? Forgiveness, right? And that's still part of healing in a way, right? Because some people just don't know how to forgive. With forgiveness, that's more of a you really have to change your mentality to more of and that's just, and I would recommend it. I think that's in general, and it could be sometimes with so, but you got to think about others on the outside, right? Like, dang, okay, you know, I'm a even though forgiveness is for self, right? It is for self that you can let go of the chain, so you don't be held to this, oh man, this person did that to me, and I'm gonna forever not like them, whatever. But it's like I realize, and this is just how I do it, right? To find out how to heal, and I try to basically teach people that way too. Like, look at it that put yourself in other people's shoes, which is selfless, right? You put yourself in other people's shoes and be like, you know what? This person might not have. That's like how you forgive your parents and stuff. Because your parents, you done grew up mad at their parents, mad at all this stuff. But then you realize to heal, right? To even heal from that or to even forgive, because forgiveness and healing is almost dang near close to hand sometimes. But with that, you think about you when you start being selfless instead of worrying about how you got treated all your life or from your parents, you be like, you know what? My parents probably didn't know that much. They can only teach me what they knew, So I'm gonna give them. I should give them grace, because like they might not have the mentality that I have now. You know what I'm saying? So it kind of when you be a little selfless in that, right? You start forgiving more because you like, dang, right? We humans and we all think different. I can't hold it against them, or I shouldn't hold it against them because that was their route and they really didn't know no better. And I also be looking like, if you know better, right, why get mad at a person that don't know better? You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, I be seeing people going back and forth with people too. You know what I'm saying? Doing all this stuff. And it's like, dang, if you the bigger person, why do you always got to stoop so little? You see what I'm saying? So, and that's what I be telling people. But some people portray they the bigger person and still got to do it. So that's why I'm like, and that's what I had to learn a little bit. You know what I'm saying? That, I can't get mad at my parents because of the way they did that. Or I shouldn't get mad at them. I shouldn't be mad because I got into a fight with this other person or I snapped, because I'm like, all right, you know what? Now that I know better, and maybe that person didn't know no better, so yeah, for sure. The discipline. So I had to realize that. So to heal, right? You have to, and it sounds weird, right? To heal, you got to be a little bit selfless. You got to think outside of just your feelings. You got to think about the people that might have did whatever to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, they might have cussed you out or they might have embarrassed you or whatever the situation is. You got to be like, maybe I can't be around this person because we think different. You know what I'm saying? But a person that's selfish is going to be still stuck and mad at the world because they can be like, no, this person's supposed to know better. You're supposed to know better, especially at this age. You're supposed to, like, no, that's not true. We done learned that everybody don't know better. That's off of our terms. We feel like they should, but that's why I be saying, like, age don't be meaning nothing, right? At this age, you're supposed to know this. Well, it's obvious that thousands and millions of people is at a certain age and don't know. So that's why I be meaning, like, it's really a maturity thing. But maturity, I think the more you mature, that actually come with selflessness. You know what I'm saying? That comes with, if I act this way, or should I snap on this person because of that? oh, it's not gonna be what's best for both of us, especially me. So we can say it's still selfish and selfish at the same time. But it's just like it's kind of hard to explain that, but I think when you truly see how healing and forgiveness work, you like being selfless can help you. I mean, when you think about basically just putting yourself in other people's shoes, that'll help like crazy. It'll help a lot. That's what I had to
Okay,
do.
I'll be back later, man. I'm about to get off this
Push,
spot.
push off. You say you got a question? Then after that, I'm gonna get Jane in the building.
Oh, I'm gonna shake it up a little bit, just a little bit.
What you got? Let's shake it up.
So,
You know, like that.
yep. So we already know that we can name all day the downsides of being selfish, right? What are the downsides of being selfless? Could you be too selfless?
Yeah. Yep.
What does that
I
look
think
like?
me and Venetia just got done talking about that a little bit earlier. We just got talking about that.
Oh, see, great minds think alike. I missed that part of
Yeah,
the
all these. Yeah, you already know we in the power. We power. But what you? Oh, matter of fact, let's get Jane. Jane, you can do it if you want to, since you ain't saying nothing yet. She said, "What's the
Okay.
benefit? What's the
What's the downside of being selfless?
Losing yourself, pouring too much of yourself into other people, forgetting who you are,
Mm.
not taking care of your own personal needs, allowing yourself to drown in the necessities that you need to take care of, and that falls under ignorance is not substitute to consequence.
Mm.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
What you got, Venetia?
I think that being too selfless, overly selfless, is not wise. You can't give so much of yourself to the point where you have no self left.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to pouring into someone or spending things that you can't get back, you know, things that aren't monetary, and my stance is everything's transactional. Everything. Whether you're spending time, money, your body, your patience, whatever, there's a transaction. I know the world doesn't really like to look at it like that, but the whole world is ran off transaction. And when like I said in the beginning, you know, everything also has a toxicity level. So even if it sounds positive, self-esteem, self-assurance, once you go past a certain kind of self-reflection, now you're going into arrogance, which is toxic. It's narcissism. So it's a characteristic of narcissism. So everything that we're mentioning up here is all about having a healthy balance and self-awareness. It's not about, oh, this thing is a bad thing or this thing is not a bad thing. Selflessness and selfishness are both needed in order for us to even learn, live, and grow. We need both. We have to learn how to be both and manage both well. That's how we're going to become wiser. It's great wisdom in knowing when to hold back. It's great wisdom. Ecclesiastes 3:3 said everything under the sun is a time and a season. Wisdom is knowing when. And that's all.
Okay. I'm liking Venetia more and more, man. Every time she speaks, she be preaching, man. It's funny how I ended up meeting her though. I think she actually came on here because of Tansy. That's why I automatically put her in like a box. So was at her. I'm like, who is that? And she started talking. I'm like, ooh, you're not close to Tansy.
Leave my girl alone.
I started trying to clown her and everything. And stuff. I was like, oh, you a Tansy? I started being judgmental, put my note. Dog, I'm about to get kicked.
Well, while we wait for Kev to come back, everybody can tap the screen, share the live. Leave in the box, tap the screen, share the live. Let's try to be respectful here at all times. Just be respectful at all times. In the event you can't be respectful, do understand there are plenty of flight attendants send you any destination you want to be. You ain't got to go home. You ain't got to stay here. And if you're looking for some peanuts, you're gonna have to ask Kev.
Yeah, get these nuts. You knew it. Can't ask me to do it.
I was about to say, wait a minute. No.
But man, TikTok, I swear they picked the right time. Be in the middle of me. That was all that. But no, I was just saying how I met Venetia though, and she's super cool though. I like her. And she actually was kicked. She ended up kicking it the whole night. I remember the first time she was in. She ended up kicking it the whole night with when we first met. I like this because I said she's like I'm a Tansy. I'll be messing with Tansy sometimes too. Though she be funny, but yeah, she be like she cause more commotion than anything though. But I try to balance it out. I try to still try to give her a voice until she start, going south though. But
Tansy
like,
is
some days
lit.
I had some good days with her though. With Tansy, some days.
Tansy is lit. She is lit. Where is she at?
Some days she called me off. Some days she be in here by herself with me and stuff. Be just me and her and stuff, and she just be expressing herself and like, yeah, I know I be doing this, and I don't know. She got like multiple sides, man. But I just realized you just can't trigger her. She one of the ones you trigger her is a whole nother thing.
Now we just
She
got to
a
get
whole
Gabe
nother
in here.
person.
We just need Gabe and Tansy in the same panel.
Oh my. Woo. My goodness. I be loving. That's why I love you when you love. I said it sounded weird. I love when you're in here. When he in here, that just be so funny because like I'm always be going back and forth with him. Be always getting on him about his But you remind me of me when that's what I be saying. You do the same thing I would do. Like, all right, I'm not about to let this slide, so I'm going to question that. Let's go ahead and question that real quick. And I just be sitting. I just love it when you be in here, and then you be like, I swear it be like you doing more funnier though sometimes too. Though. I be like, oh, I know what's about to happen. I just love. I don't know. It's defeated. I just look. I love challenge. Maybe is that a pride thing too? Could that be an ego thing? Challenging. Like ego driven people. Is that ego? I don't know. It's just because I be like, or trying to humble them maybe or whatever. Because I just never liked the arrogant people. I just didn't never like that since I was a kid. Since I was young, I never liked that. Or that you'll be that one guy like, especially when I'm living in Detroit, and I be hearing if I hear this one guy like, I always wanted to like kind of check that. Man, I'm the toughest and all this. Ain't nobody want to mess with me and all this stuff. I'm like, man, if you don't shut
I'll
up.
keep it a buck, bro. I don't really go at him because he's an arrogant dude. It's just if you say, for the most part, like if he's saying stuff that's factual and truthful, I really don't be saying nothing.
Hey,
But
he don't like to be wrong at all, though. That's his problem. That's his biggest problem.
That's the problem, though, is because when he says wrong things, then it's me and him going back and forth, and then I have to put him in his head for a minute. Then he comes around without saying it.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense. He comes around without realizing it.
Wait, he comes around what? What he come around?
Oh, he'll come around, but then the thing with him is you just
what
have
to say? What he wrong?
Oh no! He'll
correct scared. I'm like, when you gotta let me know. Jot that down when you let me
know. No. Like if he says something and I'm talking right, and I'm addressing him on it, right? Yes, we're gonna go around in that fucking circle that we go into, but the thing is you have to convince him that he came to the right conclusion. I'm just used to dealing with people like him.
Hey, you good? Hey, you the specialist in that, anyways.
I'm the goat when it comes to him sometimes. But that's the other thing. Sometimes he also asks for it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna be mean to him, but sometimes, bro, there's only so many videos I could be like, Gabe, stop sending me these weird videos. Until eventually, I gotta tell him, like, bro, yeah, I saw you sent it, but I just continued living my life because I don't want to watch it.
Mm-hmm. I always noticed this too, though. And I don't know. I ain't gonna say whatever. I'm gonna say it though. But what I'm saying is, if it is what it is though. But I noticed the people that do that. What is that word? Remember we was talking before when Lovely was in here and that they use anthropoptic. Let me see. What is it called? That stuff it breaks the word down to the true meaning or whatever they say nowadays. What is it called? You know what it's called? We was just talking about that because it was Autumn was in here at that time, and I kept getting on him about that. And I'm like, why you keep using the anthro whatever way, and people don't even know regular English?
The word entomology.
Is it entomology?
Yeah,
it might be that. Yeah, so I noticed the people that's deep into it though, because I know a few of my people is not. I ain't gonna mention all their names, but I noticed they do that, right? So the ones that in it, I think etymology. You're right. So I noticed that I be feeling like low key. I ain't gonna lie. This is my opinion though. I be feeling like they think they more smarter than other people though. For other people that just into that, I guess they spend their time doing it, and I just pay attention to how they talk and stuff. And I think they think their word is more important than everybody else's. I don't know. I just noticed that people that study that because they always, well, actually, if you break it down, it means this and all that, and then it's like, oh, you don't. Oh, I mean, I get what you're saying, but in the true meaning, the etymology way, you
But
know,
let's
and I'm,
give
huh?
let's give them a little bit of grace here, right? Because those are the same people who struggle to articulate themselves. They're not very well articulate people, so they can't articulate in a simplistic way how they're feeling or what they're thinking. Everything has to be very complex. They haven't figured out how to simplify that. And people who tend to do that will tend to overcomplicate. That's anything. Doesn't matter what it is. But most people are like that. If you don't know how to articulate, there's a reason why, like, when you're a teenager, everything's so intense, right? Everything's so intense. You're so goddamn dramatic. Like, you know what I mean? Everything, is the end of the world.
Yeah,
And it's because you don't know how to articulate. As you
that's
get
what.
older and the more you write, the more you read, the more you journal, the more you're able to start articulating things, the easier it is for you to just be like, oh, okay, it's this. Oh, okay, it's that. Oh, okay, it's this. And I'm not talking about the people who are artistic. That's a different whole
Yeah.
realm, but I'm just saying most people who aren't artistic, right? That's usually what it is.
Go
Your
around
average
their
person, if
ass.
they're not articulate, they're going to
Right.
overcomplicate the
They
most
go
simplistic
around. They
things.
go around their ass to get to their ear.
That part.
Yeah,
4
I just be
times.
wanting them to see themselves sometimes because that do irritate me. I ain't gonna lie. People that be, I
Get
just
that
don't be liking
takes
that because they come off so
that
arrogant. I mean,
takes
whatever you
that
call
takes
it.
maturity, Kev.
Yeah, it do. You right. You right.
That takes
Cause that junk, I
maturity.
be like, dog, that junk just be getting to me. I'm like, dog, you really just think you the it? But it's because it's weird because it's like I'm focusing on humbling myself, but I don't spend my whole time trying to make everybody look stupid. You know what I'm saying? I don't do that because I know it's a lot I know. I mean, it's a lot that I know that I probably got on people, but I don't rub it in people's face, and I don't think that's right either. You know what I'm saying? And nobody don't want to listen to a person that's rubbing stuff in people's face, like, oh, you think you trying and all that stuff, and
Are you talking about when
or
they're
just trying to
sounding
make somebody feel
condescending?
less than just to get your point across. I never liked that, or talking at people instead of talking to them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
But I think that's the other half of the maturity though for the receiving side,
yeah,
right? And again, that's the discipline on the other side, right? Is when because unfortunately we do share a world with people who aren't the most articulate. They don't have the most, they're not at the place of maturity sometimes for certain conversations where that's where, we on the receiving side also have to find our own discipline. Because the thing is that the moment I realized nobody else can make me feel stupid, talk about the most alleviating power there was. You can't make me feel dumb, right? You can talk to me like I'm dumb all you want, but you can't make me feel stupid, right? I'm not gonna give you that. Like I'm not gonna give you that power. So when it comes to that, it's just sometimes that's where it's either I just disengage from the conversation, depending on what it is. If it's something I'm just like I don't feel like fighting with you about, or
yeah,
if it's just something where I'm just like, okay, that is like terrible information. We have to correct that. Because again, going back to, the selfish thing, bringing it back to the topic, selflessly, right? I can't be selfish on here and just say whatever I want. This is still a public platform. Anybody and anyone could be walking in at any time. That's why, we have to censor our words on TikTok. We got to censor topics. We got to censor certain things. So when there's certain misinformation that's being pushed out, I'm going to correct it, right? A lot of the time. But there's certain things sometimes I ain't even going to front y'all. I ain't even going to correct if I don't even feel like dealing with it. You know what I mean? That's the selfish side of it. That's the balance side of it. Sometimes I'm just like, I need to protect my peace. I ain't got time to fix your stupidity today. I'm just going to bow out and leave. Doesn't mean that I'm weak. Doesn't mean that I'm giving in. Doesn't mean any of that. But again, that's just a maturity thing.
it
So that's
is.
what
It's
I'm
most
saying. It goes
definitely
both
that's
sides.
what it is.
Yeah, it's just a maturity thing.
It's most definitely. I had to learn that too. That's just what it is. It ain't. It's not that people is, and that's why I say I don't think it's that because like that saying you had used earlier, right? With the that'll take me as I am now, and and like I said, I can feel the saying. I feel it though, but it's just such a immature way to do it because it's like it even come with that competitive thing. Like I realized, like okay, let's talk about Fresh and Fit. I used to mess with them heavy though to a certain extent. I learned a lot from them, right? But as I start maturing, right, I start really realizing like how immature they sound. Like they might be on point, but they be bringing up girls that be that they know that they can roast and all that stuff. But I'm gonna say they told me like the type of girls to dodge though. I learned that like okay, I never looked at it that way. I mean they be on point with a lot of that stuff they talk about, but they are immature at the same time because it's like they don't. It's not like they push for marriage for real. They be just telling people to get scared of it, but it be scared of it because the type of woman that they choose though. And I realize that the type of woman they talking about is the ones that we don't want at the end of the day. I had to realize that a little bit later though, because I'm like, man, you got to be this and that. But I'm like, no, you talking about to impress a woman that we already trying to dodge anyways. So you're trying to be high value for these type of women. I'm like, okay, so I still, and then I realized he keep using this thing like, oh, it's the Kenny analogy and stuff. And I wanted to debate them so bad because I'm like, some stuff, like I feel a lot of stuff, but some of that stuff is just like, man, because women get their value at the beginning, which I can understand it. I understand it. Women got their value at the beginning, and men got to build up there. So I can feel it though. But he put it in a way as in the competition. So that candy store analogy he keep using, like, well, just imagine, how can you tell a man that he can't sleep with a lot of women? And y'all had your time since y'all was young and grew older, and then y'all got all the candy to pick for. And then now when we get all our stuff and get built up, we should be able to do whatever we want. So it's like, it sounds like a freaking competition now. Now that sounds childish. You see what I'm saying? Like I could feel where you coming from, but it sounds childish now as I mature. I'm like, bro, I mean, you got a point, but then again, it's like, is it about trying to get is you trying to make marriage out of it, or is you just trying to, hey, women did it, so now we can do it now too. So that just sounds kiddish. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I had to realize, and I think the more I mature, I start realizing, like, dang, some of that stuff can hit. If you're immature, it can hit, and it sound right. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna give this respect. I'm gonna earn. They gotta earn it and all that stuff. That stuff immature to me, low key. Even if it's a fact, it's still immature because the way people want to push it out because they freaking prideful and ego driven. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm a person that if I'm gonna give it, which is the difference between selfish and selfless. I don't have, like I said, what I said earlier. I'm not about to wait for somebody to love me before me to get them love. That's crazy. You know, I mean, I can get it back then, right? Why should I love? That's what I'm saying. This is funny. That's to show the maturity because back then it did make sense though. Like, why love somebody that don't love me? You know what I'm saying? All that stuff do make sense on both ends. Right. But when you mature and you start doing it from your own self and not looking for somebody else for you to react off of, that's called being genuine, which people don't know. That's when you like, okay, you know what? I don't have to wait on this person, or I don't have to, I'm gonna forgive this person. I don't gotta wait for them to say sorry first. Stuff like that. That comes with maturity. So that's really, if we really, and I'm glad you did say that though. Or do we? I don't know who came up with that, or maybe we came at the same time. I don't know. Whatever. I think you might have more enforced it though. But yeah. So this topic it do show like. It's selfish and selfish. We got our time though, but it is like more of a maturity thing. I think a lot of people just not mature as they think they is. We think because we have kids and we got priorities and not even really that, but you got responsibilities and all the stuff that makes you grown or mature and stuff, and it just don't. It just don't, because like these same things, we got all this, but we still act like a little kid when somebody hurt our feelings and stuff. Right. Well, I gotta snap, I gotta do all this other stuff or whatever. That's not mature. You're just an adult. You're an adult that has responsibilities, but you still react like a little kid. You know what I'm saying? Talking about get my get back and all this other stuff. Kids do that. Teenagers did that. We've been doing that since we was younger.
Well, so, Kev, one thing I wanted to bring up, and I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut you off.
No, go ahead. I was going.
But one thing that I want to bring up and that I see most often as I'm getting older, because I just turned 35. I'm so happy.
She young up in there, boy.
I made it. Like, you guys don't understand. I look back at all these years of all the times that I've messed up in life and had to forgive myself, and the ideas that I used to have about not even seeing the age of 25. And then when I reached that peak, it was like, okay, then I'm turning 30. And it's just, a lot of people don't like to age, but it's something to celebrate once you realize where you are in life and, where you're going in life, and you really truly found your purpose, right? You just start celebrating that I'm almost at the age where I can go in a grocery store and fart, and it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Or I can wear sweaters in the summertime and nobody's going to ask me if I'm hot. But people stay stuck and stagnant in the gray area that they were in thank you, AJ, when it comes to points in life where they felt inadequate. And I listen
Hmm.
to a great deal of podcasters. I listen to Fresh and Fit. I like to just go through the social experience by, just connecting in a way that, we can see different avenues and how people think and how people live. And then also some of the mistakes that we do have, and we stay in that childish behavior and we stay stuck in it. And instead of people understanding that we have similarities, because we're human, we're going to have similarities. It's nothing wrong with finding your tribe and saying, this is the type of woman that I want, and I want to feel like I'm not the only person that's out here searching for that. But the idea of making other people or causing other people to feel as if they need to feed into whatever it is that you believe in, to me, it's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? It's like, why do you need to change people and find your tribe? And then why do you need the admiration from other people? Why is the changing of somebody else's ideas and what they want, why is that such a problem to exist and coexist in a world where people are just different? You know what I mean? And I just feel like the more and more I listen, because I listen to Tommy Sotomayor, did I agree with a lot of what he said? Yes. Was I triggered by how he was saying it? No. You're not directly talking personally to me, even though I can resonate with some of the things that you're saying. And I can honestly say that I screwed up in a lot of points in my life. But when it comes down to it, we can all be in the same realm, if you believe the earth is flat or round or whatever. We can all coexist here and understand that that person down the street is doing something totally different from another person down the street. But are you happy? Can I check on you as a human being? Are you doing what you need to be doing concerning your goals? Does your life work for you? Have you found what you're looking for? Versus, let me change the whole dynamic of how everybody's supposed to respond and react to everything, how people are supposed to be getting married, what they should be doing. You know what I mean? So if people really step outside the realm of what they're used to, just the black and white, and they actually go outside of other realms and see that there are people living with 20 partners, there are people that accept certain things like having polygamy relationships. There are people that enjoy the fact that they can go online and they can be nasty online and they can be reserved in their real life, and their partner is fine with that and they don't consider that as cheating. If we really did that, we would broaden our spectrums of understanding that we're all complex and we're all different.
Yeah, hmm, I'm on half and half on that situation, and I think it get to a point that, and I'm not, and that's why we gotta have that question about. And it's kind of sound like you talking more on that prompt with that happiness thing, right? Well, because I think people that think that it's not affecting other people because of their lifestyle, I think they don't realize that. Because like that's what I'm saying. Like I don't think it's about changing nobody. It's just like people, and that's why I also mentioned this other live. I'm like, well, ain't nobody have to preach about being free. That's we all got options to be free and do what we want. I think the hardest thing is, and I always notice that like when it's somebody trying to, and that's with the communal versus the selfish mentality. I think a lot of us are so dang on selfish that we're not realizing how we affecting the world off our decisions we make and stuff. And then just like you said, some people out here might be doing 20 wives, but then we got people that's looking at it but can't handle 20 wives and they wrecking their own life because they think they can do that. But it's just like I think some of that stuff it could get because everybody think about because I believe in the numbers. That number stuff is real, man. It was more likely to happen or was less likely to happen. I wouldn't teach things like, well, you could find love at first sight, stuff like that. That's hurting people more than anything. Just because a couple people might have found love at first sight, and then you tell everybody that you could do that. Of course, anybody's going to bend to that. They're going to be like, okay, cool. Yeah, I can find love at first sight. And then the next minute, they love at first sight been 4 different times, and that's why they got 4 different baby daddy. So it's just like this. Some of that stuff can become dangerous because we trying to follow our pleasures and all this other stuff because we want to be happy, I guess. And it
Right.
don't work for the most part.
Well,
So it's like we got to look at
yeah.
what's more likely to happen versus what's less likely to happen. Even though we all different, but it's some stuff just can't be pushed. Some measures just can't be pushed.
That's why we shouldn't learn from other people's experiences when it comes up. We can, like I said, we can connect based on if a man says, okay, I like a traditional marriage, right? And then there's another group of men that say, I like the same thing. Even though they're all saying the same thing, how they're going to go about it and what they consider to be a wife is going to be totally different, and it's okay. We shouldn't be learning from other people concerning marriage. That's their personal shit. They're going to say whatever sounds great for the public. They're going to say that they made it through all these different things and nobody's really a fly on the wall, right? Just like we can't teach birth. We can't teach being a mother or a father. And there's no handbook to it. There's books that can tell you at certain milestones, but that is something that's going to be based on, your child and your parenting skills as you go along. The problem is that everybody's looking for a savior in these communities when it comes down to talking about marriages and what marriage should be presented or looks like. Instead of just saying, you do things different, I'm learning something. Doesn't mean I have to follow your footsteps. Doesn't mean that I'm out of a circle because I'm not doing what you're doing, but I'm learning something from you. We stopped learning and we started looking for saviors. And I feel like that's where
You don't
we're
believe
having
people
a
need to be
disconnect.
saved though?
Um, no, I feel like at the end of the day, the only person that can save you is your higher source and yourself. I feel like people can learn from one another, and especially what I even tell anybody in my life, don't follow my religion or don't follow what I believe in based on what I'm telling you. You have to do the research yourself to see if that is what you want to do. You know what I'm saying? Just like I tell women all the time, don't ask me about being a mom. I can tell you that is great. Then you may not even want to have a child and may not want to be a mother, and that's perfectly fine. You can still learn things from me, but at the end of the day, I can't teach you solely from my personal experience. I can only connect with you based on the fact that we share similarities, but it's never going to be the same, because most of the people that are on these apps say how great their wives are and their husbands are, and they're going through hell. Let's face it, they're not going to talk about the issues at hand because that actually solves problems, but it only solves their problem. You see what I'm saying? So we can connect. It's a beautiful thing. I feel like people should find their own tribe and connect with their own tribe, and they can share similar stories. However, we should not be learning certain things from personal experiences because it's personal.
Mm, okay. Okay.
And I'm not saying nothing towards
Yeah,
you,
that's a
Kev.
deep
I,
one
I
right
like
there
I
though, because
like
I'm
what
like kind of on
you
the fence with that a little
I
bit
like
though,
what you
because
do.
huh?
I like what you do, and I'm saying that. Okay, so in retrospect, Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels said certain things that was absolutely true. We know them to be true, right?
Right.
Women needed to understand some of these things. However, in their delusional mindset, in their fairy tale world, they're still stuck on finding a man that does not exist. That is them. There are
Right.
also people that understood what he was saying and did not see any malice intent with what he said or how he said it. And those people think on a different spectrum. Then you have the women that say, no, I have 10 kids and I still want my basketball player. And we're sitting there saying, that's not going to happen because it's not reality. But does that change the fact that she's still going to believe that she can have a basketball player with having 10 children and being overweight and not having time? It's still going to be her reality, even though it's not a reality. You see what I'm
Mm,
saying? And at the end of the day, the men that followed Kevin Samuels, they liked what he said, but they were not in the tax bracket that he was talking about. They was
right.
going about it the wrong way. He
True.
wasn't trying to teach men what to do. He wasn't trying to teach women what to do. He was trying to make people understand that in reality, this is how reality works. But they were
Right.
looking at him like, save me, Kevin Samuels. I haven't found a woman. I am working at whatever job, and I want her to respect me, even though I don't know how to lead shit. I don't know how to lead a fry cook to a fry. You see what I'm saying? People relate it just like you relate to Kevin Samuels, just like I understand what Kevin Samuels said, just like a great deal of people understood. We're also not living our lives as if we're Kevin Samuels.
Right.
We took what he said and we wrote it
Take out the meat
down
and spit
or
out the
did what we
bone.
needed to, and we said, I agree with you, not I'm looking for you to save me.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't have no problem with saying that though. I don't know, I don't know. I would say me, right? I know when I need help sometimes. I know I don't know everything. And I did say I learned a lot from him. I would say maybe he saved me from different things or whatever. I say that. I mean, I'm not too, I'm a little, I would say that I'm a little, I can't say humble. What is the word? I'm willing to put my ego to the side. I don't feel less than because of that. I know it's people that know more than me. I know, and I know some people, and I don't know. Like I said, I don't know everything. So, I can admit if somebody might have taught me, I know every now and then I'm like, oh, that's the Godfather or something like that. But it's some people we look up to better than sitting there being a Beyonce fan and all that stuff, and she ain't teaching you nothing. But I'm just saying, just stuff
That's
like that, though.
true.
I just like some stuff
I
is just like you
mean,
gotta
but I
admit that
feel
some
like,
people can be
yeah, but
your mentor sometimes. Some people, huh?
that's just being an adult. That's just being a human being. We all have people that we look up to, and they made for various different reasons. Whether it's this person saved me, and got me to think of and look at life this way,
Yeah,
or whatever else. Everybody has that person or those
yeah,
people. You
Right.
know, and it doesn't mean that one people is better than the other. You know what I mean?
no,
It
yeah,
really just depends on the person who's receiving the message and what's going on, right? So, like for example, when y'all bring up Kevin Samuels, yeah, I literally looked him up. I probably watched a few things and was like, okay, I can get why he gained popularity. It's not something I would personally listen to. I wouldn't need those messages. They don't apply to me. But with that being said, that doesn't mean that I didn't look up to other people, right? That gave me the values that inspired me to move to be the person that I am today, or move the way that I did, or the way that I do. You know, even to this day. So that's just part of being anything. Being an adult, being wise, and just being mature is that you're not going to know everything,
Right.
right? But we can learn from everybody, and that's perfectly fine. But that's also where this is where you have to decide, okay, are you an open-minded person? Are you more closed-minded? Are you know what I mean? So on and so forth, and understanding that there's a different spectrum for every person. Emotional intelligence is literally understanding that not everybody is going to see the world the way you do. That is literally what emotional intelligence is, right? So, for example, I know that the way you see the world, Kev, you and I may have similarities. We don't see it the same. Me and Jane ain't gonna see it the same. Me and Amir are not gonna see it the same. Me and Venetia are not gonna see it the same. We're all gonna see it very different, and that's part of that maturity. You know what I mean? But now, what do we do with that? Okay, so now that I know that we all look at things differently, do I sit there and do I hold you to an impossible standard and say you have to live your life to my standard and you have to live your life this way because this is what's working for me? I can't tell you that that's going to work for you
But aren't
because
people
it may
doing
not.
that though, AJ? Like, the
That's
reason why I
exactly what
brought
people
that up
do.
is because of when he said Fresh and Fit, right? And there were
Mm-hmm.
men that was watching Fresh and Fit that ain't never had no coochie. Here they are telling
Don't
their
get me started.
sons what Fresh and Fit said, and they ain't had no date all their lives. So how you know what that man said or those panel of men said was true enough that you want to teach your sons this? Now you got him in school calling the girls in school hoe. You see what I'm saying? Like the
Exactly.
savior complex. And I
Well,
wasn't saying that like we can't have people that we
no.
enjoy and that we follow content because I love Les Brown. I will listen to Les Brown every single morning, but I'm not going to have my children programmed into Les Brown. That's just
No.
for me and it
But
fits
I
my
think
life.
but I think that's where we need to move away from. Not, and again, the people who are trying to say other people, that those people are going to connect to the people who are trying to move in that way anyway, right? Because that's what's going to resonate with those people. However, all I'm saying is that this is now where we also have to start pushing. Okay, if you're going to live a selfish lifestyle, how are you going to be selfless but not know yourself? These are the same people who, well, I want to do whatever I want. It's my body, my choice. I can do this, that, and the third. I can date whoever I want. They can do all these things, but when they get their heart broken and people go, well, you should have chose better, they get upset. Well, are you upset because I told you need to choose better? Or are you upset because you don't even know yourself, so you don't even know what to choose? You're going after something that you thought everybody else was telling you to. See what I'm saying?
I
That's
And I
I
got a
look at
question.
it
I got a
because
question, though, Kev. I got a question. And I'm going to lose it because I'm old.
what you got?
I'm done with her.
Do you think that because y'all was talking about this earlier concerning like responding and stuff like that and like being for the public and things of that nature, do you think that the world is now in like too sensitive? Because it's driving me crazy that I
Yeah,
can't be honest with adults anymore. I have to censor myself.
yeah,
Well, yes, because this is what happens when the world's out of balance. When the world is so out of balance to the point that you can't even be honest without hurting somebody's feelings, or you don't know how to take criticism, that's a huge problem, and that's the mix. It's people, one, don't know how to talk, like they don't know how to speak, they have no soft skills. So that's one portion of it, and the other portion of it is that people can't handle criticism because their ego's in the way. because they now live in a world that tells them, well, anybody who doesn't agree with you or doesn't tell you this is, they just don't understand you, and they're hurting you, and they're terrible people, and they're narcissistic, and there's nothing wrong with you, and everything's everyone else's fault. And this is a direct result to all of that, essentially. It's people don't know, people no longer have coping skills, and people also don't know, people aren't humble. It's all ego now. It's all ego and pride that is run rampant. And the thing is that there's nothing wrong with having ego and pride as long as they're put in the correct places. That's the whole thing. But I don't know. What do I know? I just live here.
Can I say something?
What you got?
Oh man, you know me, bro. Let's drop a little something. I love listening to my younger generation talking about 35 and you gonna forget your question. Shit, I done forgot 4-5 questions in that little short time since you said that. But I wanted to say something about what you and AJ was talking about. So give me 1 second. Oh, there it is. So it's interesting because I remember I had a friend who used to say, man, when you stand up for truth, be ready for the majority of people to, be mad at you and not want to roll with you, you know what I'm saying? Because that's the agendas that are being pushed in society against the truth, right? But he also said that, just remember that truth has power. So that's the part that we can't forget when we get scared or afraid to challenge bull in the community. We got to remember to stand on faith and truth and know and trust and believe that it's going to show and prove. But what I was going to say, that when the brother told me that, I was young and like teenage young, and I really didn't get it, you know what I'm saying? But then something he said that made me really get it. He was like, think about it like this, man. He's like, think about the Bible. And he's like, think about all the stories in the Bible, all the calamities that happened. He's like, think about what was going on in them situations right before the calamity. You know what I'm saying? So it's funny how the writing is always on the wall. It's when we get out of alignment, we got to almost get ready to and expect, something, something to come along that's going to, change some lives, I'll just say. So what he ultimately said and left me with that I really trip off to this day was he's like, man, and in all those situations where people were doing the bullshit right before the calamity, you had someone that stood up in the face of all of that and said, yo, y'all foul, y'all doing wrong, and y'all need to get right with the creator again, get back in realignment. And he said to me, this is the part that stuck out the most. He's like, all them leaders got rocks and slurs and arrows and shit thrown at them. You know what I'm saying? He's like, think about it. They stoned Jesus Christ. Now we know this brother Jesus, you know what I'm saying? We know Yahweh. We know him to be such a powerful person. And if he stood right here, we know most of us would be like, oh man, can we just touch your garment? But when we look at the history of man in retrospect, and we see that they threw rocks at this man. They threw rocks at him, yo. Just think about it. So just think of what we got to face, y'all. They're going to hate the messenger. Already know it and expect it. They're going to hate the messenger. It's just that we got to be able to disassociate ourselves with the truth and the untruths of the matter. It's when we get emotionally attached, it's when we get caught up. We got to have that discernment and serenity and say, okay, this has been prophesized. These cats is finna get it because karma is real. So you just want to be on the right side. You feel me? Even though your flesh is saying, yo, go with the crowd. You know what I'm saying? It's the end thing right now. Somewhere in your heart, that's your conscience, that's your creator saying, hey, man, that shit ain't right, bro. So truth is truth. It has power. And remember what they do to our leaders, those that stand up in the face of adversity and try to tell the truth when the masses is on that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Think about the Greeks and all them, you know what I'm saying? What was that, Sodom and Gomorrah? Think about all that shit. People was doing the wildest shit. So ain't nothing new under the sun. People talking about new truths and, big back summer is popular now and all this. Come on, y'all. This ain't really nothing new. It's just a different toilet paper they're using for the same shit.
Exactly.
You said that so well.
I don't understand how love language changes by selflessness.
Thank you.
I'll
I'm old.
explain
I
it.
had a lot of practice. Talk about you 35 year old. You better cut it out. I didn't know that you served though. I swear I didn't know that you served,
Yes,
girl.
I served.
I have to give you mad condolence. I mean, mad respect because I always give people respect for jobs that I wouldn't even consider, and I would never consider going to the service. So, thank you for your service.
Thank you. My kids will never go, hopefully. They
That's right.
As soon as I'm about to explain it, it's crazy. This thing gonna think time me out. So the love language thing, right? I talk about this so dang on much. Man, I think that's kind of hurting a lot of us and to give up. And I look at that John the same thing as that horoscope stuff, okay. But I do understand it though. What's the deal? Main thing in the building. So with the love language, let's talk about that. The reason why, and you just made me think about that now. As I said, the more selfish you become, the your love language is that kind of change. Um, so with the love language, right? That I'm doing here. Oh no, you good? It's all right. So with the love language, I always tell people like, oh. And I understand there's many ways of how people show love, and usually it comes from or people being receptive of love. So they might have seen love a certain way when they grew up from their parents or something like that, and that's where they end up getting tied into what love is. So that's why they took it in this way. Well, they usually feel love if it was a hug or something like that. So they used to probably get a lot of hugs, and that was considered love. So that was physical touch come in at. Some of them is mama had to always tell them how cute they was and how whatever. That's words of affirmation come in after that. Most of the time, I don't know. There's a lot of women that's their favorite one. Well, what you say though. That's probably why a lot of them get manipulated too because they don't pay attention to actions. But people can say anything nowadays. But the reason why I say that because I believe and I noticed that when I started seeing love for myself, right? Understanding myself and loving myself, I realized love, um, it's it's a gratitude, right? You don't just, and it's a reason why I say it's more selfish because you like, okay, this the only way, that I could really receive love or that I like or I favorite this one, right? So I don't think, you're not really loving me as much unless it comes from physical touch or if it comes. So those things right there, they got physical touch, gifts, all that. I even know a friend that only, I think the way he give it, right, the way he see love is giving stuff. He gotta give, he might buy you something or whatever, or, buy some food or buy some whatever. So that's the way he look at it. You know what I'm saying? So I can understand that's just, some people really don't realize love is broader than just those couple of things. But I think the selfish part comes in at is right. Say acts of service is right. Now I tell people the thing is if you can't be receptive or can't learn how to love all five of those ways, or you just picky with your love, that's something with self, right? It's something with self because it's something you wanted to stay with because you like, well, I'm more grateful when it comes this way. You know what I'm saying? But you got to realize, I feel like all five of those should alternate. You know what I'm saying? Every now and then might be a gift. Sometimes it's a physical touch. Sometimes it's, words of affirmation, all that other stuff. But, bigger than anything, it should be more of an action, right? Because love, I believe, is way more than just five, anyways. Sometimes it can be just the way, people express themselves and stuff. So I look at it that when you're more grateful and love is just love. Love is just love. And love is selfless in general, right? I can actually tell y'all it's the five principles of love, which I just learned this, right? I learned this like maybe a month ago. This dude explained it to me of what love is, right? But they just broke down with the love language thing now. So this is when you know what really. So it's called the seven principles. So the first one is selflessness. First thing, first thing they come up with love. What love is, right? Love is selflessness. Number two will be concern. So when you're concerned about a situation, just like you see a lot of us that's have more the communal mentality more than the selfish mentality. We more of we're concerned about how this world operates. We're concerned about other people. Even just concerned, you can be concerned with self too, though. But it's just concern. So that's number two. Three is understanding. Because some people like, just like I said, we was talking about the communication versus understanding, and which is key and something like that. Some people like to communicate and talk all day, but it's for more of a selfish thing, so they can just vent. They really don't want to understand the scenario or whatever, or understand why this person that whatever. So it's just understanding is number 3. Compassion instead of I don't know that people like to say empathy a lot, but compassion is basically not taking. Compassion and empathy is almost the same thing, except for what I learned is that compassion is not taking on the feeling. So it's just actually understanding the feeling, just like you can understand with empathy, but you're not taking it on. Like, oh, I gotta feel sad with you in order for me to understand. You don't have to do that. You can understand that this person is sad. You see what I'm saying? And be able to explain it and try to talk them through it. So that's compassion is the third part of a fourth part of the principles of love. Forgiveness. A lot of people don't even know that, but we so selfish, but we say we love, but we don't even know how to forgive people. That's a big one. For all these people that say I know how to love and I give love and all this other stuff, we have step and we can't even forgive, right? Because we so selfish. And like I said, when we go back to number 1, love is selflessness. So that's number 5. Number 6 is mercy. So to explain how mercy is basically like, because I know mercy and grace, that we mix that in, but mercy is basically the opposite of grace. Grace is like something that's given to you that you didn't earn. Mercy is basically somebody might have earned something, but you decide not to give it to them. Basically, something like that. Like somebody might you give them mercy because somebody stepped on your shoes or something like that, and you might want to punch them or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? You give them mercy. That's what mercy is. You know what I'm saying? And the last one is 7, patience. And a lot of people don't have that. Patience. And I don't know if I really got to explain it, but it's just basically, sometimes you got to take time with people. You know what I'm saying? Take time with people. Some people might take time to change, but you don't have to be around all the time, though. But so that's all the principles. Yeah, yep, exactly. That rather than only showing love once or 2 ways. Yeah, yep. And them are sex. So like I had to jot this down so I can get this. I got to get it ingrained in my mind. You know what I'm saying? But that's what, like, love is just love. You know what I'm saying? People be, but they just don't understand it though. But people be always saying that this is true love, this is fake love, all this other stuff or whatever. But what I realized with the love is like, it's, I even had a topic about that yesterday. I said, what's the difference between black love? Is black love the best and all this stuff? And there ain't no color behind love. But when I ask these people the question, what I notice is that we tie traumas, and this is competitive too. We always make competition and stuff. Because if you know how to just love, right, and that means nobody don't have to do something for you. That's why I be saying the difference between being genuine and not. Some of us only love because we somebody did something for us, or okay, you did this, basically whatever. Let's tie it to that. Somebody did something for us, now we love them. But real love is like I said, selflessness, which was the first principle of love, right? That was the first one. So you can give it. You don't have to sit there and wait. All right, this person ain't deserving of it. They got to earn it. Just like people, they say, oh, you got to earn my respect and all that stuff. That's the difference. Because if you got to wait for something that it's just not real, that's not even as real. So that's why a lot of relationships and all that stuff be failing anyway. Because they wait on, okay, if you treat me well, now I'm going to treat you well or something like that. Why you just can't treat somebody well? You know what I'm saying? Why you got to wait? Why who got to be the first one? You know what I'm saying? But I think a lot of us is selfish. It's funny because it's kind of tied into the topic. A lot of us just selfish and act like we selfish. But yeah, so that's just time with that love language. That love language thing, I believe, yeah, we gotta if you find yourself only loving one of the 2 ways, or you got a favorite one, and then gotta explain to everybody else how to love you, that's selfish. No matter how you want to put it. Because you gotta, like, the thing we gotta be grateful. We gotta be appreciative of just to see the little effort that somebody is trying to love us. Even if it's a little weak gift, even if it's whatever. It's just it's really the what they say, the effort behind it. You know what I'm saying? So, but a lot of us are so like, okay, if I don't get it this way, it ain't real. But it ain't all about that. You know, you got to realize some people that's how they do it. You know, that's how they do it, and maybe they got to find another way too, and that's where the patience come in. At they gotta eventually find out it is multiple ways, but you don't have to mold somebody into how to love you. You know what I'm saying? And you don't have to be take in love just one way, one or two ways too. Sometimes, so I don't know. That's like I said. The more I start being a little selfless and start and loving myself, I really start being accepting of all five of them. You know what I'm saying? All five of these so-called love languages and stuff. But yeah, it's just in time you'll see what I'm talking about though for sure.
Can I say something, Kev, to you?
Yeah.
I'm glad that you brought this up because I put this on my favorite meal prep dish, and it's glass. I've never looked up the what is it called? The love languages. I've
Yeah.
never looked them up until now, and not one of them did I not participate in when my husband was still alive.
Mhm.
Like, to me, it's asinine to say that you veer, and I agree with you fully. You veer off into just one aspect of what we should be considering the entire relationship to be, like words of affirmation, like encouragement. Like, you're gonna be your partner's cheerleader, you're gonna be your spouse's cheerleader. At some point it may be more because you're paying attention to your spouse, right? You know your spouse. After a while you start understanding who they are and when they need words of affirmation, acts of
Mhm.
service. I mean, you're gonna serve your partner. I mean, you're not going to like, it just, receiving gifts, yeah, that's going to happen. Quality time. Who would have a marriage without quality time? Who would have a marriage and they're not exchanging gifts or acts of service or physical touch? Like, these things, like you said, they intertwine with one another.
Mhm.
And at times certain things may be stronger
Mhm.
than other times. When you grow older, physical touch may not be a thing anymore, or it may slow down. Quality time, if you want to marry someone, you're going to spend quality time. You're going to appreciate that time because you love who you marry. So I just
Mhm.
don't understand. I never participated and said that one was more of a strength than others, outside of the fact that if I had to give my husband encouragement a little bit more because I'm seeing that he's slacking in certain areas where I know he was supposed to be 1000% on top of it, then I'm going to give him words of affirmation. Sometimes you need to hear them versus you saying them in the mirror, because sometimes we lose our strength in those things. So I don't understand why people, you know.
Because, like I said, that's what they do. A lot of people just selfish. They like, I want it this way, and if it ain't that way, and that's why they can't keep a relationship. You know what I'm saying? Because they like, but then, like I said, I have a little grace because some people that's all they knew from when they was younger. You know, if this the only way you knew how to love, I could feel it. It's like I got the compassion towards them too. You know what I'm saying? But reason why I speak on these things is I need people to be aware of we can we can figure it out. We just chose this because we made a habit out of this, right? But I believe all of us is built off habits. You know what I'm saying? But I think we box ourselves in just like the horoscopes and all this other stuff. Well, I can't be past what my horoscope told me, so this is who I am. But no, you could be more than that. I think a lot of us just limit ourselves for the most part. We limit ourselves. We be like, okay, I can't be no more than this stubborn bull that this horoscope told me I can be. You know what I'm saying? But we do it in so many different ways. I can't love more than just this way that, because it's the only way I see it. But no, it's possible. We just got to make habits out of that. You know what I'm saying? We can be whatever we want to be. Not the new way. Not the 2024 way. Be whatever you're going to be. I'm talking about as in like if you want to become a better person, or you say that I'm weak in this, or I have attitude problems, all this stuff. If we work at it and build a habit out of it, you can do it. All of us, a lot of us be saying this. I want to work on this for 45 years. Oh, I know I did that. I got to work on it. You're not really working on it. You've been saying it way too long to say I've been at work. You're just saying it because it sounds cute to other people, just so you can be like, so you can tell other people to basically put up with you. That's all that is. Because you ain't, if you really want to work on it, you're going to work on it as bad as you be looking for them relationships, right? You try anything to find a relationship, but you're not trying anything to get out that attitude problem, though. That's the thing.
They don't even
You're not
want a
trying,
relationship. They
huh?
just want somewhere that they can shack up.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
They don't
But
even
yeah, it's a
want
lot
a
to that, man.
relationship because relationships take work, and if they ain't even willing to do the work on themselves, how they gonna show up able to do the work for another person? Like, that don't
Exactly.
work. You won't even do the work on you. And that's why I'm glad you said we don't have to, like, you cleaned up what you said, like when people showing their acts of kindness and stuff, but you came back and said, look, we ain't gotta accept everything either, because like you gonna bring me this damaged person and say love me. I have a choice to enter into a contract with this devil. I don't have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And his wisdom is saying, no, baby, look, I don't mean no harm, sir, but you're not healed and we're not compatible, or however you choose to let this person down. And then they hate you and get all angry. Like me, I was with, I was with the same man for 20 years and I loved him. And I don't compare the new man to that man, but in a way it's like I don't have to settle either, because I know this man exists that can love me properly. So why would I dumb myself down knowing what's out there just so you could be happy? And I'm gonna be miserable.
That's right. That's right. Hey,
I'm
y'all
gonna
just
be
do what she just
miserable.
did right there. I heard that. If y'all keep sending them hearts too, that's up there near my name. That could push me on that the popular list. You know what I'm saying? Somebody had put me up on game on it. I'm like, dang, I never did. I ain't never knew that. My boy Black Jesus in the building, man. What's up, brother? What up, though?
What's
I
up,
was gonna
baby?
do a little
How's it
commercial
going?
break.
What
How
up,
you
though?
doing, Black Jesus? I was gonna do a little commercial.
How you doing, that girl?
Okay, let me do a little commercial. So you
Hello,
guys,
Marshall.
I want you guys to tap that screen. Make sure you join the mother effing team. Make sure you share the live and go to the front of Kev's page. Make sure you are subscribing to the YouTube channel just in case you missed something or you want to see something of the past, because he has really great lives. Okay, you guys, it's absolutely free. And if you're commenting, make sure you're being respectful. Thank you.
All right. All right. Jesus, what you got for us, my brother?
That tone was life. I just wanted to say that tone was life.
Thank you, my good sis.
What you be having to do is bring out the lotion and stuff.
Yeah, I noticed she put them soft hands on me. That's right.
I felt like I got a massage and everything.
Right.
That
Yeah.
was life.
Yeah.
Uh,
But yeah, I was hearing the conversation you were having about love, and
mhm.
I personally, I think the root of love is acceptance, and what I mean by that is, nobody is perfect. I mean, I try really hard to be a good person, and I look at how far off the mark I am and I stay. And so, obviously love is not based on somebody being perfect. Now, at the same time, I think that you got to be able to have healthy relationships. I mean, people love each other that don't have healthy relationships, but I think it twists the love. It twists it up. It can make it dark and ugly and toxic where you're harming a person that you care a lot about and you want in your life. Now, for me, you know, I recognize that insulting people is so I just in relationships I do not call you out your name. I'm not ever gonna call you out your name. It's just never gonna happen. I'm not ever gonna put my hands on you either. You know, it's just not ever gonna happen. I'm I try not to be passive aggressive or, say little ugly shit. I feel like if you got a problem, then you have to find the right words. Be patient with yourself and find the right words. And it's an act of kindness to find the right words and tell somebody the truth. People always like, "Oh, I hit you with the truth," and it's the boom, boom, boom. But when you care about somebody, then the way that care manifests is you being patient enough with yourself to find the right words so you can say what needs to be said so you guys can work on it or get to the other side of it. Now, I think relationships, they thrive primarily off of two things. This stuff is like the oxygen and water of a relationship. You don't do this, you can't breathe. You don't do this, the relationship dehydrates. So one of those things is you have to be able to admit fault and ask for forgiveness. If you cannot admit when you are wrong, if somebody needs to wring that out of you for you to admit that you are not right, or that you did something that was harmful, or that you hurt their feelings, or that if someone has to convince you that you hurt them, if somebody you care about can't just tell you, they got to beat you in an argument for you to apologize. Man, that's a shitty relationship to be in. So I think you need to be able to admit when you're wrong and ask for forgiveness. And I think that you need to be able to forgive. The moment you can't forgive, then the relationship dies. It chokes to death. Forgiveness is the oxygen that relationships breathe. And being able to admit fault is the water. So the moment that one person stops either of those things, the relationship chokes to death. The moment that you just refuse to feel bad about the way that you might mistreat or make mistakes, or the moment that you just can't be bothered to apologize, the relationship it's over. So in my romantic relationships, guys get online and they talk about leadership. And what I found is when I talk to guys about leadership, I try to do mentoring and coaching around this concept. Most dudes think it's getting to tell a woman what to do. And it's almost, obviously the primary dimension of leadership is to lead by example, but in a relationship is to lead in communication. And believe it or not, the way you lead in communication is by listening. It's by asking a question and then being quiet, getting an answer. And so I tell guys you break up communication in 3 parts. One is, listening. It's being able to hear a story where you're the villain, where the person is going to make up your intentions, motivations, inclinations, your feelings, your thoughts, because they don't know what's going on inside your head. So when they tell their story, they're going to make that stuff up. And if they're in a state of conflict with you, most of it ain't going to be positive, may or may not be true. Most of the time it's not. Most of the time it's in line with whatever their deepest insecurities are, and they project that onto your emotions and feelings and all of that stuff, but you need to be able to listen without interrupting. Being able to listen to somebody that you disagree with without interrupting them is high level emotional control. It's high level communication. To be able to hear somebody, to take it a step further, to be able to listen to somebody who is talking about you, where they're telling a story where you're the bad guy in the story, and for you to just be quiet and listen. Oh. And then after you listen, the second thing is, how people always say, oh, well, you listen to respond. What does that mean? That means that I moved on from what you said to what I was waiting to say without demonstrating any understanding over what you just told me. I just jumped right from whatever you had to say to my own points, because I don't really give a damn what you said. I was just waiting so I could respond. And so the way you do that, you stop that, is you break it up. And you break it up by demonstrating understanding. So you tell me something, and then I give it back to you. And I make sure before I go to my points that you agree that I have it right. Okay, so here's what I heard you say. And feel free to correct me. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Do I have it? Now that you heard it back, do you want to add anything to it? Is there anything you want to clarify or change? Do I have it right? Are you sure? Do you want to add anything to it? I'll sit up there and do that. And then the third part is conveyance. And that's where you actually share your own ideas. I'm going to tell you, leading is leading in communication. One of the things I make sure is the case in any relationship I'm in, is that you don't have to fight to be heard. I'm not going to tolerate disrespect. You're not going to raise your voice at me. You're not going to sit up and cut me off. You're not going to do any of that. But it's going to be easy for you not to, because you ain't going to have to fight to be heard. You're not going to have to struggle to be understood. So, I see a lot of guys, they think leadership is being able to tell a woman what to do. And instead, it's more like leading and communication, helping you guys to get to the problem. And to do that, you can't dominate. You have to listen. So I think love and relationships manifest in kindness and patience and forgiveness and the humility to admit fault. I think that's what healthy love looks like in a relationship. That's it. That's all.
Now, I have pushback. I have pushback, Kev. Because not you up here, basically, Black Jesus, telling people to be at peace with one another. To actually enjoy peace. Because that is peace. That is disagreeing at times and still having healthy dialogue. That is active listening. Not you telling people to actively listen in 2024. Because that's what that sounds like.
Well, I think that's what leadership looks like. So men, they want to lead, but I don't think most men know what that looks like because they never watch healthy leadership in their home from a man. They don't know that the man is supposed to be stoic and calm and peaceful, and that he's supposed to guide the conversation. If you emotionally volatile and you all over the place, then what you think your woman is going to do? So when I talk to men about leadership, it's lead by example, meaning do what you want your wife to do. Show her what you want to see. When I turned to God, my ex-wife went back to church. We weren't even together. All my kids, my 3 kids, they went right to God. Once I went to God, they was waiting on me. You know what I mean? And so as a man, one of the things that you learn is that you can't do as I say and not as I do. It don't work. It does not work. You have to lead by example. You have to do what you want them to do. And they'll all help you. But you got to do it first.
Right. And Kev, can I say something to the ladies since he was speaking to the men?
Let's get it.
Ladies, shh. Just be quiet. Just understand that doing this, being quiet, a lot of the times solves a lot of problems. My husband taught me a lot of things, primarily all things that I needed to learn about myself. And then I had a great stepmother, and she's still with us, that taught me a great deal of things, complaining about things that are minuscule and minute, not understanding active listening, and not wanting to just respond just to respond, or listening to respond, because we primarily do that because we want to be heard. When your husband trusts you fully, trust me, all things concerning the household, how it should be ran, he will trust you to do all those things, and he will find comfort in going to work, coming home. There's peace, there's happiness, there's the bathtub, run him some water, put some soap in there, his favorite soap. Stop buying them ties and drawers for Father's Day too. Please stop doing that. But if we learn how to be respectful in the communication that we have, being able to actively listen, being able to understand that, yeah, it's not all about us. You see what I'm saying? Even though the world makes it a way where it's all about us, it's not all about us. check up on your husband too. But trust me, if you just be feminine and be happy about being feminine. This is the best. You should enjoy it. Not having to do grunt work, not having to take out trash, not having to do a lot of things that makes a man feel like a man, and just sitting back and sometimes not saying shit. If he wants to fuss, don't hush. It will figure itself the fuck out. Eventually, whatever the problem is, it's going to figure itself out. If communication is not key and you're not communicating well and it's just going to be a back and forth, just you be the main one to just be quiet and be calm and enjoy being feminine. It's a beautiful world.
All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Y'all, it's three more boxes that's open. Y'all want to pop up in? Let's get this party started. Amir, you been on Teacup. Make sure you don't get timed out, my brother. Um, 9 times he will end up coming to you and apologizing. Yeah, it depends, right? Depends. Uh, depends. If it's only one-sided apologies, that's a lot to say right there. That means something right there. Um, that's just it's angry. He will remain angry, most definitely. Wish people did know that, but we live in a world that I think a lot. I don't know. I'm gonna be real. I don't want to shake the room at the same time, but I noticed that. I don't know. From my interpretation, or no, from my not how to say interpretation, from my observation, I think women do think they feelings care more is more important than everybody else. Like this my perspective though. I noticed that though, and I think because the world kind of help assist that too. You know what I'm saying? So I think I made a couple posts about that too. Like it's always about trying to understand women, but it ain't the opposite way though. I just did a topic on that 2 days ago too. But it's like, dang, what the heck? But yeah, but I think even with that, right, the reason why the shutting up thing is because they teach more of being expressive more than anything. Well, we are more expressive. We need to get it out. We need to be invalid. We got to be validated and all these other things, though. But sometimes you can get validation by, like you said, staying quiet sometimes, and you realize that you might might get that problem that you have. It might be simply listening. Like, okay, I didn't look at it that way. But I'm so busy about expressing how I feel. I'm looking past the whole reason why I feel this way. You know what I'm saying? So I know, but yeah, that's a whole another thing.
I think that guys. So this is something that I think the ladies are gonna push back on, but this is for the fellas. All right, women in general date men, want men, desire men that they respect and they admire.
Mhm.
Now, men don't really look for women that they look up to, where they have admiration. We are different. We have adoration.
Good looks, lovely.
We are different. We look at you and we adore you, like that Prince song. I don't know if y'all know that. That's probably too old school for y'all, but anyways, the point is that men adore women and women admire a man. And so admiration is somebody you look up to, and adore is somebody that you cherish. And
Mm.
so because we women admire the men that they love. You ladies are not gonna like this. We're not, they look up to you. And when you're in your proper position in a relationship as a man, believe it or not, fellas, and I know a lot of you guys, if you didn't grow up with dads in the home that were in their masculine, you didn't see this. But you raise your wife to a degree. You're more responsible for her than she is for you. And It's your job to parent her a little bit. And so, no, Kevin, she's not going to look to understand your emotions the way you're going to look to understand hers. She may, you know, but the wisest woman still wants a wiser man. It's not that every man is above every woman. That's ridiculous, right? I know women that are 10 times smarter than, dudes I've met. It's got nothing to do with that. It's the fact that the woman that's 10 times smarter than that dude I'm talking about wants a man that's 2 times smarter than her. So no matter what in the relationship, the woman is always going to be in a secondary position to the man because she doesn't want a man that she outworks or she can't count on for decision making. She doesn't want a man she can't look up to. So when we have these conversations, we have them as people who aren't dating each other. And then you may listen to me and be like, man, Black basically always think he always blah, 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 blah. I know a whole bunch of people smarter than him. I'm smarter than him. He don't know what the fuck he talking about. Right? But maybe that's because you wouldn't be attracted to me. But the guy you are attracted to, the guy you do want, he's somebody you look up to. And so as men, we're not going to get back that we give because we want different things from each other. We adore them. We cherish them. But they admire us. And that's why when you cheat or when you lie or when you don't show up when you say you're going to show up, it's such a big letdown because they look up to you. And that's why you got to protect that part of, the relationship. Because if you can maintain that, if you can maintain loyalty and honesty and consistency, then the version of the woman you get is the best version she can offer you, I assure you. But you got to do what you say you're going to do. You got to move in integrity. It's those things. So, women are with men that they want to look up to. And so it is your responsibility when you have a wife to raise her a little bit, to be, they don't just call you daddy because it's sexy. It's an energy that you're looking for. And, so we're not going to get treated by them the way that we want them. We're not going to get treated by them the way they want us to treat them.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, if you're in your proper position, then it's not ever going to be that way. That's it.
Well, that was it.
Oh my gosh, Kev.
Well,
Are
since
you
you,
okay?
I guess I wanted to respond so fast that I didn't drink and say so. I don't know. So I feel you on.
Hold your
I feel
arms
you on
up,
that.
Kev. Hold your arms up.
I'm good. I'm
It
good now.
stops you from choking.
I chew. There you go. So you said they'll never I guess I just look at it this way, as in like I feel like to a certain point that to make a relationship work, unless somebody is just getting ran over or something, I don't know, that it got to be a certain time where a woman have to realize that both sides have feelings first, right? I understand, us as men, we might be a little bit more built to take on certain things though, but I think it get to a point where, and that back to that selfish thing, right? Selfish versus selfish. Selfless is always tied back into the topic most of the time too. That I think sometimes or some women just gotta realize that, it ain't about them all the time. Or it's just not about always, I need to feel good. Because it's gonna go back to that happy wife, happy life. And I feel like if you, in a way, men ain't gonna do anything for that girl. But I think it become like an entitlement thing, depending on how they look at it. So it's like, I think you got to be a point in life where she's willing to put some of her feelings to the side to understand a man sometimes. Because I noticed that, like, some of them just be so expressive and stuff that they not, they're not hearing nothing. You know what I'm saying? That they get blocked by their own emotions and make stuff worse than it's supposed to be. But if they just, it's like uh what Jane just said earlier about just simply just, you know, closing your mouth sometimes and realize it ain't always about your feelings all the time. You know, you could learn a lot or whatever. But and I do feel you that they probably it might not be always to the same level because women are more of emotional beings, but I think their power is they'll be more powerful if they can control it, just like men, right? Their power will be if they can really discipline, you know, like the sexual urges and stuff. Because like I think I kind of learned that from you. You said like our sexual urges just like them tearing up or something like that, you know. So I
Like,
learned that, and I think I remember that from a while ago. I think you said something like that. I heard that in either one of my lives or something. You might have said that
yeah,
in, and I heard it,
there's
and
a
I never
polarity.
forgot it when you said, "Huh."
Yeah, there's a polarity between the male libido and female emotionality. And in the
Yeah.
same way that the best version of a man is on the other side of him gaining a relationship of control with his libido,
Right.
that's the best version of a man. Like the
Right.
weakest dude in the world is a man who is in submission to his penis.
Right. Right.
And that manifests as dudes who chase around different women, you know, and can't be with one woman or can't be by himself and focus on his goals without constantly having this thing in his hand or looking for some woman to deal with. You ladies know these guys when y'all talk to them. Most of you find these men absolutely disgusting. You have
Or
some guys
user.
trying to talk to you about sex in the first conversation, you know. But in any event, when men don't have that libido restrained, they don't have a relationship of control with their libido and understanding, and they've made peace with it, then that's the highest version of the man. And in the same way with the woman, it's not that her emotionality goes away. The evolved feminine is not a man. It's not a woman who don't have emotions or who don't have feelings. The best version of a woman is not a man, a person who deals with emotion the way a man do. A woman is different. So like a woman can, so I'll give you an example. My little brother, his wife is amazing, right? He had taken his family on a trip to Dominican Republic, and it was during the COVID thing, and then they got to the airport and I'm the one that dropped them off. And then they discovered that they couldn't leave. They didn't have all their documents right. So my little brother's got his wife, and now he's got 4 little girls. At the time, he had 3, and his wife was pregnant. And so now I come back to pick them up from the airport because they can't leave, and the wife is crying. The 3 daughters are crying, and she's pregnant, and they all sitting in the back seat with their head on each other's shoulder, crying. And the mom sat up there and she just cried. They just wept. They didn't yell and scream or wail. They just cried. They were sad. And then the mom pulled out her phone and she fixed everything and they left the next day. So the evolved feminine is not you're not emotional. It's not you don't cry. It's not you don't get upset. It's none of that. It's that you don't make decisions out of that mindset. You allow yourself to emote and express it. And you're safe with a man that's going to let you express it and not hold it against you or diminish you or think you're incapable or incompetent or whatever. And then after you get to the other side of your emotion, then you engage your logical, powerful mind and you spin planets. And so the man, his evolved masculine is a relationship of restraint with the libido, the aggression, the ego. And the woman is one where she can wade through the water of her own emotion, through the tumultuous river to the peaceful lake, and then make her decisions there. You know what I'm saying? So when I deal with women, that's what I look for. I look at what type of relationship do you have with your emotions? Can you emote without saying things you regret, doing things you regret? You know what I'm saying? Can you let it out? Can you cry about it? Can you get upset? Can you talk about it without saying stuff that you got to take back and doing things you wish you didn't do. And now you got to act like you meant it and you got to stand on some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? How many times you done seen that, Kev, where you see a woman, she get upset, you know she overreacted. Now she got her brain back and she knows she overreacted, but now she won't admit that she wrong, that what she did was out of pocket. I won't tolerate that. If you don't have the maturity, the communication skills, the coping skills, I'm not gonna tolerate it. You know what I'm saying? So I tell guys like, man, like women are different. I was talking to this guy today. I did a coaching session with him, and he was mad because his girl. He gave a whole bunch of examples, but this was one example. He had ordered some food, and then she ate out of his plate. But he had asked her, like, "Did you want something?" And she was like, "No, no, no. I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry." And then once his food came, she ate out his plate, and he was mad about it. He's like, man, she does this all the time. And it was one of many instances of other things that he was talking about where she just, the way she communicated. I was like, bro, listen. I said, that's your woman, man. I said, she gonna eat out your plate. She gonna sit on your lap.
He didn't realize that?
This was a young guy. He was in his mid-20s. And I was like, bruh, like, that's just the way they are, man. Like, you're their big brother and their father and their lover and their husband all at one time. And so they want to sit on your lap. They want to feel how strong you are with knowing you ain't going to hurt them. They want to eat out your plate the same way you want to, like, she want to reach inside the lion's mouth and pull the beef right out of it to prove that lion's not going to hurt her. So she want to eat out your plate. And that's just how they are. Next time, make a plate big enough for the both of you and quit bitching about it, because that's your woman.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? She wash your nasty ass drawers, man. Let her eat off your plate. Just get enough food for both of y'all. If that's a thing for her where she feels closer to you and she feels protected by you and she needs to be able to reach inside the lion's mouth and pat his tongue, then let her do that, because you're her strength. Let her feel that, you know? And he's like, that makes sense. He's like, I'm tripping. You know?
Because, you know, she ain't trying to hurt you either. So, therefore, I mean, shit, if that what she do, you should know that. You ain't used to it now.
Yeah, like I said, man, he's in his 20s. Yeah. You know, he's a young boy in his 20s, you know. He's like, she should just do this. I was like, man, she should do a lot of things. But she a woman, bro.
It's still common sense.
I think to a certain extent, though,
we learn certain things we shouldn't do or we should do. So that don't excuse the behavior. Yeah, he trying to set it out there.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I think, and it depends, right? And I could feel all that though, but no, is it a point in time where you gotta kind of put your foot down sometimes, like where, because sometimes some people just take advantage, right? Okay, I can get away with this. I can keep on playing this little cute role and say I'm doing this and say something. So I don't know. It's just like it's like I can feel it. I can feel it on both ends, but it's just like, I feel like it got to be a time where you got to be like, all right, man, you ain't no baby, man. You got to speak up sometime, man. I'm not about to keep on babying you, even though it ain't that serious, though. But I'm just saying, like, I think it's a way you probably can do it to let her know, like, all right, man, you said you didn't want to, you know what I'm saying? Now you want to keep doing that, and then you're going to keep thinking you're going to get away with that every time you do that, you know? Because you feel like you're getting away doing it. But I don't know. I just be thinking about little stuff like that. Like, man, dang, when is the time you get took advantage of, or when is the time you kind of put your foot down on certain situation? And the time that, you know, because some stuff ain't as petty. You know, I get it. Some stuff ain't as serious, but some stuff can go from being little and then become more serious later down the line if you don't put your foot down.
But it's on you, though, brother. When the last time you put your foot down and let him know? It's on you. Most of men, we probably don't follow our woman, but we'll hear what another man's saying. So if you
Yeah,
ain't told me nothing, then shit, I think I'm doing good. Regardless
yeah.
how I treat her, I
Shit.
think I'm doing good. You ain't told me shit.
Right.
That's sometimes. That's
Yeah, I
sometimes.
feel it. She said, but it won't. Hold up. It won't change. It won't. But it won't change. So you said, but it won't change. You are going to get mad for something. So the thing is, what I mean about that though, because like I said, I think some of that stuff it can be small at one point, but it becomes where they start taking advantage. And that's how the simps come around. You got panders and all that stuff because they just start doing everything and they don't have no backbone to a certain extent. So they let you, like I said, it can start off little, right? A lot of stuff can just start off little, and if it don't get put into check, they will eventually run you over. You know what I mean? That's just how it is because they get away with these small things and nobody say anything, and then and if that don't change, then they gonna move on to the next thing. Like, okay, I can get away with that. So let's try this now. You know what I'm saying? Because it's obvious I'm not, he's don't care about me being see solid. I'm trying to think of the word, like solid with my word, basically. I don't know. But basically, I don't know. Like I said, some stuff I realize it just it start off small and it gets big. We could say some things it's like, well, it ain't that serious or something like that, but sometimes it don't start off serious at first until later down the line.
I say
But
something,
we
Kid?
Because
go
some people feel
reverse
entitled. They got
that
that entitled
too,
thing. Well, that's
because
that's what we do.
if
This is
I
what we do. That's
if
just a man and that's just a woman. I don't live with that. That's just women. That's just man. I just can't do it, man. Because I can be like, that's just man, and we can be sleeping with anything. You know what I'm saying? Well, that's what men do. You know what I'm saying? They ain't got to look at the fat booty and look at all that stuff or whatever. I just don't do the justifications for that situation like that. Oh, that's just women. She need to have her attitude, and every time she get on a period, you got to deal with it. I mean, no, I think to a certain extent, some of these things we got to control or also, set boundaries on too. You know what I'm saying? To make it better,
yeah,
because it's
yeah,
like,
and I don't believe that all the way. What I'm saying is, brother, if your old lady did something, pissed y'all whatever way, um, and I tell you, I'm like, hey, bro, yeah, I think she gonna get mad off that. If you listen, you listen. If you don't, you don't. So you can't put that back on everybody else. So if I already told you your old lady asshole, you already know that what that is. If
I feel
your
you, bro.
old lady is a sweet girl, and I tell you, oh nah, she just mad right now, but she a sweet girl, dog. She cool. Don't worry about that. She cool. She ain't about all that. Then that's you to listen to it or not. Because I can only say so much words to you until you either get offended or you cool with it. Most of us, we get offended. I can't tell you about your old lady, somebody that you've been sleeping with for the past 6 years. But soon I say something about it, it's a problem.
Right. I feel you, brother. I feel you. Let me get this. I'm gonna do this mob break real quick before we get it going though, and then eventually we're gonna get to the topic too. But I feel like a lot of stuff is necessary to talk about right now. Matter of fact, I'm gonna give you a break, Jane. Actually, I'm gonna put my the other mod to
Not on
work.
duty. Not on duty. Because I know
No,
we're
no, I don't
joining
care.
because
I don't
I'm
care about all
upset.
that.
Not on duty.
I don't care about all that.
I already know. Look, now I got grease all over my phone trying to hurry up and
Oh yeah,
unmute.
yeah. Let me not do that. No, I don't
Uh,
want to be blamed.
all right, guys. Let me mute
I
this
would
TV
say
real quick.
not
My baby
on
watching TV.
duty.
I'm over
That's
here
right.
braiding hair. Uh, hey everybody. Good evening. Good morning. Wherever you guys are at. It's 11:08 on my side. Really appreciate you all being here.
we ask for a few things while you guys are on this ride. We ask for you to tap on Kev's screen, get those likes up, because for some odd reason, TikTok is considering no likes as being an inactive live. So can we tap on the screen? It does nothing for him besides keep him live and also keep him on that For You page. So don't be a hater. Tap that screen while you guys are sitting in here. Also, Kev is looking for 750 of those lightning bolts. You guys can send that over. Everybody on TikTok makes six figures. We know that. You guys can send those things over. It's only one little cent. We will really appreciate that. Also, Kev has a YouTube as well. If you guys can go to his page and subscribe, we would really appreciate that. Whether you agree or disagree, it is free. So go on over there and subscribe to his channel. Also, we ask that you hold your hand down on Kev's box. Don't report the live, but send it off to all your friends. Don't be a gatekeeper. Send this live off to everybody else. We'll really appreciate that. We only ask for two things, or we will send you up out of here. That is to be respectful on the panel and in the comments. Other than that, we have a few mods up in here. We have a few mods up in here that will easily send you up out of here about your way. Or you can hit that wonderful X button at the top or swipe the screen, whichever one you prefer. But please don't get ejected off this ride. All right, everybody enjoy the show. Please don't let me have to come off mute to do another live. I'm another mod break. You guys can keep on tapping. Thank you and enjoy the show. That's what you wanted. After I've been
Can
on
Yeah,
you
mute
let's
tell
for a
go,
me
let's
minute.
go.
about my? Can you tell me
So,
about my weather? How the weather gonna look over here?
oh wow, yeah, that
Well,
costs money
today
though.
is
Ain't nobody
Houston is
using
going
my
to be
mods for free. You know what
forecasting a
I'm
little
saying? We
bit
ain't
of
doing that.
rain. So
Costs
please
money.
make sure
You
you
know,
take your rain jacket
That's funny.
and your umbrella.
that'll
No,
be
he being
99.99,
he for
9.99.99. Say that.
honesty, he
Anyway, I'm
being
just
But
joking.
yourself.
real
I'm
quick though,
just joking.
I want to add this on there too, real quick, right? And this for the mods too. I learned so even with the breaks, right? We could do I learned that them hearts too, it mean a lot. So for the people, if y'all not part of the it's only cost 1 penny, right? I heard this like help put me on the popular page, the popular live page and stuff. So it's a little heart right next to my name that say, well, mine says 233. So I got 233 people that joined the team. So to join the team is just 1 penny. So y'all can just click on that, do the heart or whatever. They got little missions on there that you can do, but I heard that if you click on that or whatever, it'll help push my page to like the popular team. So I could tell if y'all joined the team because like when near y'all name, right, just like Big Sheeta just did. There you go. Good looks. So when that come up, y'all usually have a little symbol on the side of y'all name. It'll say level 1, level 2, or something like that, or whatever. But yeah, that's what that is, though. But yeah. And I think she
Okay,
already said
I'll
share,
add
and
that in
then
there.
what we going up to? We can do 25. There's 28 people in here. We could do 25. What the heck happened to everybody? It's scary. We could do 25K, and y'all could take a break after that. You know. But, all right, we good. Nah, I think we good at that. But yeah, there you go. See the little heart there. Do that. If y'all
All
know how to
right, so
do
I
that, that's how
did.
y'all join the team. 1 penny, you know. The bigger the team, the more I can be on that page. Yeah, feel me? Hold up.
I did want to add
Got
something,
my
even though
cousin in the
Brother
building
Kev.
popping in. That's my other cousin, y'all. You know, y'all you see
Ooh.
De Niro in here. My other cousin Juan in the building. I know James seen him before.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't look at the screen. I had to look at the screen. Okay.
Hey, Kev.
Uh,
Hey, Bunny.
huh?
Man, you're
Oh,
not just
hey.
gonna be coming in here just because you're a mod and got a new baby house in the spot. All right. Now I've been waiting for about an hour to talk. Damn, Kev, why you
Oh,
doing
go
me like
ahead.
that?
I'm so sorry.
Oh, it was
I'm
just
just
it's too
playing.
much going on, man. That
I'm
was
My
just
the thing.
playing. You know I
bad.
wanted to
I
talk to
just
you
got in the
anyway.
house. Y'all ain't gotta
Yeah.
do. I just took my shoes
Bunny,
off. I
Yeah,
didn't
I'm so
your
know.
happy you
baby,
came though,
I
because
your
I
didn't
ain't
know
baby's
you
talked to
didn't
you in a
come
here.
long
first.
time.
Bunny, your baby's here.
Yeah,
Go
Oh, you
ahead.
Kev.
super
Yeah,
old.
yeah.
What the heck?
She said it's
Been a
here.
long time ago.
If it was
What?
still in her body, we'd
Congratulations.
have
I
to
had my
call the
baby on 2
doctor.
months ago now.
You ain't been hearing her make that excuse about the baby all the time. You know what I'm saying? I
It
can't
just
think
said
right because
something
Look,
my
I
about the
had to take
baby.
baby.
a break. I had to learn how to manage life. Okay,
That's right.
I didn't know. I had to relearn how to be a mommy again.
That's right.
I was like, oh no.
Whoa.
Okay.
Would you say I have to put some oil in them joints?
Look,
Whoa there.
this 2 kids. First of all, I'm just gonna say this for everybody that got more than 2 kids. I
Me.
don't know what to tell you, but these 2 kids is ghetto. Okay, having 2 kids is just ghetto.
Who you telling, Bunny? Look, let
I
me tell
got up
you.
this morning and took my toddler to school. I said, one of y'all got to get the hell up out of here. The baby crying, the toddler crying, everybody's screaming around his mug. My toddler putting his shirt on backwards. I said, oh no, somebody got to go. Either it's going to be me or one of y'all. My spouse was like, baby, I'm hungry. I said, I'll go pick you up something to eat. Shoot, I was just trying to get out the house.
I heard that. I heard that. I ain't mad at you. I'm glad you came up. It's good to hear your voice.
I know. Go ahead. I appreciate it. I miss y'all, sort of, kind of. A
That
lot of
Yeah,
y'all
voice
get on my
that makes you
nerves,
keep
but
on having babies.
oh, baby, I ain't
you
having no more
brave.
babies. My two's tied, baby. I'm gonna make sure that this ain't happening no more. I told you 2 kids is just ghetto.
Girl, with that voice, I'll give you a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, a seventh. Keep
I'm
Ooh,
going.
not.
And she
See,
talking
that's
about
the problem. That's why I got
right.
all
And
these
money.
she a
kids now.
bunny.
You
Cause
know I'm
it's
And
about to
look,
ghetto.
teach
and
you
she
now every
get
morning.
and she get her bag though, y'all.
Zabani.
If y'all didn't know, she get her bag. That's an entrepreneur right there. So you
Oh
already
yeah,
know.
I
She
get
probably
to my
got 2 or
money.
3 more coming. Once she get her bag bigger, she gonna want 2 more. Watch.
No, I got my tools signed. I can't even have no more kids
Oh,
no
you
more.
really
I'm
did
Oh
done.
yeah,
to
you
tie your
said
tools.
that.
You
You
ain't
said
playing,
I
huh?
wasn't playing. I was serious before I changed my mind. Ain't nobody.
You
I be just
self say
babysitting.
no.
I ain't. That's why
Bunny.
I had a second one. I ain't selfish. Mind your business.
Self.
Bunny. Don't put that out there. You could still get pregnant, sis, with your tubes tied.
No, baby. See, I didn't get my tubes. So I got part of my tubes removed. I got to cut off, baby. I'm gonna make sure it ain't reversible. Yes, I'm not
Oh
playing. Y'all
my.
think I'm
See,
playing? I was
girl,
like,
I
why
got
y'all
mine
down now?
shortened too.
They
I ain't
deserve
even know
more.
you could do
They
that.
deserve more brothers
Who
and
deserve more? I
sisters.
got 2 boys. My spouse got his 2
They.
sons, and I'm done. He all right.
Oh, okay, never mind. Okay,
He trying to
say
go on
less.
Yeah, y'all got a
vacation.
little
That nigga
squad.
gonna say,
Okay,
well,
okay.
baby,
I'm
since you
about to
can't get
say. I'm about
pregnant
to
no
say. At
more, we
least
finna
had
go on
3 kids.
vacation.
I know.
Don't be
Yeah,
putting
y'all
no
got a little
don't
squad.
be putting no babies on Bunny.
Yeah, baby.
I had
Okay.
3 kids, man. I
Look,
know how it is to
my
only
spouse,
have 2.
his game is terrible. Evidently, we are 2 kids strong on his stuff being terrible. So I was like, we gonna fix this.
Yeah.
He
Look,
said, I'm gonna
look.
be
Yeah,
celibate. First of all, I
I
can't be
thought about
celibate if I
that too,
prayed
because
on it. Okay.
whenever, you know what I'm saying, if I find, because trying to be safe as I can.
Don't rush.
But I think I'm doing no less than 3 though.
Yeah, don't
I
rush.
might do
Three's fine.
5.
Three's cool. I got
Be
3,
safe as you
fam.
can. What, you
3 is
might got a
good.
baby out there.
Hmm?
You might got a baby out there or something.
Oh heck, no. Not like that. Not like that. I'm just saying I want to be able to pick the right girl.
Yeah, not
I'm not
yet.
trying to go through the baby mama drama and all that other stuff. I'm good on that.
You gonna
Well,
be
if I got to
fine.
be real picky to get that, I'm gonna do
You
that.
gonna be fine. Let me say this though, that about the kids real quick, and then we get back to the topic. Like I got 3, right? And I got my eldest is a girl, and I got 2 boys. Now y'all already know I was that crazy kid amongst 6 of us, so you know my karma is real, right? So the first 2 was gems, right? And then we was like, we good, and then here come the third one, right? By chance, I'll say. Do you know he drives me bonkers? This little boy is so OC. You talk about baby's kids, but 3 is good. I came from a big family, as many as you can handle. I like what sis said. As many as you can afford. That's what you should do because we need them, y'all. We need good people in the civilization. But
I
look,
have contributed to society.
yeah,
Okay.
I done
Twice.
my
I
part.
am done.
Yeah, I'm done too. But this is what I
But I
was gonna
don't
say
want no
on the.
girl neither, so she don't give me no attitude and act like me. So I was
Oh,
like, before I press my luck,
please don't
okay.
even get me started on the girl syndromes that I'm going through, y'all. I got a
They say they call you
16-year-old.
Bunny. I'm called Rabbit. You watch your
Look,
rabbit at.
You out
right.
your rabbit mind if you think I'm gonna have another kid, okay? I
That's
was
how
like,
the
a
daughter
boy,
gonna come
ooh,
out.
I'm done.
I
I
got
gave
a
him
I
a
got a
brother, I
daughter.
am
Look,
done.
look, Bunny. I got a daughter. Bunny, you know, I got a daughter that tests me beyond limits. Like this girl tests me more than you know what I'm saying. And look, you know what I'm saying. I didn't got into it with the best. I'd rather fight somebody 6'5", 300. You know what I'm saying, with a mad left hook than to deal with the passive aggressive behavior I have to tolerate with my 16-year-old. But back to
Yeah,
the
see,
topic.
and I ain't got no patience, but we're gonna go ahead and get back on top because I mess around and pin her up against a wall somewhere. I'm
Oh
straight.
wow, y'all don't know it.
Uh,
I'm old school, you know what I'm saying? I ain't got no problem laying hands on a young lady, especially on my young lady, my daughter, because my daddy used to lay hands on my sister, but you know, occasionally, and it wasn't very physical. I spank her little butt every now and then, but she's a good girl. Y'all know she's a classically trained pianist, straight A student, and a very good artist. So I asked for a lot. But anyway, back to the topic. I hate that basically left and that OG left because they was like 2 ends of the spectrum as far as they articulation of the English language, but they both was cutting it up real nice, and I appreciate everybody's
My
input.
man's just throwing me off a little bit. I kind of
Yeah,
like
yo, he
dropped a
had
little.
me. I was over here dying,
It's like
Kev.
he thought I was talking to him or something. I'm like,
I
bro, I'm
was
talking to
on
the
mute.
whole room.
I was
Well,
on mute,
actually, I
crying,
think it's
laughing.
like that. I'm like, all right. I said, okay, you got
You
it.
got it, bro. That's why I
You
got
got
quiet. I just muted up. But I
it.
was gonna say, I love how how different people are able to articulate the plight of our people here in America. But when we look at when we read books, and you hear people so eloquently articulate the plight again of our people, it makes you sit and think. You know what I'm saying? And it makes you wonder, well, what is my part in all this, and how can I change things? And if you're smart, you realize you can't, and your part is very small but powerful. It's like you're not going to change the big picture. We got to think. We got to think in terms of your own cup, right? So fill your cup, and then help fill somebody else's. I think it was brother. I don't want to steal his lines. When I get his name, I'll say it. But he said, when you talk about filling your cup halfway and then have some you got to make sure your cup is full. That way you're ready for battle. When you're trying to fill and pour into someone else's cup just because you feel like your cup is more than halfway, so okay, I'm more than halfway there, so I can help somebody else now. No. As soon as you start taking away and giving to someone else, now your cup is starting to diminish. So I just encourage people to try and get into the mindset of self-improvement first and foremost, and then we branch out from there. See what I'm saying? So it's like we have all these understandings of how people have acted in the past. We have all these metaphorical stories in the Bible and all this. And it's nothing new under the sun. That's what makes me laugh. You know what I'm saying? In my elder years, I laugh because I listen to the younger people say the same stuff that I used to say when I was your age. And I just be laughing like one day, hopefully, if we all live long enough, we'll be able to look back and laugh and realize the error in our ways, the error in our thinking. Less is more, y'all. I'm telling you, try to help yourself and then the person right next to you, whether it be your son, your partner, your confidant, whomever it may be. And then from there, y'all building in, because 1 + 2, now you got, you know what I'm saying? You got numbers, the strength in numbers. So just if we could approach it different as opposed to like something in the comments talking about, individual and do you have a right to complain? I know we're going to get into all that, but I guess it's a prelude. It's hard to be a part of a communal and then a universal world if your cup is lacking. And that's what our problem has been. We've been tricked into thinking this false sense of happiness is going to get us to the ability where we can just pop off at the mouth about anything. Oh, I got a degree. I'm settled. I have this. I got a car now. And I've got a job. And now I can tell other people. And like Kev be saying, some of the stuff that we say, we don't even be experiencing. We just pushing other talking points. So less is more. You know what I'm saying? That's why I like just listening, yo. So I'll get back to listening. You know what I'm saying? And I'll chime in when I can. But, you know what I'm saying? I think part of the solution, because I like to be solution oriented, is we got to get back to less is more. Everybody want their goddamn 15 minutes of fame. They want to get on here and then it turns into an hour. And then they need to land their plane like me right now. You feel me? So I'll be quiet and then, yeah.
Did he walk away from the screen? This is it. Not
Kevin,
him walking away. Every time I
he
come
went
on
to go
this
get some
dang on panel,
food.
I don't like coming to his house.
He went to go get some cereal.
I know. Every time I come and get comfortable, sit on the couch, he just gets up and walk away. Sometimes he like that person you go to his house and then he just goes to his bedroom and go to sleep without telling everybody. And you like, dang, who gonna lock the door?
That used to be me.
That's
Shit.
me.
On your trip.
You better not bother me when
I used to be
I'm
like,
over
where's
that
my
hood.
cousin at?
That's it. I had to do. Everybody already know if you come over my house, you family. So you know where the kitchen at, the bathroom, the bedrooms. I'm not telling you nothing. I'm going to bed.
My cousin be like, I'll be right back. Next we know, it be an hour later. We be like, what? This boy be in his room, sleep, knocked out.
My
I'll be
boyfriend in the living
clowning
room
like
right
that too.
now. He
I'll
better
tell
not
you, I'll be
bother me.
right back and have no intention. Like when I tell you I'll be right back, I know I ain't coming back.
Okay. All right, I gotta go on mute for a second, y'all. The baby crying because I'm braiding his hair.
Why? Cause what the heck just happened? Why you over here?
What up, though?
What what the freak just happened? Why I can't hear myself? Oh, my right earphone blew out. That's crazy. Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Dang, my right ear blew out. That was crazy. I said, "Cuz too loud." That was like, "Boop." What's up, my brother, man? Uh, anything you wanted to speak on that was up here that you heard, or you were ready to start on this topic? You at work?
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You talking about as far as the kids and how many kids?
I know. I just thought it was something that you heard that you wanted to speak on, but otherwise, we can get this topic started if you want.
I just shit. I just been listening. I heard y'all
Oh.
speaking on the kids. You know, I got an only child.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, nope, I don't got shit. I was listening.
Mm-hmm. What
But
What is them
yeah.
actually? How many kids would you like?
Yeah, optimally I would want to get like all my kids like out the way. Not out the way, but have them around the same age
Mm-hmm.
if I were. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? But I don't have no other kids, so that wasn't in the plans. But
Do you plan on having more?
I can't say plan because because I really feel open
Do you
on
plan on
both
getting married
ends.
again? I'm gonna say that then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm really open on both ends. If I find the right woman and
Okay.
wife and we get married and she want to have kids, I'm definitely down. But if I find the
Okay.
right woman and wife, she don't want the kids, I don't mind that either. I'm not like dead set on really either way, honestly. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know. I go back and forth.
Oh, I
But
got you.
yeah,
You
I'm
just
open
said if
though.
it happened, it happened. I feel it though.
Yeah, I'm pretty open.
I'm on the same tip on that too. I think I can.
This nigga froze.
He froze.
Mm-hmm.
TikTok be tripping.
Why he freeze with that face though?
Huh?
I
Right.
said, why it freeze on that face?
Why did it? What did it freeze? I'm mad. What did it freeze? Like I'm mad. They probably called me on some BS. I'm
I said,
mad. I gotta look at it on the replay now. They
bro,
probably did me bold in the mud.
you got like a little smirk
TikTok.
on your face.
It did what?
You had like a little smirk on your
I,
face.
I can just imagine. I want to see that part. I
Look, it
want to
wasn't
see
that
how that
bad.
look.
It
I'm gonna
wasn't
see
that
it on the
bad.
replay.
It wasn't that bad. It just threw us off because it looked
Yeah,
like
it
you was
wasn't
still
that
with
bad.
us.
Yeah, it wasn't that
Like, is he
bad.
there?
It just sounds funny though. I wish TikTok know how to get somebody to. My goodness, they've been doing this for the past couple months though. Just be
Yeah, that's
cutting off.
true.
That's not crazy. Dewey, that's my other cousin coming in. What's the chances? Did y'all set this up? Like, no.
Yeah, I thought one cuz was your other cuz that we had talked to that night.
That's the one that's in here now. He just came in here. This is my other cousin that was well
right.
he was in here a while ago though. He came in a couple times though. I see him every now and then, and that's the one that you see lately. My other cousin, Mike.
Yeah, it was Mike.
Yeah, that's the one that be around the street causing terror and ruffling feathers. I be like, you go, cuz. Show 'em how we do around these streets.
I mean, I think that's common with all dealers.
Yeah, and you supposed to say her name out loud. It's like, no, it's like, somebody gonna look us up. That's like what it's that. It's like, no better. But yeah, I feel it though. The feather because we used to do that to each other, show ruffling feathers.
Mm-hmm.
Man. I was like, I know it can happen worse in the real world.
Yes, sir.
We challenging each other. Oh, not challenging, but asking each other questions like, hold up, wait.
He here?
Is he? Huh?
Is he here today?
Oh.
Hold on, let me mute my bad.
Oh. Yeah, that boy. It was funny. That was one of the funniest lives though. When De Niro, he said, "I'm about to ruffle some feathers," and then about 4 people left the box after that. I was like, "Wow!" They couldn't even take it. Oh man! And then they put it out the way that they wanted to, and that is, and it's to a certain extent I can feel it though, but it also show you, how people operate. Some people can't look past, or you can't have a conversation if they get once they get triggered or feel a certain way. So I'm not going to have a regular conversation with you, and I refuse to listen to what you're saying because I'm in my feelings now. And how do people expect to even be in a relationship or anything? Because everybody want to be in a relationship nowadays. You know what I'm saying? Only ones that don't want to do it is because they done got hurt or something. Everybody at one point always want to be in a relationship. Just like everybody loved at some point, now they probably hate now. So usually, just like everybody, like people that all of a sudden want to unalive themselves, at one point they wanted to live. So it's just stuff like that. Boy,
Can I say something real quick? Can I say something
yeah.
real quick? Because I
Go
used to
ahead.
try that independent. We can go into the topics. I guess we hitting them. I used to try to have that individual mindset. But bro, I came from a real good family. So it's funny how when you know the truth, you can try to get away from it. But I found myself very lonely with all of my stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I found myself on
That's what it
my
is.
knees asking my creator to redirect me back to life and to a real living. And once I got back into the fold, bro, I realized that we're a social people, man. It's no way in the world you can exist as an individual. It's naturally in your genes to
Exactly.
be social to some
Yep.
degree. To some
Yep.
degree. Let's keep it
That's a good
100.
one. I ain't think
So
about
when
it
you
that
hear
way.
people talking about, I'm individual, they hurt, bro, or they're trying to exist, they're trying to cope, they're trying, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of different
Yep.
reasons for it.
That's
But
fact.
I hope that they can have the grace and live long enough to get back in the fold and realize less is more, like I always say. And we, like we've all said, our thing here is to serve. When we find someone in society and serve them, it makes you feel better, yo. It makes you feel better. It's better to give than receive. But we've been tricked. All we want
This
is
dude
stuff.
skating?
Stuff. All we want is stuff. You said skate,
And
bro.
you
I
know,
was skating.
My cousin's skating though. What is going?
and,
He
I ain't mad.
floating or
I
something. He
want
got
to
a
go
new
skate.
power I ain't know about.
can I tap into what
Of
Amir
course.
just said?
Of course.
Um, what
Hold up
Amir
real
just
quick
said.
before you go. I want to see something. I ain't heard from her in a while. Venetia, you up there? You up, man? I ain't never heard. She ain't too quiet too long. I know she been rolling. Oh, what the? I'm so used to people being asleep at that time.
Right.
You
I thought
ring.
she was asleep.
Okay, Venetia, I just checking in on you. You know what I'm saying? I like her, man. She just be sitting here chilling. She be
I
chilling.
love
Okay, I see you,
Alicia.
man.
A girl.
Well, you know, if
Yeah,
you don't hear
she
me for
good. I
a
like
long
her
time,
though.
I'm
Yeah, I
sleep.
know.
I
I
ain't
had
even
to add
gonna
her to
lie
the
to you.
family when I first met her. I'm like, hey, you know what I'm saying? She cool. She cool.
Yeah, if I be
What you
quiet
were
for too
saying, Lovely? I
long,
ain't
I'm
mean
gonna
to
fall
cut you off,
asleep.
bro.
I'm just gonna let you know that right now. You already know.
Huh?
I said,
You
if you
say
don't hear
what?
me say something for a long time, I'm sleep. So don't even
Oh
call my
yeah.
name.
If I don't know that by now, as long as I don't knew you, what the heck? What the heck? If I don't know that by now, man. Look at Jane about to fall asleep with the camera on. She knew I had to mess with her.
Be careful. Get your
Oh
mouth open,
man.
slobbering. We catch you on
Yeah, I got
camera.
you. That's why I turn on the camera, because I want to be up, because I want to be grown.
Okay, she grown in these streets. Okay, she done turned 35. She don't know that. And then when did you turn 35? You got me by a year too. I still ain't 34 yet. Huh?
June 2nd.
Second. Okay, happy belated then. Happy belated.
Thank
Hey.
you.
Okay.
Oh, happy belated birthday, sis.
Thank you, sis.
Yeah.
Don't Bunny got me by 1 year too, I think. I think you got both of y'all
Boy,
got
I'm
me by 1
34
year.
years old. Don't you try to add no more
Oh,
years on to me.
okay. Was you 34 already or
No, I just turned 34 in January.
oh, dang, you got me by some time. Almost my birthday all in September. You got me by some months then. She got me
Oh,
by a
yeah, you got
year.
a late birthday.
Yeah, I'm in September. Yeah,
Bunny, we're backwards. I'm 43.
I start the year off. That's all that mean. That means before all y'all, I start the year off, okay? Okay.
Man, okay. Yeah. All right. That is. I be feeling that too when I be talking about 90, when the 90s babies come. I'm like, well, I started the 90s off. You know what I'm saying? I'm 90, not 90s. I be thinking about stuff like that. I'll be petty with it. My boy, hey, just add on my cousin's string. You see how he looking like? Just add the song. Making my way downtown, walking fast. That'll think it'll hit though. Why you just picture it though? He just floating. Right. All right, exactly. Oh man. Lovely, I think you were saying something though. I forgot about that. My bad. It was
No,
something
no worries, no worries. This is how your life always flows, and
funny.
this is why we always have amazing people coming in here. But I just wanted to kind of add into what Amir was saying. You know, when we talk about social relationships, if you think about it, we all crave and desire a relationship because we're born into one. We're
Mm-hmm.
born from a relationship. So, you know, we're always gonna want something outside of ourselves, but we also
Mm-hmm.
have to know how to manage ourselves, you know, outside or inside of ourselves. And you know, it's like this is why that whole conversation, people like, oh, do you want to be out in the mountains with a bear or a man or all this stuff? I was like, wait a minute, like, come on. We actually really do desire being around people. That's why we have attachment issues. People
Uh-huh.
get attached to people, or abandonment issues, you know, because you've either been left or you've been too attached to somebody or too enmeshed with somebody. No, we actually really do desire to be with people. Some people just don't know how to be with people. And they don't know because they don't know how to be with themselves first. The hardest relationship that we have is the one with ourselves. Once we're good with ourselves, we know how to attract other people and how to turn them away when they're not good, and how to keep them when they are good.
Okay.
But this thing though, right? Just like Amir said, it's really a defense mechanism. There's no
Mm-hmm.
kid that you can ask right now that doesn't talk about about having friends, and then as they get older, you know, they think about
That's a good one. I like her.
that dream you know what I mean, being the mom and having a relationship and having kids. And then as they get older, that's when you hear little girls saying, I don't have kids. You really don't hear little girls right now who don't have Barbie dolls and things of that nature and don't want to have kids. And then you don't have, like I said, you don't have little kids who's like, I just don't want to have any friends. They want to
Mm-hmm.
be around people and they feel lonely when they don't have that. That's exactly the reason why I had my second son, because I wanted my son to have someone. I got tired of everybody going home. And he'd be like, okay, where everybody at? So it's like he said, it's a defense mechanism. As they got older and they realize they've been hurt by friends,
Mm-hmm.
boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever the case may be, mostly I would say mostly boyfriend, because that's a lot of women more so. Majority of the people who say that they don't want somebody be women because they've been hurt. So that's just their way of just protecting themselves from not being hurt again.
Yeah.
They're just like, okay, I just rather be alone. When deep down inside, if they found the right person, you don't have them say, oh, I don't want to, I'm not going to be with you. You're such a great person. You're my soulmate, but I just want to be alone. Like no one says that. If they found somebody and they love that person, and they knew that this person was their soulmate and this person was going to love and adore them, they will be with that person. And I'm saying this because I also know firsthand. I was single for 2 years, almost 2 years by the time I met my spouse, and I was like, man, look, I'd rather be alone at this point because like it's too much going on out here. Until I met my spouse, and it was something completely different. I also didn't want to have kids neither. So until I met my spouse, now it's something completely different. So I know that that's exactly what women are out here doing, and they're just saying that. And some of them just say that they want to be single because they believe that being in a relationship is um, stopping them from living their best life, which is not. It may stop you from living a slutty life and out here being like you're a little slut bucket and shaking your behind and wearing half, you know what I mean, halfway dress. It's gonna stop you from that. But God forbid. I mean, please stop me from wanting to be a slut bucket. I mean, like that
Not
makes
the
no sense,
bucket.
right? And that's all it is. They don't want it, and they feel like it's control. That's why it's the whole issue with, oh, he's trying to control me. I should be able to wear whatever I want to wear. I should be able to do. That's all that is that they want to be single. They want to be with somebody, but they only want to be with somebody that's going to accept they bull crap.
Mm.
Yep, that's gonna allow them to justify their behavior.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Exactly. But this is my thing though. Anybody who lets you do whatever you want to do and don't say anything about it and don't correct it, they trash any dang on ways, and they don't really care about you if they gonna just let you do whatever the heck it is that you want to do. Because the moment they find somebody that's gonna follow their lead as a man, or or a man who's going to keep himself together and not be out here embarrassing a woman, they gonna leave you behind. They just putting up with it at the moment because they don't want to be alone.
Exactly, because there's a selfish mentality that comes in with themselves because they're getting something from you, even when you're behaving that way.
I like how you blend the topic back in. Nice one. You're good. You're good. Look, I
Right. That
get
was good. That
it.
was
That was
good.
nice. Let me get my other cousin since I got both the cousins in the building. Go ahead and mic on 1,000.
Y'all niggas low need to
Need to
upgrade your
upgrade your
level.
level.
But no, which one we on?
Anything you wanted to speak on before we started, or we can start it.
Okay.
Or if you want to start on the topic, we can get it going.
Okay. Yes, I'm gonna do the third one. So fighting for
Well, not like
happiness.
that. No, not like that. I didn't mean to say that. I was just
Oh,
saying it was something that you heard that you want to talk about. But
oh,
otherwise,
I
we
was
could just
about to
start off with
go
the first one
in.
then. Huh?
I said I was about to go in.
He said, I see the one. I already know. I'm looking at. Which of course you gonna do the third one? Because me and you was talking about that. He gonna go for that. That was me and his biggest debate we had so far on here. I even had to post that on my page. We talked about that so much because I realized, that's funny though. That's a good talk though. I like that though.
So
But
I'm gonna go ahead and start off with the selfish versus selfless
mm-hmm.
mentality. Today's current word. You agree? I definitely agree because you know I speak from my experience. I'm not saying that this is nobody else's experience, but solely on the things that I have experienced is a lot of the times when you are a selfless person, you tend to run into the most selfish people because they take advantage of the fact
Mm,
that you're so giving. And is such a big thing out here because like I said, I'm a giving person. I will give you the clothes off my back, but I done ran into so many people that would just take, and then when I finally needed something, I had to like sit there and go without, and I had to realize that. So that would turn a person cold hearted, and now that I became cold hearted, I go out and I do that to somebody else, and they might be a selfless person, but
mm,
now with my mentality being changed, I'm like, oh, I gotta be selfish because that's how everybody is out here. Because it didn't happen to me so many times. Now I go and do that to somebody else and turn a mind into a selfish person.
mm-hmm.
So it's a war that is literally a cycle that we creating that we don't even know we creating just within relationships. Okay, somebody want to be selfish and just cheat, do this, just don't care about the other person and how they feel, and they ruin that person. So that person that was going into that relationship, like, I'm ready to give my mate everything that I have. Now they have the mentality of, I gotta find somebody just for me. You gotta fit into what I want. And if you don't, then to hell with you. And it's just a revolving door.
Mm.
Now
Okay.
this
I
my
ain't never
thing
think
though,
about it from
right?
that way.
Because that's
I
not,
was
I don't think that because I mean, and correct me if I'm wrong. I apologize if I got it wrong. The first thing you said that the most selfless people meet selfish people.
Yeah, that's what I said.
And I think that by that person being selfless, uh they have to still set boundaries. You can't let yourself be used because even though that may happen, because I'm a selfless person and I don't really run into selfish people like that, but I also set boundaries. So I think that that may be that because I'm not a yes woman to anybody. So I don't think, because yeah, I did meet my spouse and say, okay, well, us being in a relationship, I want to give my all to my spouse, but he's never used me up because I was so selfless, if that makes any sense. So I think it's because you set boundaries that would stop that from happening.
See, and I will have to. I I agree with, you know, the aspect of setting boundaries, but we have to be real with the most basic character, well, with the characteristics that comes with being selfless. Most people that are selfless, they are willingly giving. They, oh, can I borrow $20 and you got it, you would be like, you know what, here you go. Here you go. Like it's not a problem. You need it more than I do. Here you go. But people would take advantage of that because they know they can. So when you say set boundaries, usually a person who's like, no, I ain't giving you no $20. I just gave you $20 last weekend or something like that. You know what people look at them as selfish people. So
But this is my thing.
it's
I'm not put on this earth to be selfless towards everybody. I'm put on this earth to be selfless towards my kids, my parents, and my dang on spouse. That's where we're getting
I
it wrong
disagree
at,
with
because I
that
don't
though.
have to
I
tell
was about to
you
say
that I'm
that
gonna
too,
let
bro.
you
I
borrow
disagree with
$20.
that.
It's my money. It's my hard earned money. That don't make me selfish, because I don't want to give your grown behind anybody that's out here having SCX. Okay, I ain't got to
But
give you
but
nothing.
that's all predicated off of what you feel is worthy of giving. So I
Mm-hmm.
think in a way that is selfish because you only giving based off of what you deem is worthy of your giving. And I agree that the boundaries need to be set, but I also agree that when you are selfless, you may not be manipulated or taken advantage of, but you do tend to run into selfish people because the selfish people they not gonna get nothing from. They gotta kind of go to the selfless to get shit from or get stuff from. I'm sorry.
Right, but if I give you $20, right, and you're supposed to pay me my $20 back, and then you never give me my $20 back, it's it's shame on me if I give it to you again.
For sure. So you were selfless, and then now you just not now you setting up that boundary. But to start off, you were selfless because you gave them the 20.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. If I get you, if they take advantage now, when it gets to the point of taking advantage of me, that would be more so my fault because I allowed them to take advantage of me.
For sure, I agree.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what
but
I'm
I
saying. Like
think
I would give somebody something. I have no problem with that. But if it gets to the point where now I feel like you're trying to take advantage of me, absolutely not. Now at that point, it's shame on me because I allowed you to take advantage of me.
yeah, and I think the point they was getting to though. Now we got a triple cousin you real quick. Saying I'm talking John. Let me stop. It's funny that both my cousins wanted, but
Shut up. I would drop everybody
what was
out
the
of here,
chances though?
including
But
you.
I was about to say I get what they basically what they get into. They're not really speaking off you just like being personal, right? They just saying in general. In general, that's usually what happens. So I can understand it though. Like usually people that's a little selfless, they get taken advantage of. Of course, it's gonna be their fault, right? It's gonna be their fault if they don't, because that what they don't know. Some people are too gullible. Some people are just too,
Most times they already know.
pe-
A lot of
people,
times they
huh?
already know. I'm
Some,
sorry
yeah,
to cut
yeah,
you off,
yeah.
but a lot of times they
People
know that
pleasers.
I probably shouldn't do this, or they might not return the money, or that's what kind of make them selfless. Because it's like I know that they probably not gonna reciprocate, but here you go.
Yeah. And some people are genuine. Genuine, they're not really looking for nothing back too. Some people just give it and whatever they do,
Right.
that's just like if a person on the street or something like that, they could be lying. They could be lying. And I had to learn this a little bit really too, because like I'm like, some people could be lying to me saying that I'm gonna go buy some food and they over there trying to buy a beer with it. But I was like, you know what? At the end of the day, I'm giving it off my heart. Whatever they
Yeah,
do
it's
with
about
it,
your
it is what
spirit,
it is.
right?
You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
yeah.
So that's what made me be a little bit more genuine, even though it's selfless, but I'm being more genuine. Like, you know what? I'm gonna just do it
Yeah, you
because
giving it
I feel
without
like,
attachment.
yeah, without a
My
touch, yeah,
bad. Forgive me,
exactly,
bro.
yeah,
But that's what I'm saying though. That's still not considered them using me at this point or taking advantage of me. I mean. That's what I mean. Like, yeah, you might have got something out of me, but getting taken advantage of means that you keep running back to me, expecting me to do for you. Which also, we shouldn't be. It's not so much that, oh, this person not gonna reciprocate anything back to me. It's not always that because you're not supposed to have your hand out when you give stuff to people. You're not supposed to be accepting them to be the ones to pay you back, right? But that's also my religion. You know how I go with that. But I don't believe that I should have my hand out for this person to give me something, but being taken advantage of is completely different. I have control of that. I shouldn't be, if I'm being gullible, then I have to learn. That's something that I have to change. I can't sit here and say, oh, well, I'm just gonna continue being nice to people. No, because that people gonna use you up. Then you're gonna be ended up pouring from an empty cup. You can't do that. You can't be giving to people and they're taking advantage of you. I mean, but that's just me.
So I'm trying to see the part that you disagree with, because I think the way
Oh,
Mike put it out, the way Mike said it, it's dang near kind of legit. You know, that's just happening in the world. But what's the part you disagree with? You don't think that selfless people attract selfish people, and selfish people usually
No. I
attract
didn't say
selfless
that.
people? You
I
you
didn't
don't?
say that. I didn't say that. I said
Yeah.
they're not gonna. What I'm saying is, at that point, it'll be my fault if I'm being taken advantage of. That's
We
all
ain't
I was
talking about
saying.
the fault part. We ain't
yeah,
talking about the
yeah. She
fault
just
part.
saying about the boundaries, bro. I
Yeah,
get
I mean,
what
I
she
understand
Yeah,
that part,
no.
but he was
I'm
just
not
talking
really.
about overall, like what usually happen in the
Right.
world.
Or the word attract just means it brings to you. It don't mean
Yeah,
you
attract.
necessarily
That's
have to
what right.
act on
Attract
it
me. That
or
accept is different. Of
right.
accept and attract is two
It
different
brings
things.
it. Yeah, it brings them to you because they trying to find somebody to leech off of. You know.
Yeah, that
Right.
usually happen in the world.
Hmm.
Right.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I think we, for the most part, we on the same thing. I think we just speaking on two different things though, for the most part. But I think everybody
Yeah, I agree.
correcting what they saying. What they at. Uh, new beginnings. What you got for us, man? I seen you popped up in there, and you.
What's up, everybody? I just wanted to say, I think it's a very interesting debate being selfish versus selfless. I think you can definitely be both,
Yeah,
but I think the most important thing though is not to neglect yourself
true.
before you put yourself in a position to give. Because like if you were to, let's say you get paid, right, and then rather than like taking care of your own needs, you go prioritize someone else's needs,
Right.
then you're given and you're putting yourself out in a limb, and you need that to be reciprocated, versus taking care of your own needs, and then whatever's left, you put yourself in a position to take care of that person's needs. Then whether it's reciprocated or not, you're not at a negative. And I think that's just what's more important, so you can really be selfless and selfish at the same time, without it being a problem once you don't neglect yourself first.
Hmm.
Well said, young man. How old are you, bro? You sound young, man. Where you get that knowledge from?
Life experience,
That's right.
unfortunately.
That's
So
right.
I'm
Hey,
31 though.
real quick, it's 29 people. Hey, now let's try because I gotta get my other my cousin mod down, man. Let's see what you got for us, man. Hit me with the mod break, Mike. Oh.
oh, you like that one? Okay, I got you. Hey, you gonna laugh and you gonna learn. But one thing about this law, this truth gonna hit you and burn you like a perm. So go ahead, hit them likes, get them likes all the way up, share. Go ahead, tell your people come join in on a good conversation. There we go.
Hey, and share just in case y'all don't know how to share. Okay, somebody doing it already. Y'all don't know how to share. Hold your finger where my box is at for like maybe 2 seconds. 2 seconds, then you'll see a list of friends. Go ahead and share it to all of them. Oh yeah, and a new thing I added on there for everybody to know. Join the team. If y'all don't have that little color that on, like you see we're mirrored, it say number 3, right? I don't know if it say it on y'all screen, but if y'all when you join the team, it costs 1 penny. You know what I'm saying? And it helped me get it part of the popular lives. You know, I'll go up in the so that way we can be even more deeper in that for you page. You feel me? So join the team for 1 penny. 1 penny. You know what I'm saying? Give the people that y'all like. You know, you might throw a corn at the people that you don't like. You know what I'm saying? The people that you probably disagree with. You know what I'm saying? Just put some extra butter on it. And make sure that's they good with it. I think that's everything. Couple of hashtag FYPs just to let the chat move a little bit. You know, make sure y'all live in there to keep it interactive. I mean, keep the interaction and stuff so it can look very so looking like it's. Hey, I'm trying to think of the word. So it can just look active, whatever. So let's get it. I think we are on. Let's get. Oh yeah, okay. Let's start from. We're gonna start with Let's start with Mike first. Then we're gonna go up to go all the way up, and then we're gonna go to Bunny and then go up. All right. Uh, should individualist mindset complain about the community, Mike?
Um, yes,
Okay.
I believe yes, because if you're an individualist, no matter what you do, the community is still going to affect you one way or the other. And it's the same thing vice versa. So people got to understand, just because I'm thinking about me and myself and my family is still a part of the community. What I put out there, what I teach my kids and how I raise them, they are then going to become a productive part of society. So no matter what you say you are, you could sit there and be, oh, I want to change the world. Or you could sit there and say, I want to change my family. You're still going to change the world because your family is a part of the world. So that I'm just laying there before I get to going, man.
Okay, I like how you do that. I be liking the different angles though. I like it though. Lovely, what you got?
I'm actually with Mike on this one because I think as an individualist, the only reason that I'm an individual is because of the community that I was surrounded by and I was impacted by. So I can't be an individualist and also not think about the community at the same time. I'm with Mike on this one. I'm with Mike on this one.
Interesting. And when you say think about the community, in what way?
So, well, how the community
Is it?
impacts you. So, if we look at how the community impacts you, because me as an individual, I have to be involved in community, whether it's I go to work, I go to the store, I go into society, there's a community that's around me. And then there's also my nuclear community, which is my family. So I'm impacted by my community. So the individualism that I have, the individual mindset that I have is still always going to be impacted by the individual mindsets of other people in the community.
Okay. What you got, Amir?
Should individualist mindset complain about the community? Well, we live in a world of ought and is. It ought to be one way, but it usually is another. I am of the belief that people are entitled to their own opinion. It's one of the things, I guess it's one of our rights, freedom of speech. So I would be wrong if I said you can't complain or, you know what I'm saying, or don't. But should is a good concept to think about. Like if you should, that's up for you to decide. I just want you to think about it. Like, how do you really think your complaining is helping the problem? My thing is, you know, as I've gotten older, I want to be more solution oriented, because for a long time I was, you know, part of the problem, maybe because I didn't understand the ignition of the problem. Maybe I was upset with the problem. Maybe I didn't understand my part in the problem. Maybe, you know, I just hadn't developed the mindset that I need to deal with the problem. So for all those reasons, you know, it was easy for me to resort to I just talk about me, the anger of the community, and just be spewing like, y'all don't know nothing, and I wish y'all learn more, and I want y'all go to church or read a book, or, you know what I'm saying? Simple things back in the day. And it's gotten worse now. So I'm of the mindset now where I don't really complain outside of my house, you know what I'm saying? Or outside of my immediate peoples, because I'd rather just be a part of the solution and be the change that I want other people to see. So like when I'm amongst people that I don't really know, except for TikTok, obviously, and this is a format for this, but if you were to engage with me, I'm not one to complain about the community. I'm an optimistic person. I'm always talking about what you're trying to do, what's your part in it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, if you get to complaining too much, I might clown your ass and ask you if, you know, what you doing, you know what I'm saying, to justify your complaint. But that's just me. You know what I'm saying? I encourage people, if you're going to complain, just look at yourself and see what part you play. And if you can be a part of the solution, you know what I'm saying? Because that word community almost makes what you're talking about being an individual, it almost is like an oxymoron now, because communal almost negates individual, almost. But I believe you got to fill your own cup first. and then help everybody else. So if your cup ain't full, I
Mm.
get it. You can't, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna complain about the community because your cup is lacking. Oh man.
Okay. Venetia. Yeah, I caught her. I caught her slipping. Venetia, you there? Mm, okay. Bunny.
Okay, I'm sorry. Where we at? I'm over here braided hair, half sleep. Where we at?
Should individualist mindset complain about the community?
Uh, no. I thought you was an individual. Like, I mean, like, 'cause why you complain about the community and the outcome of the community when you supposed to be worried about yourself? That means that's somebody who worry about themselves and themselves only. It's a loner. So worrying about and complaining about the community just give you something. Just you just want to talk about something at this point.
Right.
I mean, like, you just want to talk about something at this point because, and I hear that a lot. And TikTok is good for that. People been like, I don't care, I only care about myself. But yet you over here having community conversations. I'm just so confused on that because you self-centered. That's what that means. That means that you're self-centered. You worried about yourself. You're not worried about the outcome of other people. So for you to complain, you just
Mm,
complain it. I'm a laying there. Can you mute me up too, brother? Because my hands
we
glisten.
got you.
Can I push back on the
No, not yet, not yet, not yet. Because I knew this was about to happen. So we was about to have two different ends on this one. uh, Go ahead, Kai. I knew that was eating too. He said, "I'm about to push him."
First of all, I just ungreased my hand just so I can get off mute. No, you
Yeah,
can't push
she said
back.
she
You
tried to
just want
come
to push back
prepared.
just to push back. Nah, I'm gonna mute back up now.
Not yet, not yet, not yet. We got to make sure everybody get in because I know this open panel
there's
about to
some
be
sumo
juicy.
wrestlers in here. I'm with it.
I just Kyle, you there? Cool, I can come. Oh
Yeah,
yeah, you can
yeah,
take my
yeah,
spot real quick. I forgot. Take that Joker out of here. I forgot. You got the powers, Mr. P. Uh, is you there? I see it unmuted, but like he blurry. Oh, I'm
Can
frozen.
you
What
hear
the?
me?
I'm frozen. I'm frozen.
We can hear you now,
Okay, hear me.
sir.
All right. Should individualist mindset complain about the community? Uh, should they complain? Uh, I think they should complain. Yeah, because within the community, like my bro said, it's not an oxymoron, but it's really everything. It's like up and down. Up is judged off the down. I only know how tall something is because I know how short everything else is. So within any community, it's comprised of individuals. So if we share a same place, that don't mean we have to have the same religious beliefs or the same societal norms just because we share the same community as in physical location. I think the definition of a lot of things really have to be more clarified because community could be the physical location. It could be a shared set of culture or beliefs. But I think individuals should definitely, I don't think they should complain, but they should have a right to complain because if they feel something is not good enough, that's affecting them within the community, yeah, I think they should have a right to complain and just say that's not good enough.
Okay. Okay. 6'4". Well, I feel like I know everybody's because everybody that in my mind I knew how they was gonna answer it too, just based off of because I conversated with almost all y'all. I just knew who was gonna say what. I feel like I know what 6'4". 6'4", what you got for us, man? Shit, and what up, dude? uh, should individualist mindset complain about the community?
Just breathe,
What's,
6 bro.
what up, big brother Kev?
What's the deal? What up, dude?
Greetings and salutations, King, God, Prince of the universe, Jupiter. You know, we got to give ourselves a lot of names, too. Since sisters got about 100 names, we need to give ourselves 100 names,
I'm
too.
sticking with human. I'm good. They gotta do that to uplift themselves.
I thought you was
Right,
talking to
right,
me when he
right.
said something about God. I thought you was talking to me, big homie. What's up?
What's up, Amir? No, you know how they be. They have 100 titles before their real name. Hey, Keisha, how you doing? What up, Keisha? That's all you had to say is Keisha. You only had to say Goddess, Mountain, Crystals, and all. Yeah, what's up, Keisha? How you doing, baby? The individual should not complain because you're an individual. You're an island of your own. Unless you're complaining about yourself, what's happening, what you doing to yourself.
I swear I knew that everybody that I knew was gonna answer a certain way.
Hey, what you doing to yourself then? If it's just you, you need to control yourself then. If there's a problem with your individual
Individual ass.
what you complaining
This
about?
about to
It's
get
just you.
juicy though. This so
Hey, he an
funny.
individual
Look what
behind.
you complaining about. It's just you. That's all I look at. But I like Amir's point though, man. Listen, the individual mindset comes in at first, meaning that we all know that we got to have some type of wherewithal in life. But then you get to the point where, okay, that's why it's better to give than receive. Because see, the giver has it to give. It's the one that's receiving who don't have it. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So that for a hot second, yeah, we get out here because we all are individuals. We got our own individual paths we take in life. And what we do with that, we take those paths, and after a while, we meet back up with each other. And we say, oh man, Kev, that's what you doing now, man. Okay, then. Well, look, man, I got this jumping off, dog. Let me let's hook up and do some things. You know what I'm saying? And we could, but after so long, and we both still got warrants and shit. We both still need our girl to drive us because we don't want to get pulled over. Yeah, we can't do that.
What makes it
Yeah,
better to give than receive?
Hold up.
because you got it to
One,
give.
wait before we do that because we got to do that in the open panel though. I know because I know it's gonna get. That's why because I know it's gonna be a bunch of questions. I know it is already though. But I just want to get everybody get their stuff out and then we can get this open panel going though. But was you done 6-4?
Yeah. That
All
was it
right,
right
so I'm gonna get Mr. P and then we can do the open panel because I know this is about to get juicy because I knew this topic. This one was gonna do it. Mr. P. So should individual mindsets complain about the community?
I think, yeah, if they see that the community is destroying itself, I mean, I think you should be allowed to say, hey, our ship is on fire. We need to do something about it. I think that when I read this question, it makes me think about another similar thought process. You know, is it up to society to determine what a good person is? Or if you be a good person as an individual, will that create a good society? And I think that the individual mindset, if applied to bettering yourself and doing things to the best of your ability, raising your kids to the best of your ability, working to the best of your ability, whatever it may be, I think that that individual mindset is good for the community. And if you see the rest of your community slacking, you should be able to say something because you're paying in for that community altogether. I like to think of myself as an individualist, but I still pay into quote unquote the community needs, through taxes. And if I think it's being wasted, I should be able to say something, even though I don't necessarily expect those benefits to be handed to me because I decide to be an individual.
All right, let me say mine real quick, then we can get this party started now. So with me, the way I look at that, and I'm kind of more on a thing. I'm trying to see if I can even the playing field out. I think it was about 4 that said about the individual, and then the other one that said no. So I'm part of the. I'm part of the. I feel like they. Of course, they got it right. Yeah, they got it right though. But I feel like they should shut up more, low key. And the only reason why I say that because most of them that do the complaining, they the ones that's kind of the main ones messing the community up because they're so individual and only care about themselves for the most part, you know, in their lifestyle, and then they want to cry about, you know, the community and stuff, and like, oh, you the reason why the community like this, you know what I'm saying? How you gonna cry about something and you making these decisions and stuff, making the world this way, and then be like, well, the community's so messed up, but you don't even have control of yourself, and then you talking about why other people don't got control of themselves. So I mean, it's just you know, I just find I just be finding that funny with especially with the individual mindset, like it's just like, hold up, you're the biggest problem of why we going through the community is like that, and then you're not doing nothing to help, you know, because you so focused on being an individual. So that's kind of where mine's come off at. I did, like I said, they got a right to say it though, but it is feel like an oxymoron to me because it's like you get to say all these things, but you're not doing anything. You're not doing anything to freaking contribute or make it better. You're not even trying to change your own lifestyle to help.
Kev, are you
You know
talking
what I'm saying?
about?
But
But
I
you want to
think
worry about
that's
the whole rest of the world though.
Are you talking about
But
like
that's just my
individual, like
thing.
that
So let's
doesn't
get
fit
it.
into community, like is totally outstretched from community? They don't participate in any form
yeah.
because
I think the type of individual you're referring to will shape the answer. Like if you speaking to an individual who ain't shit, and you know what I'm saying, like you just explained, of course they shouldn't have no say. But like Mr. Print explained, if he's just functioning in his own backyard, but he still care about the community, but he just want to move on his own time. He may not want to pray at sundown or, you know, just do what the community necessarily feel that everybody should do. Yeah, I don't see no
So
issue.
But
so
that's the
this
thing,
how
though.
I
The
look at
word
this too
says
also though.
individualists. It don't
But if
say
Huh?
you
individual mindset. So
But it also didn't say an
specifically,
individual mindset who is ain't shit and not cleaning up like KJ explained. It just said
yeah, but an
individual
Well,
mindset.
individualist mindset means that you think that you only think about yourself. Like specifically, that word means that you're a loner. That
okay,
word
yeah.
because
Let's
means
read
you
the
only
definition.
that you
Let's read the
self-centered.
definition.
I know
okay,
this.
because
Go ahead, look it up, please, by all means necessary. Don't believe the person who's saying it.
Yeah.
I'm
Even
just
with
saying
that, right?
the
Let me. I
while
just got to
y'all
throw this
looking
out
at
there
it,
though, too, because I know a lot of people think that they're still for the community though, but I noticed that for the most part, right, it's still individual, even if you only go as far as just your family and stuff. Because the thing is, with the individual mindset, they will care about a situation or whatever's been, but it still benefits them. It's not so communal is more like, okay, it might
Right.
not benefit me,
Right.
but it helped people on the outside of me because it kind of it make me be uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? But I got to make this sacrifice with my life to try to make the to build to make a better community. But I think the other ones, they like, okay, I need to make sure my family and all that because like my kids benefit me, right? If my mother is good, that still benefits me and all that stuff. You know, so stuff like that could still be considered individual because they only worried about their circle. Even though, like I know Mike did say that it's still especially if you have a healthy family or something like that, it can still contribute to the community. So I feel that, but I think like I'm talking about mindset, right? The mindset is like, well, if it ain't benefiting me, but it's also helping people, but it got to make sure it benefits me, you know,
Can
and
I
I
give
still feel
y'all?
like that's individual. That's how I
Right,
look
Can I
but
at that.
that's
give
my
y'all
thing.
this
If you are
quick
an
analogy real
individualist,
quick? Let me give y'all this quick analogy. Okay. So we stayed in the hood, right? We all done had that one old person on the block who take care of his yard. It look nice. Get off my grass. Get off my grass. Don't step on my grass. This mine's. I take good care of it. But you know what happens? People ride past his house and say, you know what, that look nice. Why? Because by him caring so much about his grass and the way his house look, it does what? It raises the value of the houses next to him. That's a part of the community. It make the neighborhood look better. That's a part of the community. So that's just an example showing you that a person can be a complete individualist, but everything you do is still going to be a part of the macro. The micro is always a part of the macro. You feel me?
Mm.
Yes, everything that you do as an individual is going to affect the people around you, which is part of the community,
It can be good or bad.
good or
It just
bad.
depends.
Yeah.
The whole thing
But
was that, you
it's
know,
still only off them. You know what I'm
But
individualists.
saying?
that's
But
the
they never
thing.
have their intentions. It's all about the intentions though. But go ahead, Bunny.
Right, but this
Take
is
us.
my thing though. If I'm self-centered, I'm not even worried about anyone else even in my household. Self-centered means I'm about myself. The world revolves around me if I'm self-centered. I can't say I'm self-centered, but I worry about the people in my house. You can't be both of them. You got to be on one side of the fence. This whole buy stuff. I
I
don't know
think
who just
if
said
that's the
buy
case,
is
if we
is
going
a
off of that
thing.
ideology, then that means nobody in this world with kids or with family is individualist, because
No,
you
okay,
not
go
about
ahead.
to
I'm
tell
sorry.
me that a person is so selfish that they don't care about their mama, they don't care about their dad, they don't care about their brothers, their sisters, their cousins, if we going off of that ideology.
What?
Right, but
Can
that's
I
what I'm
say
saying.
something?
Individualist doesn't
I
say
think
anything
that,
about you being about you. This is my self-centered. I mean, I just take words for what it is. I ain't come up with the definition. But
and
self-centered means that you only care about yourself. Now, being an individual, meaning that you're one person, that's completely different than having an individualist mindset. That's
I
completely different. Yes, I'm
I
an
think that
Right.
individual,
this
but that mindset is different.
I think the
Go ahead. I'm
disconnect
sorry.
though is that we all functioning off of different definitions. Because if one person is saying the definition is self-centered, but one person is saying the definition is self-reliance, it's like we not gonna come to really an agreement or understanding because we all functioning from a different meaning of individual. So I think we should get clear on definitions of what's an individualist mindset, because it's kind of a broad, term. And then we can all say, okay, are
So
we speaking on
You know,
self-centered, self-reliance, like depending on yourself? Are we, what
That
specifically
makes
are
sense.
we,
I think I
you know what I'm
well,
kind
saying?
of this what I'm going based off of though. That's why I said you can even have a family too and still be individualist, right? I look at it that individualist is more of like um not and it ain't even just like we ain't got I guess we ain't gotta go and say self-centered, but I would say what benefits them, right, in a way, right? Even family, right? Like that's why I mentioned it before earlier, right? Your kids, they benefit you in some type of way. Your mother, your family, all that stuff benefits you in some type of
Then,
way. As long
then
as they
who is
good,
not an
you good type
individualist
situation.
mindset then?
Huh?
Who not in that, who don't function
Yeah.
like that?
Yeah,
We
and
all function
I
like
feel it's
that.
case by it's case by case. But what I'm saying is, what communal is, right?
No,
It
I don't
don't
think it's
have
case
to
by
benefit
case.
you. You, huh?
I don't think it's case by case. I think we all function in the individualist mindset, how you just
Yeah,
explained, because we all are going for self
yeah,
gratification or validation or self preservation. We all functioning for what's best for self.
yeah. To a certain extent, it depends. It do depends though. But if some people are willing to make that sacrifice, if it even if it don't benefit them, that's what I mean about communal.
Well,
Communal, they will
not
make a sacrifice
not to the
even
detriment to them
if it
though.
don't like that's like charity, right? Giving a
I
charity,
don't think.
right? It don't
Okay.
it I don't get nothing out of giving a charity, but I know it's helping other people though. That's what I mean about it. That's more communal.
Well, I think a lot of people on here on this channel were trying to break down that word individualism, because if you break it down, it's in divide. Individualism. Individualism is you're contrasting yourself against like individual by yourself against like the community. So it's like it's a contrast of yourself and the community.
I just want to point out that
Well, I looked up the
while
definition.
everybody here was pointing out to
I broke it down once.
individualist mindset, my whole direction was that I took it as the individualist mindset that I carry is what is it that I, as the individual,
Hey, hey.
believe that society is made up of all individuals.
I have been.
So it's up to us to be good individuals to make a good society. I don't think the society can force it on us. And, so I think that, we all have kind of an individual mindset, but mine is how can I as an individual operate the best in this community? So that's how I operate with my mindset as an individualist. I don't think of it as selfishness. I look at it as a test to grade myself against.
And that's kind of how I see it too.
I don't know, but you'll see, yeah, I think y'all see it a little. I don't know, but what you got, Amir? Good, Amir. So I do think it's a difference. I know it's a difference, though. I see the difference, though. And I think we do got all of it in this, though. I think at some point you do got to be selfish, right? They come between selfish and selfless. It's at one point. Sometimes you got to be selfless to be selfish, and then you built yourself up enough to be selfless. But like I said, I can understand we gonna have individual moments, right? We gonna have that, but I think some people only stuck in that, right? Some people don't build themselves up enough just to. But go ahead, Amir. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I like when you cook, big homie. Go ahead.
No, I just ain't want to take the. Because like I said, it's the reason why I said it. Because I said it about a few times. I'm just saying, like, one of them is literally people, like, if it's benefiting them, which is individualist, it gotta benefit them in some way. And of course, I know all of us do that, right? It's better to. It just depends on what it is, right? But then you have times like, which I believe we're on Earth here to do, in a way, right? I ain't gonna say that, but it's a point that we build ourselves up enough that we should give to like the poor or something like that, to where we ain't just always, it's sacrifice. Even with love, it's like sacrifice, being selfless. It ain't about if a person loved me back, but at first, yeah, you got to make sure that you're getting with people that actually love. But it can be. It's a balance thing, you know what I'm saying? It's a balance, but some people are so individual, they can only go as far as their circle.
That's right.
And they can care less if it impacts the community or not. As long as their circle is good, that's all they care about. That's individual. You know what I'm saying? Because
But
that's
that's
them.
literally what old girl said though. She said
Hold up,
if it ain't.
Juan. Hold up, big homie. Just because you're a cousin don't mean you get to
She
just
said
jump off.
old girl
Hey,
said
homie.
that
Hey.
she
Hey,
said
Juan.
she
You
focused
gotta
on the
mute up, dog. That
family.
was next.
No, I
Just
feel
because
you,
you're a
but I let
cousin,
him get his
homie, don't
point
get to,
off.
you don't
I
get to
know
be
it don't got nothing
banging
to
in
do
here
with
like
cousin,
that.
bro. It don't got nothing
I'm
to do
just
with
messing
cousin,
with
so
you,
you
man.
don't
Go
got
ahead
no.
and
I
cook.
know.
Go ahead and cook. I'm just
I
messing
thought I
with
let
you.
him finish
Let
his
me know when
point.
you're done. I was next, though. You
Okay,
ain't
I
hear
ain't
me
know
because you
that,
got
so
all
let me
that
know that.
noise.
I ain't know. You good? You got it.
Nah, you know I'm messing with you, baby. You can roll. You gonna let me roll? You wanna roll? We having fun up here. But look,
Oh,
do
for
me a
sure, all
favor.
day.
Do me a favor. Mute up when I'm up because you got your work shot going on in the back. Okay, so yeah, Kev. Yeah, man, you can't be just bringing your cousins. Who banging on us like that, dog? No, I'm just playing. I'm so
Anyways,
happy
though,
that your
hey, old
cousins.
girl
Hey,
had
man,
said though. She
Juan,
had said,
stop, Juan.
look, bro,
You want to
because
cook? I'm gonna let you cook. Then go ahead.
okay, cool. So the lady had said that, like, if it's not affecting my family, if it's not affecting my people, if it's not affecting, then she not worried about it. So I thought in that way she kind of contradicted herself with the individualism because,
Interesting.
like we say, it's kind of it's balanced. It's all the same kind of. So, like KJ just said, it kind of depends. We always both. It depends on the situation. So what I don't like is it depends on the situation based on the individual. So when you say it depends, then it's valid. But if I say it don't depend at that moment, is it not valid?
Mm.
And that's all, big homie.
I would just say that I don't think anybody on here is
Come
gonna
on now,
say.
Mr. Print. I know you
He
paying
just took
attention.
his body. He just
I know you paying
he
attention,
seen
bro.
them both fighting. He said, "I would
Look,
say."
look. I know you paying attention. Okay, so look. Hey, this is what I was going to say. I love, first of all, man, I love that you got your peoples in here, man. I'm for real with that, fam. You know, I give you your flowers, dog. When you got your anybody that can bring their spouse, their family members, that tells me something about you, because you're a real cat. A lot of people up here with these fake names don't want to let you see their face. They talking loud and ain't saying nothing. They living alter ego lives. So wine ain't nothing, bro. You know I'm messing with you, man. I see this as a very touchy topic. I just will remind everybody, let's mute up when somebody else is talking. And then let's all just respect each other's opinion. Because like what we saying, y'all got your own opinion. And it's, like I said in the beginning, you have your right, inalienable right to do and say what you want. Now, if we're going to talk about if it's beneficial or not, then we got to be able to hear the pushbacks. So whereas I understand what what a lot of y'all saying, operating, in an individual mindset because it's protecting you and it's protecting your peace and it's protecting, your assets. I get it. Trust me, I get it. I lived that life for a long time. You feel me? So I'm never going to be pointing no fingers at somebody, especially when 3-4 of them's pointing right back at me. You get me? But this is what the real test of time is going to let you see, hopefully, if you can get to that point and have enough grace and time on this planet to get there. I don't know if we're going to make it, but this is the thing I'm trying to get at. When we think of terms of who we are and our essence, we got to know that history tells us that at some point we were tricked, okay? We were brought over here and we were taught a whole bunch of different things, and now we got different people with different cultures, different opinions. So, okay, the community has changed, right? But let me just give you a little bit of history. Walk with me for one sec. Now, there was a time in the civilization when there was a societal norm. I heard somebody say, well, there ain't no societal. There was a societal norm, and we upheld it by the elders, the griots, you know what I'm saying, and then leaders. And if you came along talking that bull, that individual or that new truth or my thing, you get checked, bruh. And then they say, explain to you why. They would explain to you why, because it's not conducive to the word communal. It's not conducive to the word community, civilization. You are being an individual. So what they would do, they would check you. And if you still couldn't get, you know what I'm saying? You ain't want to do, they get your ass up out of here. You know what I'm saying? So I love when people laugh at it, but it's really true when y'all feel like, I ain't pointing no fingers, but those mindsets get upset when you get the pushback and be like, hold up, bro, you an individualist. Like, what you complaining about? You should just be complaining about yourself. See, because I'm the type of person, I don't blame nobody no more for my problems. Any problem I have now, homie, I ain't blaming nobody. I'm blaming myself because I let myself either get upset or react or, get involved. A lot of stuff I just don't even deal with because I know how I'm going to get. I know how I'm going to react. So I protect my heart that way. So I understand the individual mindset. However, when we talking about community and trying to fix things and be solution oriented in this crazy world we in right now, this maze, you got to know how to move, and it's strength in numbers. So if you have an individualist mindset, it almost sets you up for failure just from the outset, because people look at it and gonna be like, oh, you an individual? Okay, I'm expect this from you. I can't get down with you until you show and prove otherwise. Like you said, some of y'all said, I got a family. I take care of my house. I'm bringing up the value. But again, then it goes back to what Kev said. Stay with me. It's an individual effort you making for the community. You're only doing it because it's behooving you. It's only helping you. So ultimately, this is what I'm gonna leave with. And I don't just like this as a testimony. I'm only gonna talk about something I know, and that's how I know it's truth and it's power in its truth. My father and the people, a lot of elders I grew up with in the time, I'm an old motherfucker, y'all. So when I grew up, I watched people wash feet. I watched people feed. I watched people give up their clothes. Like my pop used to bring in bums and clothe them, feed them, give them some dough, and take them to the train station. You know what I'm saying? Like when you do something outside of you, now you gonna bring up the community now, because everybody gonna be like, okay, he took a chance. He did it. Oh, maybe I can do that without being, without the retort or the kickback or losing all I got. See, when you're ready to give up something you got that you really don't want to give up, and you do that, and then you get blessed for it, now it's energy. Now you got momentum. Now it's power in the truth of giving. It's better to give than receive. See what I'm saying? If you hold on to that $50 you got in your pocket so tight, your hands is clasped around it, you can't open up your hands to get no more money. And this is the last thing I'm going to say. Brother at the top left, I love when people talk about the taxes thing, because y'all got to remember, I wish Classic was in here. Y'all got to remember, the taxes go towards a lot of things that that's just the pay you got to have to exist here. So, like, you don't get to talk smack because you pay taxes. We know this because we all pay taxes, and we don't really get to dictate what happens to the tax money. That's just, you can't live here for free. So taxes don't get you the ability to talk smack if you're an individual. And lastly, just because you're taking care of your house, it's again your house. You individually keeping your yard together. I tell you what I do. I clean my whole alley, yo. Where this bond? I get my broom and I clean up the whole alley. See, now my neighbors is saying, oh, Maybe I can do that too. I have my son help. Oh, maybe I'll give him something to drink, some water. Oh, he's a nice guy. Now I can speak to him. See, you open up new growth when you're communal. When you're individual, it's hard, yo. It's hard. It's hard to build a community when you have an individual mindset. And I know because I used to be like that. Like, yo, I don't want to say nothing to nobody. But now I'm on the other end and I live a more peaceful, content life. You feel me? It's better, yo. It's better to give than to receive. You can keep your stuff, but give. And watch what happens. You'd be surprised if you get rid of that individual mindset. And maybe you just ain't there yet, but hopefully you'll get there. And I hope we all do.
Amir, you just spoke on some powerful points, because how can you be an individual if you were not affected by the community around you?
I want to point out really quick that I agree with what Amir is saying, but I want to ask your question, Amir. What's different if you approach your last example about cleaning the alley, right? You're doing that for a communal good, a communal mindset. What would be different if you executed it from the individualist mindset of what's the best thing that I can do as an individual for society? And that'll be step a little bit outside of my realm and pick up a little extra slack and clean the alleyway. Now, if you see what I mean, both the individualist mindset of how can I be the best me in society, and then the communal mindset that you exhibited of my community needs help, so I'm going to step out and help. Is there, because both ends are the same, is there really a distinction in the difference in how we got there?
Yeah, I love your question, bro, and I appreciate it, and I won't forget, but I did want to make sure that Lovely, because that's my girl. Was you finished, sis? Because we kind of jumped in.
Yeah, yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. So Mr. Prince, my thing.
When you're done, I can go at the mirror.
For sure, 6'4", I'll be real quick. My thing is
I ain't
this,
gonna
like,
be up here fighting for my turn. I'm just gonna tell y'all men like that right now.
yeah, let me be quick so somebody else can get in. This is my thing. As far
So
as
you at
far
the
as
I guess you at the 6, and then I'm gonna get into disclose after that after
No,
you.
I'm okay. He can go out to 6. I'm just playing. But I'm just letting him know right now ahead of time. I ain't gonna be up here fighting for my life, King.
And just let me know where you trying to go. You my
all right, look, and y'all know I'm old. Don't let me forget nephew's question. But I think I got you. Let me know if I'm going in the right direction, nephew. So I get it. Trust me, I get it. And remember, y'all, I don't point fingers because I've been in a lot of positions where I've lived these different, facets of life. So I get it. Trust me. We all come from different walks of life, and it's somewhat. It is somewhat smart to be hesitant and reluctant to do too much too fast. I get it. Trust me. But my thing is this, to answer your question. If I do it this way and you say you do it, by being the best way you can or whatever way it is, that's what I would ask. I would just say, well, what is it? And then I would say, okay, well, then you really ain't an individual as much as you think. Because my question is, if you're an individualist or an individual mindset, are you helping the community? You're going to be like, sure I am. And I'm going to say, well, what capacity? And you're going to tell me, and I'm going to say, okay, cool, thanks. Maybe you can step it up a little more. You know what I'm saying? Because we got to encourage each other. I'm not boasting because I brushed the sweep up the alley. Like you said, that's my thing. Some people ain't got no broom. Some people can't do it. So do what you can do, but are we doing anything? So as long as you're doing something, nephew, I ain't mad, man. Like I said, I was an individualist, man. But at the same time, I still, like my dad taught me, I still gave out money. I still helped, you know what I'm saying? But I protected my own way more than I do now. Now, look, I understand the concepts of giving and receiving. I understand the concept of communal. I'm in that position to do so. I speak to all my neighbors. I you know what I'm saying? So I'm doing this thing that I used to not be ready to do because I wasn't ready to do it. So I ain't mad at none of y'all. I just encourage y'all to step out on that faith, give more than you receive, and it's gonna be rewarding, man. You're gonna see your neighbors light up. You know what I'm saying? Everybody gonna be speaking. Because I don't like when having a community. To me is when everybody chilling. You know what I'm saying? We ain't having no block parties, then it ain't communal. That's just my thing. And all that.
So I think that question he asked though, which I've been with Mr. P, right? You say how would you distinguish the difference? Like I was mentioning before, the difference will be one of them is doing it to benefit themselves, The other one will be doing to benefit others without looking for something in return. So, like you said, something about sweeping in the alley or something like that. If it's their alley, right? That's more of benefiting them than the people around them or the neighborhood or something like that. Even though the neighborhood can benefit off of your thing, but it's benefiting you more, because you're cleaning your house up or you're cleaning your alley up. Now, if you was to go out and clean somebody else's alley up, that's more of a communal, right? Because you wanted, or like somebody came up and cut your grass, right? Or did something for you. That's more of a communal, right? It's not benefiting them. And even if they didn't, well, unless they charge you, but if they didn't charge you and they cut your grass because they wanted to see their neighborhood look better, that's more of a communal mindset because they not getting nothing in return because they wanted to clip your stuff. Because I seen like some people that's out here, like little charity people, they come around. If you ain't got your grass cut and all that other stuff, they go and cut your grass for you. That's communal, right? But if you cut your own grass because you think whatever, that's still benefiting you more than than your neighborhood. That's what I'm getting to about that. So it's just like you could tell the difference. You know what I'm saying? You can really tell it. Like one of them is like I said. That's all that. But I think I'm mad at the noise just made. That was crazy. 6-4, then it's undisclosed after that. What's the deal? I ain't seen you in a while. Undisclosed. You been all right?
Well, man, I've been good, bro.
Well, I'm gonna be real quick about this. Okay, let's
Y'all share the live too. Share the live. Hit them likes. Give me the 30K.
let's look at this for what it really is. Okay, the first law of nature is self-preservation. It's the first law of nature, self-preservation. Okay. Now, for the Bible thumpers, he says in there, a man who doesn't take care of himself, especially those of his own household, especially himself first, is worse than that of an infidel. Now, all of this is universal law. Some is God's law, as people who like God. So I gave it for the world, and I gave one for the Bible thumpers. So with that being said, there's no argument about being individual. The argument becomes when we forget that we're not the only individuals out here. You see what I'm saying? So it's okay for 6-4 to be individualistic because that's what I'm supposed to do. But once things get right for me, that's where the litmus test comes. How much care do I have for the things that others around me? Because even though I'm an individual, I still have to go where communities are at. And I have to recognize that there may be a requirement once I step beyond my individual realm. You see what I'm saying? So I can say, hey man, no one man is an island. It's good if you are the type of person who feel the needs of your community and can go out there and do it. I think that's a good thing to do because that's what's needed out here. If you don't do it, I can't knock you. I don't knock you at all. I don't hate you at all. I take no shots at you at all. But you have to understand that those who don't think like you have a right to push back when you need the community. See, sometimes as individuals, we forget we also need the community in some situations. Like, for instance, the man who say, don't walk on my, get off my grass. Y'all always doing, y'all always. Well, he could be like that, but if somebody broke in his house, he's going to wish he was nicer to that community. That way, when he asked them what happened, oh yeah, Mr. Johnson, we scared him off. We knew that was your shit. We scared him off. And you take good care of us, so we're going to look out for you. You see what I'm saying? So you got to be careful with that individual stuff because people ain't got to fuck with you when you're an individual. I seen that in 4K. What happened, man? Well, shit, he don't fuck with us like that, so I don't care. But somebody else, oh yeah, they gonna tell you everything. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, they try to sell me your microwave, Kev. Yeah, James and them did that shit, dog. They the ones who broke in your house. Why I tell Kev? Cause Kev fucks with us. You see what I'm saying? So the community got a right to do some things too now. So it's like a balancing act. When I had did something, and I don't brag about it. I didn't even get paid for it. I ain't go to the government to get no kickback, but I just did it. I gave senior citizens in Highland Park a free ride Monday through Friday, 8 to 12. It's 3 years straight out of my pocket and a few drivers that work for me.
Hey, 6'4", I hate to cut you off. How you feel, man, after doing that? How do you feel, man?
Well, I'm going to tell you this. It's not like I felt like, oh my God, I'm the greatest guy in the world. It's just like, well, we did it, man. I mean, now, they were able to get to where they needed to go. Now we move on to do other things.
Damn.
I mean, it's like, yeah,
What a man's
they
answer. He don't even care for the reward. He said it earlier. I love you, bruh. I appreciate you, man. I know them people do too.
You don't even care for the reward. You're not expecting something in a return. You have to learn how to receive, learn how to give, and find a balance.
Yeah. So
Can I chime in? My fault.
yeah, because I was trying to make sure that you right after Bunny. Though. I was trying to make sure everybody hit their stuff. Because we still on this first one. We still on the first topic, dog. This is crazy. We ain't even make it. We got so many other ones to go. So disclose you next, and then it's Bunny, and then it's you, cuz.
Yes, sir. I'll make my point quick. I'm pretty quick, straight to the point. But yeah, if y'all can help brother Kev get to 30, he real close, real close. Like shit, just that close. Yeah, but on the topic, man, I look at it like it's two sides of a coin. Individuality. So you got the good kind of individuality, and then you got the bad kind. Whenever I hear the word, individualism, I think of the bad kind. Like now in the year of 2024, because everybody's out for self, super selfish. We got to keep it honest and keep it real. Now, when I say the good part is the people that doesn't fall for the herd mentality. So you can have like a group of people that's all just, doing the same thing. And it could be toxic and poison, whatever they're doing. But then you got this other person that's like out of that herd mentality. He's the individual, or like y'all said, the person that's, keeping their house maintained. We can look at that. But now when I hear the word individual, I see these people that's out here in this world that's only just thinking about self. Somebody can be getting hurt on the side over here. You got all these people not even trying to help or anything like that. They're just like, oh, it ain't none of my problem. It ain't my business. So, you got what I'm saying? I'm only caring about myself, and then this person's on the side, like just getting hurt or whatever the case is. It could be something dealing with money. Like this person could be, about to get kicked out of the house, for some reason, unforeseen reason, and who knows, they probably been making their payments and stuff like that on time or whatever the case is. Now they got to get kicked out of the house, family and everything's out, and I ain't gonna help this person. It's me. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though you might have had help, in a certain situation, but now you're at a point in your life where everything's good, but you ain't got to help that person. So that's when I hear that word on your topic, that's what I see now in 2024. And I'm gonna land with that.
Okay. All right. Nice. Bunny, and then cuz. I'll be right back. Give me a second.
I forgot my dang on point. Go ahead, cuz. I ain't gonna lie.
Okay. No, I like what Undisclosed said. I think that's kind of what we all do. We all are biased. I think the people who are for the individual list are more looking at it from like the positive, good individuals, and the ones who kind of not feeling that are looking at it as the selfish individuals. But I just
Look at God. No, I'm just playing.
What he was saying.
Won't he do it? No,
Won't he?
he may not do it on your time, but he an on time God. Let me stop
Yeah.
playing.
Ain't about to do my cousin like that, nah.
Oh, be careful with that. Be careful with that one. I tell people, I got this holy roller with that one time. I was on a live, and she was like, "Won't God do it?" Somebody's stuff was, and I was like, "Well, you know me, Kev." I was like, "Well, you know, Satan is the prince of the power of the air. What we
Yep.
is air. This is an airwave. So when you say, won't God do it? Yeah, won't that God of the air do it? Who you talking about? Because there was only one God who ruled the air, and it ain't the God you think. And that's real facts. I tell people all the time, Satan is the prince of the power of the air. Even God said that. This where we on is an airwave. So when you say God to do it, who you giving praises to?
Don't get,
Mm.
you know what? My God knows the God I'm talking about, okay? I don't care what.
Yeah, you say
My
that in
God
hate.
knows
Look,
I'm talking about him.
I'm telling you what your God, and your God said that there's another God that's the prince of the power of that air. I ain't the prince of the power of that air. He said, no,
There's
there's
only one
somebody
God.
else. There's somebody else
According to my
that
God,
rules
he
that.
said that I better
Yeah, so
recognize only one God, okay?
Exactly.
yeah.
One, you back? You back one?
Yeah, I was about to say, right.
Nope.
We done
He
got
did
it. We
it
about to
again.
shift
You don't
all this.
want me, 6'4" don't want me to say it, but I'm just going,
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Cuz,
gonna
you
put
there with the
my
blurry screen
six
teacup?
four. Okay, I got one better. I'm gonna put my
Can you
feet
hear me?
up and
Can
just
y'all hear
walk
me?
There
off.
you go. There you go. He back.
Okay.
What? What?
Can I hear you? Can I hear you click?
Oh, man, we ain't gonna get off this top.
Yeah.
So, go ahead, Bunny. Go
I
ahead,
got
Bunny,
my
and then
feet up.
Mr. P. We about to just get up. We gonna get to the next prompt, man.
Let's get to
All
the
Cause
right.
we be stuck on this thing forever.
Okay, I'm just gonna end it like this. I stick on what I said. If you worried about yourself, oh, go ahead. Let him go before he get cut out again.
We about to get. Hopefully, he ain't getting in trouble with the job. What is that you doing on that boy? I heard you over the top of my individuals. You working for me.
Out of
Said individual on that
hey
phone.
Kev, out of all the nights they realize, hey Kev, out of all the nights now they realize you on the phone.
Right.
You trying to be an individual on that
Forget
phone? Go ahead
that.
and get that individual ass off that phone.
Right.
They
Right.
gonna pick
You
it.
working for my
They gonna pick.
community.
employee
Look,
number
Get your individual
this
ass on. Hey, look, get your
All
individual
right.
is
individual ass off
unemployed.
the phone. Hey, look,
They
hey
gonna be
Kev,
like, he officially an individual that's unemployed.
So you want to be an individual? Sit up outside
You
this.
an unemployed individual.
hey Kev, get your individual ass off the phone and work with the community, motherfucker.
Exactly. Oh my! Look how
Oh
time we
my
can do a
goodness.
full circle.
You guys are crazy.
checking paychecks
Oh,
and
they put a tear. Almost put a
individuals.
tear bar. That's funny. You say that. Oh man.
So before we leave this topic, cause I just want to leave this real life event out there for people. So I'm a huge boxing fan, by the way. So it's gonna be a boxing analogy. Floyd Mayweather. He is one of the most selfish people that I have ever heard speak. He is somebody that you can ask him, "Oh, how's your fighter doing?" Well, I did this and I did that. Okay. So the things that Floyd Mayweather did for himself have opened up so many doors for other boxers behind him, for really the entire culture. So by him being so self-centered, only thinking about his money and thinking about his opportunities and the things he can do in the sport, have led to hundreds of boxers after him to be able to do the same things because he was the one to accomplish it and open those doors. So this goes back, I'm gonna bring this all back to when I say you are an individual of a community, I mean that to the fullest, because you have to understand, without yourself, there is no community. We all have to be ourselves to be a part of the community.
True.
So no matter how you can go do this for somebody else and do that and do all these great things. If you can go out there and do all those great things for other people, but you don't take the time to make yourself great, when you leave, then your family, what you giving to your family and the people that was close to you, always remember that yourself is the most important thing. Because you have to have health, you have to have a strong mind, you have to have the work ethic, you have to have all these things to do anything for anybody else. And that's all I want to say before we go to the next topic.
Can I say this right quick?
Really
Real
quick,
fast.
really quick. I just want to make sure, undisclosed. Go ahead and land your plane really quick, but we need to get Bunny in before we move on.
Oh no, he okay. Go ahead, take your time. I'm here. I'm
Yeah, I thought
I'm
she
here.
already did her. Yeah, I thought
Yeah,
she
no,
already did her.
go ahead. I passed about 5 times, y'all. Go ahead.
Yeah, and my point is really quick, and it goes something like this. So you got like an entertainer, you know what I'm saying, for say, you got like we just say a rapper. You know, sometimes they get so arrogant and say, I built this all by myself, I made this all by myself. But guess what? You had those people that supported you. You know what I'm saying? So now you got this individual mindset, like you did it by yourself. I did it by myself. I did it by myself. No, you had some people that was pushing behind you. They was pushing that machine. They was funding you, basically, like paying for all your tickets or whatever the case is. But at the end of the day, they think it was all them by themselves. People tend to get, entranced in self, if that makes sense. So, I don't know if y'all see that part also. I see that part in people sometimes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know where like what Mike into he talking about impact, right? But I think the topic itself is just talking about mindset. It's more the mindset. Even though you can have, I think, good and like we could say good people, bad people, or negative people, and all that stuff. They still impact in some way, anyways. Though, so usually people is somebody you want to learn from, or somebody that you want to. Oh wait, you can learn from both of them. You can learn to be like or don't be like, or something like that. So that's just for the outside. But I think what we get into is like the intentions, though. A selfish person, you can learn from selfish people. You know what I'm saying? But that wasn't their intentions to learn from them. They just like, no, they was really doing things for themselves. And you just happen to be like, all right, you know what? I like what he did. He motivated me, but his intentions was not to motivate you. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean about the the individual's mindset versus the communal mindset or whatever. But you talking about the impact, right? You just saying that even though you could be an individual, even though both of them, right? You could be communal or individual, and still people can get something out of it. You know what I'm saying? So I can feel that though. But it's just all about, we talking about the intentions behind it. It's people that's just selfish, like it's just people that's selfish, and it's people that just that's really trying to contribute. That's just all. That's what that is for the most part.
Talking about
I think what Kevin's saying, and I want to agree with what Kevin's saying. Because what Kevin's saying is sometimes you don't know what unselfishness is unless you've dealt with unselfishness. When you've dealt with unselfishness, now you know how to be selfish or be selfless, because you've experienced it from the community. You've experienced it from the community. You know what unselfishness is or what selfishness is. So now you know how to experience it yourself. So I see where Kevin's going with that.
Or just what if the community is not productive or useful? What if it's a demonic community? Or what if the community wants me to take like the COVID vaccine? You know what I'm saying? I think we are just assuming that the community is good and the individual is bad.
Nah. It's the same thing I used the example earlier, right? I can say that, like I said, I can say the homeless guy I give money to can be doing it for drugs or whatever the situation is. But me being more genuine, right, and want to be giving because I have a communal type mindset. Whatever they do with the money, it is what it
No,
is. But I did my part. That's what
I'm
I mean
speaking
about
on
it.
complaining
Hey,
about the community.
Huh?
I'm speaking on complaining about the community. Say my
So
community is real negative, violent.
yeah,
lay down.
I shouldn't be able to complain about it if I don't feel like I want to do the same
you
things that
can
community.
complain about it.
Yeah.
But I think it's like kind of useless because like you're not doing nothing about it. So what's good? It's like so many people that complain and then don't do nothing about it. It's like what the heck? What type of right? You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't
I'm just
think
gonna
that's
cry about it and
every
just be like,
individualist though
why is
mindset.
that? And it's also like, oh, why is Trump the president and didn't even vote? You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that just be funny to me. What the heck? You didn't try not to get him out the office. And how you gonna complain about it? That's what I mean about like you ain't gonna contribute, but then complain about it. So it's just I don't know.
No,
Yeah.
it's case by case. I believe it depends
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, it is. It's always gonna be case by case, and I feel you. I can feel you on that. Everybody gonna have their thing because there's gonna be some stuff I can't. I could put it this way. It could be some stuff that I might not contribute in, like something that's across the seas where they be like Paris. Remember that Paris thing? You know, I probably felt bad for him, right? Felt bad for him, but I probably didn't even donate no money over there either. But I still felt bad. You know what I'm saying? So I do understand it. Like if you putting in that way, but it's just like I gotta really think about it. Like it's actually people that's putting into that, you know. And if I ain't really, you know, I must don't feel bad enough that I didn't want to, you know, give them an extra thing. So it's like, I mean, like I said, I get what I can get what you mean though. But yeah, yeah. But yeah, cause we gotta get on this next one, man. So I think everybody went for the most part. I think hopefully we done. Hopefully, I don't know. So Mr. P, you can start us off with this next one though. It's gonna be probably gonna tie back into the communal talk again. So give examples of individual statements and communal statements.
All right, so I'm gonna premise it with you guys understanding my thought process behind an individual statement and a communal statement.
Mm-hmm.
For me, the two statements differ on who bears responsibility for doing something. So, with that being said, I'll give an anecdotal example that answers both an individual statement versus a communal statement. I live in Tucson, and there's a major influx of homeless people. So I have an individualist mindset in that I work as hard as I can. I do the best work possible as fast as I can. And I'm really family oriented. I do everything I can to the best of my abilities every day. I try really hard. So we have excess in our house, and we were driving around one day and my daughter asked me, why are so many homeless people holding up signs asking for food? And I'm like, well, because, you know, they're homeless and they don't have jobs and things are difficult. And she said, well, is there any way to help them? And this is where I'll pause the conversation I was having with her. I can decide that as an individual, I can say to her, well, let's go home and let's go through our house and let's go through what we have that's available for food, and let's go find some homeless people and donate it. Or I can explain to her that there are government programs in place that are paid for by the taxpayer system, because my daughter actually understands what this is. I don't speak to my children like they're idiots. I speak to them like adults. So I could explain to her that the community is already paying for services to provide these people with food and clothing and shelter. They just need to go and utilize those services and drive away.
Mm-hmm.
What I opted to do was tell her, well, when we're done running this errand, let's go home and go through our pantry and find out what food we have that we can go and give away. And we'll find people to do that. And then we did that. And it was a very fun experience for her because she was able to see people in our community, give them food. They expressed gratitude, and we moved on. And it's something that we do about every 2 months now. We'll go through and clean out our pantry, and we do this. And it's something my kids really look forward to doing. But we do it as an individual. We decided that we can do this for our community, instead of saying, there's systems in place that the community has to take care of it, so I'll just brunt the responsibility to the community to take care of it.
Six Four, what you got? You got examples of how a statement from like what are certain statements that you will hear from an individual, and what are certain statements you will hear from a communal person?
Well, people that's about the community, they always speak in community terms as we, you know.
Mm-hmm.
They always that just comes naturally. Well, what we're doing over here, well, when I was with them, what we did, you see, like when I talked about what we did with the other drivers, you know, I was like, well, I did that all by myself. No, you know, well, you know, we, me and my other drivers got together. First, you know, then you got the person who, well, or they don't say nothing because they ain't did nothing. You know what I'm saying? Everything they did was for themselves. And then in that, you sound braggadocious. Then that's really people looking at you don't do nothing for nobody, huh? You just, which I get Mr. P's point, because that's what those programs are out there for. You know what I'm saying? But we also have come to realize that those safety nets have so many holes in them. That's why we got places like the Capuchin Kitchen, for garden harvest, gleaners, food banks, because the government, that particular safety net is not all that.
Yeah, that's the point I was making, is that I don't defer responsibility to those people. I'd rather let's go get it.
Excuse me, damn. Yeah, excuse me, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But
I was just taking a moment just to tell you, like, that I wasn't endorsing saying, you know, just fall back to that. I was saying, you know, I think that's not the wise decision. The wise decision is to say, what can I do for these people?
mm-hmm.
No, that's cool.
All
No,
right.
I didn't say you were. That wasn't what I was implying, my brother, though. The real talk. Me, like I said, I feel what you're saying, because I would say the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Well, you know, they got programs for this stuff. But I've come to realize over my life that these programs are subpar at best.
Yeah, they suck, man. They really suck. I totally agree.
Oh, Kai, you next. So, let's word it this way, right? What are things you'll hear an individual say? What are things you'll hear a person that's communal say?
I think pretty much how the fuck? Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, it
Did
wasn't
you
going
say
around
anything
my
else,
box.
individual?
No, I didn't. I think how Mr. Prince. I think how Mr. Prince said it was down there, like, summed it up the way I feel. I'm not necessarily looking at it as an individual at the detriment of the community, or as if the community is not important. I think it's more just looking at it as, in order for any of this to function, I have to think for self, which we are all doing. No matter what goal or thing we try to accomplish, it's what we feel is the right thing to do. The community might say, well, no, give me all your money from your paycheck, because that's going to help the community. But you might be like, nah, I feel like
I
cleaning
like how
this
you
alley
said
is
that.
the right
Yeah,
thing. Or no, I feel like giving this money to this person on the bus stop is the right thing.
I
But
feel
we
you.
all are functioning from that individual. You can't get around that. The same way you can't get around that within with me being an individual, I have to be of society, which is community.
Okay. I like how you did that. Because they will be like, hey, in order to impact the community, give me your whole check.
Yeah,
That's
give me
some
your whole
funny
check and
stuff.
you can live in my basement. You know what I'm saying? And let all my kids, let the whole hood have your crib. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's
Yeah, I
going to
feel
do
you.
that, because
I
they
feel
are
you.
thinking for what they feel is best for the community,
Yeah.
not what's best for the community.
Yeah, I got you. I feel it. I feel it. I feel it. Bunny, you next.
Nope, not on duty.
Nah. Yeah,
I'm tired, brother. I got the food itis. I don't even know where we at. Where we at?
So we on the second prompt. Basically, what are things that individuals will say, and what are things that communal people will say?
Mm, Yep, I'm tired. I can't even think. I'm over here trying to think
Itis.
of falling asleep. I ain't gonna. Yeah, come back to me, brother. I guess. I don't know. I'm tired.
All right.
Y'all tap the screen first of all, because we've been at 30.4 cases. I closed my eyes and I was almost deep in the sleep. So I'm gonna need y'all to tap the screen. That means y'all are not being active. We would really appreciate that if you guys can tap the screen, tap the screen. Also, brother has a heart up there right next to his name. If you could tap that heart and join the team, we would really appreciate that. We got 37 people in here. You guys can also contribute by not being a gatekeeper and holding down his box. Oh, look at that. Somebody join a team. You can
Mm-hmm.
contribute by also holding down your finger on his box and sending the live out to more of your friends. Let's not be gatekeepers here. Let's be nice and share the live on out. He also have a live goal up there of 1,000 of the lightning bucks. Everybody on TikTok makes six figures. We know that. So let's go ahead and help him reach that goal before it ends in 3 hours and 25 minutes. All we ask is that you remain respectful on the panel and in the comment section. If you're not going to be respectful, don't worry about it. If you can't find your way up out of here to the exit, he has a few minds up in here that would gladly send you up out of here. Other than that, we really appreciate you and enjoy the show. I'm closing my eyes back. Y'all can go ahead. I'm listening, I guess.
All right.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, man, Kev. I put like the red light symbol, and I even said 35K. Let's go. That was like 20 minutes ago. Like I'm
Did
so
you?
disappointed. I'm so
Or did it
disappointed.
get
You didn't see
filtered
that.
out? I don't think I seen it. Let me see.
You
But some
know,
stuff get filtered out too,
I'm just
and they
saying,
don't show
man.
it.
You know, what's going on? We got 30 people in here. Come on, we can jump up to 35K really easy in less than like 30 seconds.
All right, you ready? My turn.
Yes, sir.
So I'll
We got
say,
it, y'all. Keep tapping, y'all. 34, 35, y'all. Let's go ahead. Undisclosed.
because I know you're trying to get through these prompts. So individual comments. I hear women say, "I don't need no man. I can do it by myself."
Oh, now we getting juicy. This is what I was looking for. Let's get it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, look, Kev. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. When I was in the
You mean I've been holding back for nothing? You mean I've been holding back for
Everybody been holding back, so I'm
everybody,
like, all right, let's see. Somebody gonna do it.
I was
I
gonna
knew
do it.
it.
Hey,
I
hey,
knew it.
Kev.
I knew it.
Yeah, hey Kev, when I was down in the comment section, I'm like, why can't these people just get to that point and understand that this is what Kevin is talking about? The fuck is going on here? But I was like, I'm just gonna let them keep doing their individuality situations where they trying to sit here and make it justifications and all this. I'm like, no. This is the problem that we having in the black community right now. I don't need no man. I can do it by myself because I can raise my boy by myself and make him become a man because I am a. No, you cannot make a man become no man. Just like I can't make my daughter become no woman. You know, I can teach her how to be a good person. You know, but it takes a woman to teach that girl how to be a woman. But the point that I'm trying to make right here is that individuality is what is poisoning the community. You know, it's like, oh, I don't need this, that, and the third. Like, no, you define the laws of nature in this statement that you're making. Now, the communal situation statement that people will say is, we need one another to raise that person. You know what I'm saying, or to have a village. We need each other. You know, that right there is how, you know, this world made it. Like, and it wasn't as muddy as it is now because we had that foundation. Now we don't. It's been pulled off. That whole rug has been pulled out from under us. So we're struggling right now. It's ugly out here, and people ain't even thinking about it. They're only thinking about self, me.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. And I land with that.
You know what,
You did it the way I was looking for. I'm looking for examples. I like it though. But everybody has some good pointers though. I mean, they put it though. But I was actually looking for just like how undisclosed. Well, not the exact thing, but he did examples like talking points. I'm looking for talking points because I hear it so much. You know what I'm saying? So what'd you say, 6'4"?
all that good stuff we've been talking for this last hour, all they heard was black woman said, I don't need a man. You just messed up the whole live. They ain't hear shit else.
Probably they
that we've
did
been
right.
saying for the last
Out of
hour and
all
a
that
half.
right now.
All that
See, we
just went
found
out
another
the door.
basher again.
Right,
Like,
all
what the
that went
heck?
out the door. All that shit just went out the door.
Oh, that other dog. It was all good until you said
You said
that.
black woman, they ain't hear nothing else. They ain't hear shit else. They forgot every goddamn thing else. They don't even remember their
And
birthdays
that's
right
all
now.
his life been about all day. Like,
Right.
what the heck we been talking about?
Right. That's all you've been talking about just on
Man.
1 minute. You know, when I
AC Smoke,
leave.
I ripped that band-aid off. I ain't care.
Right. Like, look, you ain't
That's
killing
how I
them.
knew he was one of them liars again. Never talk to
Look, undisclosed. He ain't even peel it off. He ain't even peel one side off. Then peel the other side of the band-aid off and work around the edges. He just ripped that one right on off. Ouch.
Come on, y'all. We almost there. 35K. We
Well,
got it. 37 people. I see new people coming up in here too. Keep on
when I
tapping and
think about
tapping. Join the
this,
team if y'all haven't. It costs 1 penny. It's right next to my name, that heart. You know, that
Yo,
help
Kev,
push me
I
to the
gotta jump
popular
on, my
lives. I'm
guy.
trying to get up there with y'all little toxic lives because I ain't toxic enough, you know what I'm saying? But y'all can help me out. But not on the toxic part, but
so
put me in the popular.
when I think of this though, this make me think of one thing, man, and I'm gonna close. Lean on me when you not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. Cause that's what it sounds like. You just need to lean. We need somebody to lean
To
on.
lean on.
Lean on me, lean. That's all we need. Somebody to lean on.
Yo, Kev, I gotta drop down, my guy.
Okay, for sure. Appreciate you. I appreciate you, brother.
Everybody needs to share that live. Tap that screen. Get them up to 35K. Come on, it ain't that hard.
All right, Mr. Prince, stay up, bro.
Just do it. Just punch Kev right on his little face. Just keep tapping. Make him mad at it. Right there. All right, y'all have a good night. Be blessed, everybody. Thank you for having me up here and giving me grace. I appreciate it.
For sure,
Good night,
Mr.
bro.
P.
All right, Kev, I got a couple statements.
Okay, what you got for me?
Individual says, there are skinny people who aren't healthy. The communal statement is, go to the gym and stop eating so goddamn much.
That's a good one. That was a good one. Yeah, that was a
No,
good one. I like
the
that
community
one.
statement
Yeah, we
ain't what I
getting
said.
somewhere now. Y'all
communal
getting
statement
somewhere
ain't what I
now.
said.
That's what I've been
Community
looking.
sharing
This was about to be my
positivity.
favorite one right here. Y'all getting somewhere.
Look, I'm joking, but I'm serious. The community
Skinny
response
people are
is
healthy too, unhealthy too. That's funny.
the
That is
communal
most
response
definitely
is,
individual type comment.
you already know these new truths, right?
I
That's
don't
my
care.
truth. That's my truth.
Mm-hmm.
That's my new. You're shaming me. These are individual statements because communal statements are more like you have to, abide by what the community or what the society or what everybody else is doing. When you be, and that's what the problem I have with the individual mindset. It's like you think you can go against the grain, like, you know what I'm saying? Once you get out your house and you ain't under your mama rule no more, and now you feel like you can say, well, maybe I don't want to wash dishes, or maybe I don't want to be a homemaker. But you've been trained to be a homeowner. You know the truth is that you need to be able to at least take care of your own home, right? So these is individual mindsets, like, the new excuses to get out of doing stuff. That's what I think the individual mindset is. It's like, I'm going to make up a reason to excuse my bullshit because I don't want to talk to nobody. I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to go with the norm. I want to be against the fray, or I would just want to do something different and I don't want to be shamed about it. So I'm an individual, and that's my statement. As opposed to the community has to consider all things, and then we might sacrifice our own wants to say, okay, but based off the societal norm and the kids that's coming up, how about us just have separate bathrooms? Individuals like, nah. My new truth is we can do gender everything. So I don't know if that helps, but them is the mindsets that come from this individual bullshit.
I like that. Okay. Y'all on the fire now. Let's see how deep it get now. Lovely, you next.
Oh my Lord.
My
Everybody
cousin.
hit on every point that I wanted to hit on. And I think Amir just came with it. Juan came with it, and Sixfo, you came with it too. If you look at it from an individual mindset, you are not an individual without the community. So if you're coming from the I statement, like I, that's the individual, and the communal, we. So when do you include yourself in the we? When do you actually put yourself into the we movement? When do you say I'm an individual or I'm actually part of the community? So when do you separate yourself from both? Because both were, the community impacted you on your individuality, because your individuality was actually impacted by how the community brought you up. So it's blended, it's molded. So you got the I and you've got the we, and here we are putting it all together, and and it's literally blended. So you can't be I without we.
You know what? I think something about the we, right? The we, it kind of get me. I feel like we can still be individual though, in a way, right? I'm thinking more of like if we could say everybody or the
Right,
in
because we kind of
general
branch us
or
off.
huh?
My fault. We branches us off though from the collective.
Right.
Yeah, because I be looking at we, because some people, like, remember I was saying that even like with a family, right? They can't go past, they we is only just their family, right? From there. And just like with that we is still just benefiting the I. I don't know if you know, if y'all get what I mean though about it. But it's just like some people like, okay, we like say if it's a gang, right? We. It's a we too, but y'all in the gang, you know what I'm saying? But it's like it's not a communal thing, but it's just like ain't nobody messing with we, you know, us or something like that. So that's still like individual, but it's like I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like that we kind of it can go both ways. I feel.
That's what I was saying. It's included. It includes both.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
segregation. You know, so we have to sit over here while you sit over there. It's like it's segregation. So it's still individual. Like it's like so you can say you got
Right.
your own
That's what I'm
race,
saying.
whatever. Then yeah. So it kind of
Yeah, that we is like that can go both ways. That's why I'm like that we is it can be just about as good as an I on some of them we's. But I think if we say everybody or in general or you know, I could think of some more though, but it wasn't even my turn yet though. But go ahead, DNA.
Give me 1 second.
For sure. Let me see if Bunny back again or she's sleeping some more. We are family, right? I get all my sisters and me. And that's it.
You just said we are family, and then said I got all.
I am family. Oh man, that was a funny one Amir did. I ain't gonna even lie though. That is a good one that I've heard lately though. Someone we be like, all right, people need to be more healthy. People, you know, people. That's another more of a, I would say,
a we thing.
Communal,
Yeah.
right? Communal. That's communal. And we'd be like, we'll say some stuff like that. They'd be like, well, skinny people can, skinny people unhealthy too. Like, nah. That is funny though, man. Just so you can cancel out the general, right? And I never liked it that though. People be always using the small. Boy, I'm gonna wait till my turn though to say y'all what the. But go
Which
ahead.
one?
You said you ready now, DNA?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we on the first prompt. I mean the second prompt now. Give an example of what individual people say versus communal people.
Communal people, I believe they try to build up the community with like the government standard. You know what I'm saying? Like the community to a government standard, and like individual people kind of try to break off from the government and live a kind of different way. you could say individualists would try to build their own community separate from the government's community,
Mm.
because if you would be trying to live free like the fourth panel, that would be the only way to really go about doing it. So I would think when you come to like a communal statements, I believe it's more like we go make this the suburbs, make this the hood. We go add this to this community. We go try to push for that community. And individualists go be like, we go push for homeschooling and self-education. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
That's what I would think for my end on me.
Okay.
So
Very
it's
All
interesting,
right.
that
brother. Yeah.
individual got to understand though, if I'm gonna be away from the government and do my own land, then I'm gonna build everything for me. Yeah, that's my grocery store over there, and that's my
And
water
mine.
department, and that's my electrical department that supplies electricity to my land.
Mine.
But
I'm the only
it's
one
really
here.
about
We gonna look
Mine.
eventually that individual gonna need a couple more individuals.
that's why I said individualists are trying to make their own community separate from government standards and regulations. You know, it'll be something
Mm-hmm.
they'll try to build themselves with like-minded people, because that's what it would take.
I heard you, nephew. Different perspective. He said the community that we talking about is one that's been constructed by the government, and they pushing their agenda, and that's probably the problem. We need to get more individual thoughts and then branch out and get our own community. Now, I like that individual thing.
Yeah, I like that. That's a different angle too.
Yeah, that's different
That's a different
perspective.
angle too. I ain't here tonight. So, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and wait before I go. I guess since we got Black Hero now, let me give him a chance, and I'm gonna say some of my statements. What's the deal, Black Hero?
Good evening, everyone.
What's up, man? We on the second prompt. You got some example. What do you hear individualists say, and what do you hear communal people say? What do they say differently?
I think individuals speak from the heart more and from personal experience, where communal has more standards of what they feel is right based off of tradition.
I like that. Dang, he kind of almost stole a little bit what I was about to get to. Dang, I would let him right before I get my. I was just about to say that too. So all right, so that's what I was about to get to though. Like people be like, what I notice why individuals they always use like either anecdotal or they want to say or they use like, well, it worked for me type stuff. You know, they say stuff like that. Also, they scared of stats. I don't think they like stats either, right? They rather say it's in my experience that, you know, statements like that, I notice that be more of an individual thing though, because it's like, well, this is me. And it all, you know, so communal, right? That'd be more like 9 times out of 10, this might work for the most majority, or that's less likely to happen if we try it that way, because so it's most of the time they're gonna use like majority this or what's less likely, so they'll use stuff like that, and then individual will be more like, in my experience this, or what are they gonna say, anecdotal, or they gonna stuff like that. So that's the main things especially out here on this app too. Even in real life, that's a difference though. So they usually use their own personal point of view and then try to make it seem like it's.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the hectic things I noticed though, because you could have a group like, hey, this, I think 9 times out of 10 we tried this way, this might work, and then you got the individual come in, well, off of what? Off of who? Who should follow that? Why should we follow something like that or something like that? Because, some people want to live the way they want to live, stuff like that, right? So that's more of an individual that's, communal, like what's more likely to happen, right? An individual would be like, well, it's kind of tying into like the next prompt that I can't wait to do. We about to get on that right now in a minute. is the happiness, right? Because I notice
This
in
boy
the,
said right
in the
now in a minute.
Can I go first when you get on it?
he said I want to go first. I know this gonna be the juicy one
I'm
right here,
calling
though. I thought
dibs.
my other cousin wanted to get on. I don't know what happened to him. He dropped down. That's the one he wanted to get on, though. That's me and his little debate from
Let's
we had.
go. Let's get it
What?
in. What's the everybody answer
Yeah,
part
but
two?
yeah, we got it for the most part. So yeah, we can start off with you, DNA. So fighting for happiness has caused more destruction to the dang, I'm messing up. Fighting for happiness has caused more destruction than investment. Do you agree or disagree, and why?
I disagree slightly because I think fighting for love has caused more destruction than advancement. You know, most people who ascertain happiness can give a fuck less about anything that's going on in the real world because they content with themselves and content with being happy. You know, so that's why they say it's a thin line between love and hate. You know, I'm saying most people who's happy, they can care less about hating a person. You know what I'm saying? So I think people chasing love kind of stopped a lot more advancement because a lot of wars was fought over women. You know what I'm saying? A lot of wars fought over women and money. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like that's why I would say that.
I'm glad you just said that. You just made me think about it, and I actually think it's the opposite way though. I
Oh
just
my
learned because I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna tell you about the 7 principles of love, right? I think that people it's not the love because real love is selfless, right? And the
Correct.
fact that you just said you just used a selfish thing for happiness and happiness is selfish. So I had realized that a while ago. I said I don't think people really like chasing. So I don't think people really like looking for love. It's like it's more their love is based off of them being happy.
It's
That's what
lust.
y'all noticed though, because like I'm gonna read this just to get everybody up to date on what really love is, because people don't got the real definition of love. So the real what love's supposed to be is hold up, let me see, I got you. The 7 principles of love, right?
You stole it. The 7 principles of love. Oh my gosh. You guys
Yep.
just stole it. You can skip me when you get to that because you guys just brought it up.
Yep, 7 principles. Because it's funny because he used actually one of the principles and put it in happiness, and happiness is the most selfish thing ever, right? Happiness only help yourself. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, so 7 principles of love, which is okay. 7 principles of love is the first thing on it is selflessness, right? That's what love. The second thing is concern. The third principle is understanding. The fourth principle is compassion. The fifth one is forgiveness. And all that stuff don't, you know what I'm saying? It's all selfless things, if you ever noticed that though. From the rest of these 5. And then 6 will be mercy. Which mercy, I know they mix that with grace. So grace is basically giving somebody what they don't deserve. And then mercy is somebody may deserve it, but you hold back and don't give it to them. That's what mercy is. Patience is number 7, right? A lot of us don't even be patient enough for other situations. So that's what love is. I just found it funny because you end up using it's like all the stuff that's expected for love. It's like you switched it up and made it about happiness, and happiness literally is the opposite. Happiness is really, like I said, that's more of the selfish thing, and love is supposed to be the selfless thing. But that's why I say I know a lot of us got that definition is so backwards nowadays because the way people just throw love on anything and call it love. Well, this is what love is because of that. But they really chasing happiness. That's funny that you said that though. No, I'm thinking about it.
I just be thinking like, you know, to happiness may be selfish, but once you reach that level, it becomes selfless. You know what I'm saying? But because you have to be content with yourself in order to be happy with anything. And people be chasing love before they be content with themselves. Before they know themselves, they chasing somebody else and trying to learn somebody else. People need to take time and learn themselves first and be happy with themselves, and they'll see things that start falling in place a lot better once you're happy with yourself.
Happiness is also temporary, though.
It's
I think
temporary.
what we want is joy.
Joy, yeah. That's true.
Mhm.
That's true.
Hey, host,
Oh,
could I have 20 seconds to hype you up real quick?
what you got?
Hey, listen, we got 32 people in the room. We're already at 36,000 likes. Let's please keep tapping that screen. Good morning, salutations. Hope everyone is having a blessed Tuesday. If you guys want to leave a monetary gift, you can look at that little orange heart. It only costs a coin. You click it, heart me, and it helps to boost the algorithm and help with the engagement. This has been a lovely panel. Great questions, very positive vibe. Again, good morning, salutations, grand rising. Happy Tuesday. Thank you everyone for coming in. Back to y'all.
Okay. All right. Hashtag FYP too. With undisclosed did down there too. Go ahead and follow that trend. Okay. Lovely. What you got? The topic is, the prompt is fighting for happiness has caused more destruction than advancement. Agree or disagree, and why?
So, you said advancement. So happiness. If you, I'm gonna roll with DNA on this one because happiness. A lot of people is the context of what happiness is, what love is. Some people don't even know what it was because it was never presented to them. So you have to actually create that within yourself. You have to create your idea of happiness. You have to create your idea of love. But I really think that love overpowers everything. Love can actually create that happiness within you or create that. Sorry, my allergies are so bad. My allergies have been so bad. Sorry.
I'm about to say, I was about to order you a cane in a minute if we kept talking any minute longer.
I know. My allergies have been so bad. You don't understand. Like in Cali, it's like the pollen out here. It's so bad in Cali. It's so
I said,
bad.
is she getting old in my face right now? I thought she was just about 19 years old. Now she turning 91.
No, the pollen out here is so bad. It's so bad. My allergies are so bad.
That just started getting worse and worse. Though I ain't gonna lie. She
But
said,
I have to love it. But I have to love it, and I have to love it, and I have to receive it, and I have to
happiness is that.
acknowledge it.
And then about the love.
I have to
I
accept
was feeling sad. No, I thought it was one of them Titanic movies or something. I didn't know what was going on.
No, you have to get to the point to where it's not even about the love that
I said, you've been talking that long, you done got old. So let me start.
It's not even about the love that you give and the happiness that you try to give to other people. It's also how you receive it. So if you don't love yourself, I think DNA was talking about this, like what you pour into yourself. If I give myself love, if I give myself kindness, if I'm compassionate with myself, then I'm going to know what it's going to be like when it's presented with somebody else. When somebody else presents me with their happiness, with their loveness, with their kindness, with their compassion. So it's the balance that we have to have between all of that. So going back to your fighting for happiness, we don't fight for it. We fight with it. We fight with it. Because we don't want it to cause destruction. Happiness, how do you put happiness and destruction in the same sentence, Kev? Like it's not supposed to be destructive. We talk a lot about, everybody talks about, all the bad, all the evil that comes in this world, and we can talk biblical and we can go into all this stuff, but you can't put happiness and destruction in the same sentence. Agree or disagree, or why? I disagree. You cannot destruct happiness. You have to create it. You have to make that happiness. You have to make that love. You have to create that love, even if you were ever presented with unlove.
Let me ask this then, since y'all both said it. I ain't trying to. So, all right, cool. Let's say this then, right? So let's bring this right. We talk about the statistics, right? Especially with the women, right? With the divorce, right? Do you think that they're breaking up because of the lack of love, or because they're not happy? Hello.
I knew you were gonna steal my thunder.
My bad. It was just eating at me. I'm like, I can't go to the next person without letting them ride with this one, man. 'Cause I really think they mixing this up. They don't. I don't think we mixing love and happiness up. And I think happiness has been ruling this world for the longest. You know, I think everybody just wants to be happy. I don't think it's want to be love. I think they want to be happy. But we can rock with that. But how you feel about that though? You know, you think that they breaking up because of love or because they're not happy?
You asking Lovely or me?
Yeah, I'm asking Lovely because they was
Also,
lovely.
Well, you have to think about happiness is a component of love. So even if you look at the components or the components of intimacy, intimacy is mental, physical, spiritual, emotional, financial, all that stuff that comes with intimacy. What makes you happy? There's multiple components that come in with happiness.
You making it harder than it's supposed to be, Lovely, man. It's a simple question. It's just, do you think they breaking up because of the lack of love or they not happy? Which one is it?
I think they're not happy because they're not receiving the love the way that they want to receive it. They're not receiving it the way that they want to receive it. But what if that person is giving them the love from a good gesture,
Right.
and they just don't know how to receive
And
it.
they're not happy with the way this person loved them, huh? Okay, I got you though. So they're
Yeah.
not happy because the way that person loved them. Sorry, I'm sorry. All right, go ahead, Amir.
Not
Fight with.
not to laugh because you got me with the. I saw what you did there. The happiness is what's driving. The happiness is what's driving everybody, or the false sense of happiness, actually. I like to think of myself as a well-read person, even though my 16-year-old daughter didn't probably read more books than I will ever. But she averaged like a book a week, y'all. But look, I read a few books, and I remember seeing a couple of phrases periodically, or people making reference to the savage in pursuit of happiness. Now, it's a long story. Some of you probably know about it. But it just basically talks about America, the experiment, and the plight of, our people, melanated people here. And that we've been stripped and miseducated to the point where it's, we don't really even know what true happiness is. So I think it's the false sense of happiness that is causing more destruction than advancement, definitely. Because once you get to a certain point in your life, you come to realize that either one or two things: either my happiness it can't take precedent over what needs to be done, my duty, or you come to the realization, which I hope many of us do, is that triumph and disaster are one and the same. They're imposters. Your happiness is only on a tangible level. I mean, like, would you get 100,000 and you're happy? You get a house, you're happy. So what if you lose it? You're not going to be happy no more? So happy shouldn't be relative to a material thing. That's where,
where my cousin at?
I think that's where we get caught up with the, again, that phrase that I didn't make up. We've become savages in the pursuit of happiness. A savage, think of you a savage. That's different from a, well-educated person. Because a well-educated and well-historically inclined person that has honor for his traditions and forefathers, their happiness looks a little different from the savage who don't have no respect for nobody, no history, don't care about no Bible. I just want me, my truth. You see what I'm saying? So individual happiness is detrimental. We should definitely know this. You got to get over yourself and redefine what happiness should be. It should be, you look at your life and say wants and needs. You know what I'm saying? If it falls in the want category, then it falls in the need category. And just be honest with yourself. I don't need that. It's not going to, it'll make me happier. I'll feel better. I'll have joy or whatever, pleasure. I might even enjoy the intimacy with someone that I probably shouldn't sleep with. But afterwards, you know what I'm saying? You cause detriment. Now you got a baby, you got a disease, you got regrets. You know what I'm saying? She talking about how little your thing was. No, I'm just playing. I'm done.
Y'all don't know. I got y'all. It's a list of things I got to show why happiness is. But I'm gonna go. I can't wait till my turn now because I'm like this boy. I can talk about this for a good while. I got some examples. Go ahead, undisclosed.
Yes, sir. Okay. So yeah, you kind of stole my thunder a little bit with the whole
Just a little bit, a little bit.
yeah, with the whole divorce situation. So but yeah, true indeed. I have to agree with the prompt. I look at it like this. So you're gonna come up and say, I'm not happy, so I'm gonna get a divorce. You know what I'm saying? That right there is horrible. You know, you've probably been working on this marriage for years upon years, but all of a sudden you're just not happy this one day. And like you and your cousin said, you and Juan said, you know, it's a temporary situation.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna leave a relationship just because I'm not happy today with you. I'm gonna leave this marriage because I'm not happy. You know what I'm saying? That's not cool. That's not cool. You know what I'm saying? Like if you got kids, what if your kids make you unhappy? Are you gonna leave them? No. Hell no. You're gonna work on it. You're gonna work on it.
Oh, that's a good one.
You got what I'm saying? You ain't gonna leave. You ain't gonna abandon your kids. Oh, my kids are making me mad. I'm finna kick you to the curb. Nope. And then you know, some of this happiness comes with selfishness. You know, it's like,
yes.
Oh, hey, if you don't give me this Birkin bag, baby, I ain't gonna be happy with you, and I'm gonna break up with you. No, get your little selfish ass on somewhere. Fix your attitude, and no, you gonna get this little Dollar Tree bag. You know what I'm saying? So but at the end of the day, people got to stop being so fixated on their happiness. You know what I'm saying? Like I understand, yes, we all do want to be happy, but sometimes there's a point in your life where you got to sit back and just be like, you know, maybe, you know, I'm doing too much. Maybe I don't need X, Y, and Z. Maybe I need to work on some extra stuff, you know. So hopefully that makes sense, and I'm gonna land with that.
Mm-hmm. Bunny, let's try it again. See if she is. I know she fell asleep by now. Bunny in 5, 4, 3, 2. She probably done turned them things into sheeps now. I've been talking so much.
Sleeping.
Counting as sheep. Let me go ahead and make some room real quick. Yeah, she out of there. Go ahead, cuz. I wish my other cuz was here. This is who I need to talk to, though, man.
I think it's pretty much the same. Like Amir and Undisclosed says, it's fleeting. It's not nothing that lasts. It's a temporary emotion. You know, you can be sad, happy, angry, nervous. It's just like being nervous. You know what I'm saying? Don't last. You rather what I try to seek is like joyful. Like a person who's happy and a person who's joyful. I feel like joyful is like who they are. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to they just happy, like he said, because they got 100,000 or they got the house. Because now what's happening? You know, once the house gone, or you know.
Doc, I need you to be talking to Mike, man.
As far as and also when I first read it, Fighting for Happiness, the first thing that popped in my head was literally yesterday. I was reading on hedonism, which is basically the philosophy of.
Every time it's about to get juicy, though.
Come on, Juan.
Get your happy ass back to work.
The hedonism is basically just seeking pleasure, and we see that people who just seek pleasure, they if you seeking it, you already not gonna find it because you seeking it. It's not you're not like manifesting it. You're not like creating it from you. It's not coming from source. It's something you chasing, and we all know whatever we chase, we'll never really ever have it.
What's the difference between seeking and finding?
Seeking, I would say, is you more looking for it and you going after it. I would say, I think finding might be just like coming upon it, like you may stumble upon it.
Okay. I like that. Because I was thinking about that. Maybe when he said seek, I thought about. I had a question. That question was actually for myself, though. I'm like, hold on, did I think about that through? Okay, yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, because I be telling people, I
Like
say,
seeking love. If I'm seeking love or seeking a wife, I feel like
yeah.
I'm on the internet. I'm in the mall. I'm like trying to find her. Well, I mean that don't make sense because I used the other word, but
Go
you know what I'm
crazy.
saying? It's
And
like
that's why I said,
it's
that's
like
what it's, that's what I heard myself like that.
they,
Because I'm
I
like,
mean,
hold
they
up,
are
wait. Because
synonyms.
I did the
But
same exact thing
it's
too, but
synonyms for
I think
sure.
it
But
is different though. Yeah, it is
When
different.
you seeking something,
Well, they say
I think
seeking
you
you will
don't know
find.
nothing really about it, and when you find something, you got a generalization of it. You know what I'm saying? Because when you seek something, you don't know shit about what you seeking, but when you find something, you damn near like, am I
Right.
warm?
I
Is it
think
warm over
finding
here?
might be like unintentionally coming about it, and seeking is more like
But
I'm
you
looking
can't
for
find
it
it if you
from
can't
from my
find it if you don't seek it.
Huh?
I don't think
What
I
you say?
agree with that.
But you can find like a treasure. Like if there's a map, and then you got the spot, the X marks the spot, you're gonna have to find it so you can actually seek it once you
See,
seek
that
it.
just proved my point again. It's based off information that you already have versus seeking
Mm.
something you
Right,
got no
right,
information.
Okay,
right,
okay, I got you. That makes sense. Because I'm about to say, yeah,
But if
map,
you
you probably finding it, and then if you didn't have a map, you'd be seeking it, right?
right,
no,
right.
I don't think so because
Mm.
if you say like I found my wife, that don't.
That's
That's tough.
different. You
That's
said
all.
found though. That's different though. Yeah.
But found and I
Because
mean
you
found
seeking
is
for a
just the
wife and then you
past
end up
tense.
finding her though, because like that's random. You know what I'm saying? But if you finding her, that means you looking in the area that she done told you where she at already. Like,
Man, we
I
just
don't think I
went
agree
down
with that, but it's
that
really tomato
hole.
tomato though. I mean semantics.
it's tomato, tomato.
That's just
I think it do. I
semantics.
think the way her DNA said it, though, I think it is like that, like a map. It's like a map. Like if you don't have a map, you seeking it, you seeking for it, and if you do have a map, you're finding it because you're already on the road. I
That's
think.
what
No, I think it's the opposite. Actually, I think seeking something is like
Hey, that is hurting my
you
head now.
looking
Hold up, let me
for.
look. I'm about to just go to
But
Google. You already
they
know.
down there the same though. Like
I
I
you
gotta
think
know,
do
if you
Google
seek,
now. Google
it's,
always,
it's,
yeah. I be
I
trying my
think it's
best not to
been
go on
said.
Google.
I think it's been said, "Seek and ye shall find. Seek and
we're
ye
just
shall find."
breaking down. We're
yeah,
breaking
it's
it
like
Y'all
down.
one
heard
and the
that?
same for real. You know what I'm
Or you
Well,
could
saying?
because
do, or you could
even
do.
the Bible says, "Seek and you will
What
find."
about searching? What's
Are
that
you?
one?
Yeah. Are you? Are yeah?
See,
Or you
You're
could do
see.
searching
Seeking,
Google
searching, and
now.
finding.
or you could do hide and
Y'all
So
seek.
see how I turned
the
into a
seeking
cheetah?
is actually looking for it. The finding is the action of coming upon it or
Right.
about it.
Is
Yeah.
coming into it.
It's
Right.
like hide and seek. If you hide, but you don't know what the person is. They're hiding somewhere, but
Right.
you gotta seek.
Right.
You gotta seek them, and then like with the map situation, like I said, X marked the spot. You see exactly
Yep.
where it's at, so that means you gotta find it. You gotta go
You
through
Yep.
that.
seeking it out now. You okay? Okay, I get
Yeah,
what you're
yeah,
saying.
yeah.
I looked up for the little bit they gave me. Say seeking means to have a goal, but finding means to be free to, receptive to, have no goal.
Ah.
Mm. What's the difference?
You said finding means to be receptive to what?
It say finding means to be free, to be receptive, to have no goal.
Right. Let me say this, Kev. I think I get it from what all y'all said and what you just said. Somebody said it earlier. Maybe it went by us all, and maybe I'm hearing it again. I think if you find something, like you could be walking down the street and find some money on the ground. You wasn't
No, no,
looking
no,
for
no,
it.
no.
You
You
wasn't
saying this
seeking.
difference between finding and find though. We talking about finding with a ing.
Find. Say it again.
Finding, not find. Find is already or found. That's basically the same thing. Found and find.
Right, right. So if you find,
Yeah,
so you're saying you either seeking
and
and you won't.
finding.
Okay,
Yeah.
so if I'm seeking something, then I have an
Mhm.
intention because I have, like you said, either a map or a,
Oh,
Right, a
so I did say it
goal,
desire.
backwards.
like they
And a
said.
find,
Yeah, so I did say it backwards earlier.
if you're finding, you just letting yourself experience life and being receptive to things you might discover.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's what they probably mean though, because that's what I'm looking up. It says seeking to have a goal, and then finding means to be free and receptive to have no goal though.
Right. You just get it if you get it, you get it. But I wouldn't, try to.
Right. Okay, I see. Okay, I see.
Right. Right.
But seeking is I got attention. I'm trying to get to this mark. I'm trying to get to this point because I know where I want to go. But finding is the freedom just to be able to live without boundary and say, okay, I'm gonna just come up on all information that's new and
Mm.
good to me.
And
Okay, we
that's
get somewhere. We always learn some new stuff.
why DNA even brought
What
up
about
like,
searching? It's like, no, I'm stop.
yeah,
Another
if
mystery.
you bring up a map, you know how you follow a map and you follow a compass or whatever. It's like you're looking for something. You're seeking something. And then once you find what your intentions are, then now it's found.
Interesting. Right, exactly.
All right, let me say this, Kevin, then I'm about to go.
Prisoners of war.
Hey, Kev, let me say this, and I'm about to
What
go
was
to
that?
bed. I ain't gonna be up with y'all all damn night. What's wrong with y'all? But look, and I'm the one with the least. Look, I'm on West Coast time. It ain't even 12. But look, I'm tired, man. I gotta get up. But
Time too.
this what I was gonna say, Kev. You know, just and again, teach his own. But I found it. I found it more pleasurable to try and exist like this for me, and at least when I was trying to seek the happiness that I really could, like, even when I got what I wanted more. Like, you know what I'm saying? I always wanted. That's what the false sense of happiness creates. But when I hear scripture or when I hear people say that our Creator will give you the desires of your heart if they align with Him. You see what I'm saying? So, like, if you on a good, like, if you at the purest of your heart can be, you know what I'm saying? You trying to be the most righteous person you are. And if you asking things according to that, I believe you'll find those things. Just like if you looking for the bullshit, you're going to find that too. But what you're going to find the difference is you're not going to have the happiness. You see what I'm saying? Like, I remember when my false sense of happiness was gold chains, cars, and shit like that. And
Right.
I had that. But I wasn't happy after a while. I had to get more and more and more, a new happiness. But the happiness that I get when I realign myself with my Creator is to say, okay, it's better to give than to receive. I feel better. This is my job, my obligation. I'm going to get rewarded for this because now my generations to come are going to be blessed. My children are blessed. You feel me, Kev? Like, I know it ain't because of me and my individual mindset that my kids are as high and made so many accolades as they have. I truly believe it's because, you know what I'm saying, I put myself second and I pray and I try to, do things according to what He wanted me to do. You see what I'm saying? It's a slippery slope, and I know it's different degrees and levels to this. But I truly believe if you align yourself with a bigger purpose, then your happiness will be more fulfillment and lived more, long. It'll be longer. The other way, when you're in that individual mindset, man, that happiness gonna come and go. You're gonna need a new fix next week.
I got a question for y'all. I had learned this a while ago. That's kind of, I don't know if it's a trick question. Would you rather have peace or find peace?
Hey, before we answer that, can I say
Okay.
this one last thing about the fine situation?
Yeah.
The way I see fine is like a goal is in mind when you do it. Like I want to find a job, so it's almost like a goal. I want to find a girlfriend, or I want to find, a good restaurant. That's why I see. But you go ahead and do your thing. So you said find or
That's weird though, because it said it's the opposite. Seeking means it already have a goal, and then said finding means to be free, to be receptive, and
well,
have no goal.
that's true. You can still be free though. Like
I'm confused.
you can still be free. Like say for instance, okay, I want to find a new job. So you're free to you don't have to get a particular job, but you're free to negotiate or not negotiate, but look for different jobs, like various jobs. You don't have to just go to this one specific place. So you're free to look. Like I want to find a new team to play on. You know what I'm saying? Like you could be a free agent, but at the same time, you're going to find that team that you want to play on, if that makes sense.
Interesting. Okay. So, oh yeah, let me do this question before we go to 6. I think, because I think Cuz already answered the happen. Yeah, he did. So 6 gonna be next, and then Black, and then All right. So this is the question I got for everybody. Would you rather Would you rather find peace or have peace? You can go ahead, Black. We can just go black, and go down in order. Uh, would you
Man,
rather have peace or find peace?
man, I was taking notes. Ask the question again.
Yeah, we just go. I'm gonna do. I mean, we ain't gonna do the reasons yet, though. We ain't gonna do the reasons yet. Let's do. Would you rather find peace or have peace?
Have.
Okay. Say, Spo, would you rather find peace or have peace?
Already have it.
You say you rather have it. Okay. Oh, cuz already said have. Okay. Gemini, would you rather have peace or find peace? We ain't gonna say the reasons yet, y'all. We ain't gonna say it yet.
Fine.
Okay. Undisclosed. Find peace or have peace?
Have.
Have. Okay. Lovely. Find peace or have peace?
You can't have peace if
Hey,
you're
no,
not.
hold up. I don't want you to say it. You're going to say it. That's what I'm saying. I just want to just say it real quick because I don't want to I don't want to sway nobody's mind yet.
I'd rather work with finding peace. I
Find a
want the.
peace. Okay, cool. So we're gonna rock with that. Okay. So we got 3 people that said fine, and then everybody else there said have. And DNA, find peace or have peace. We about to learn something tonight though, because I had to. That John hit me from a different angle too. DNA, where you at? Oh boy, I don't know what happened to him. I guess he's the last one though. All right, so
Gemini.
I know you about to answer it right, Lovely. So I ain't about to do it yet. I ain't gonna do it yet though. So, for the people that say have, right? Why you say that?
Because you already.
I swear his job don't like him. His job be cutting out.
I'll say this because with the topic, when we talk about war and when we talk about fighting and we talk about, the mental state that everyone's going through, I would rather surround myself and have peace as opposed to trying to go out and find it and getting trapped or becoming a prisoner of war.
Okay. What you got, Juan?
Or getting trapped in the own chambers of my own mind.
It's just you already possess it. You already own it. I don't need to find it. Find it means you don't have it. When I'm trying to find my remote, I don't have it. If I'm trying to find peace, I don't have it. But if I have peace, I already own it. I already possess it.
Okay. I think Undisclosed, he was another one that said it. I think Aaron Sixfold said he was another one that said have too.
Yeah. 6'4" said he already had peace. But yeah,
Okay.
he kind of took my thunder a little bit right there because I'm like, why am I finna search?
And me too. I'm gonna throw myself in there too. I'm gonna say I'd rather find it. But go ahead. So it's about 4 of us that said find it and 4 of us said have. Okay, let's get it.
So it's split. It's split. So yeah, I'd rather have peace instead of finding it. Because if that's the case, that means that I'm searching for that situation when I'd rather just have it and be in peace, in the state of peace instead of like searching for it. So that means that I'm technically not at peace if I'm searching for it. So, but I'll go with that.
Okay. 6'4", you the last one that say before all the fines say something. 6'4", you said have. Why? 6'4", you there? He probably working. All right. All right, now for the fine people now. I don't know who said. Gemini, you already know you unmuted already. What you got? Why you said fine?
I just think about it like more than likely nobody is having this peaceful life their entire life.
Mm-hmm.
So at some point, life isn't gonna be peaceful, whether it be chaotic, whether it be war or whatever. It's just not gonna be that. And like you have to have the internal roadmap to get yourself back to that peace. Or else you like I think it was Hero that said he didn't want to be trapped in, that war. But if all you've known is peace and chaos get thrust upon you, if you don't know how to get back to that peace, then like you said, you're trapped.
You said it. You almost stole it from me a little bit. Okay.
So like, yeah, you just kind of got to be able. You have to have done it at least once, so that when it presents itself, you know how to get back.
You know how to. Ooh, dang. Yep. All right, go ahead, lovely. Why you say fine?
I say find, because we were talking about seeking and finding earlier, and because you have to find that peace that is within you, because everybody's peace is different. Everybody's peace is, you have to go through the process in order to be at peace. Because what is the opposite of peace?
Chaos.
Dysfunction.
Exactly.
Dysfunction. But look, so once you find peace, then what? You have peace, right?
Right.
So
Yeah.
I'm not getting what your point is.
I'm gonna explain it now, or I guess you done, lovely.
Please do, because I
No,
don't get it.
Yeah,
no,
I will. Yeah, I'm gonna break it down
But that's
how I
what I'm
learned this
saying.
other way. Though I was like, wow, I didn't think about it that way. So
That's what I'm
lovely,
saying.
But I'm
Is that
saying,
you
answer
have to
that. When you
go.
find peace, do you have it?
You
I'm gonna
have
get
to.
you. I
You
got
have
you.
to
Yeah,
go
you do.
through.
You do.
Yeah, you do.
So why
You
wouldn't I
do.
just skip to having it?
I
Well,
explain
you
it to
have to
you.
go
I
through. You
explain
have
it.
to go through the process. You have to go through the process.
Not necessarily.
Uh,
Why
I mean,
do
So
I?
lovely.
So Juan, think about it like this.
Real
go
quick, because
ahead.
we ain't
Like,
about to do that. Not yet. Because I gotta
see,
still say my
okay,
point anyways,
my
though.
bad.
Before we go back and forth on that situation, though. I just wanted lovely to say her reason why she said fine, real quick.
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. So I was saying, I was explaining it. I was explaining it to you before you got it, or my point of view, right? Because it was gonna go there anyways. I was gonna end up probably answering that anyways, though. So the reason why I say find, I would say find because rather than have, and that's how I learned it this way in somebody other room, and it made a lot of sense though. Because like you can have it right and don't know how to, because just like you remember we mentioned earlier, right? All emotions is temporary. So you can have peace, but that don't mean that you're going to keep it. That don't mean you're going to keep it all the time. So
Just the
at
same
some
with
point,
finding it though.
huh?
So if you find peace, that don't mean you're gonna keep it either.
Yeah, and I'm about to explain to that too. I'm about to get to that part, right? So if I find peace, right, just like Gemini and Lovely said, if I know how to get back to it at one point, if I lose it, if I find it, I know how to get right.
Right. You know how to
Basically,
get back to peace. Right.
yeah, I know how to get back to peace, and that's what
Right.
kind of hit me because I'm like, dang. Because you know how to, but if you have it right, because this is another example, right? Some people have gotten peace in their life, but they don't know how they got there. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. But have
Yeah.
some people have peace and just have peace?
At random times probably, and they don't know how they
No.
got there. They just got peace.
I don't think everybody have to know how to find peace. I think some people actually just have peace and they live a peaceful life. They don't sway with the ups and downs. They understand life is up and down, left and right, and they keep their peace. So they're not really worried with finding it
Yeah,
because they have peace, knowing that whatever is God's will.
But
yeah,
So I don't think
but
because they
necessarily have
found a
to.
way. They found a way to get back
but
there, right?
but
No,
Juan,
Because remember, it's
no.
temporary,
Juan,
right?
they never. So look, Juan, we live the world that we live in is chaos.
Right. That's what I'm
Like
saying. They had to find it.
we are born into chaos.
I don't think everybody functions from that mindset though, or that mentality, or
Ye-
that belief.
So,
I mean,
so say if
but
they did stay
actually,
in
some
a
people,
peaceful area all the time, right? If they
but
was
No,
always in a
say if
peaceful
they had
area,
peace. No, not peaceful area. They had peace. They have it. They have peace. Like a child. A child has peace.
hmm,
sometimes,
I don't know how that can work though,
not all the
because like
time, bro.
emotions are temporary. Just like
Children
you're gonna be
cry.
bored at some
Do
point.
you
You
think
can't
peace?
be.
Children throw tantrums.
I don't think
Children
peace
act
is
out.
emotion though. I don't think peace is emotion, and that
It,
might be
yeah, it
where our
is.
disconnect is. I don't
I
think
mean, it's
peace
a
is an
state of
emotion.
being. If you want to
It's
look
a
at it that
feeling and an
way,
emotion. I think.
it's a
I
state
think.
So
of
Hold on. Let me
being,
see. Let me look it up. We can look it up though. We
a
ain't even
state
gotta
of
question it.
existence.
so hold on. That same piece
Is peace
that
a
you
feeling
found
or
that
emotion?
you're in is that the same piece that you're gonna give to other people?
Oh, come on, Juan. I got a question for you too, bro. You ain't gotta act like that.
You got to blur it out to get a teacup again.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask him, like, if a child is at peace, like, what do they cry for?
Because
Right.
they're hungry. Because
Why
they're
do they throw
hungry.
tantrums? Why do they throw tantrums if
Because they
they
hungry or they want affection. That don't mean they don't have
Right.
peace. That don't mean they're
well
not free
why
from this.
I don't understand that. That doesn't make sense. If I'm crying, I'm not at peace. If I'm crying because of a funeral, or if I'm crying because of something
Can't.
it's funny as hell, or a loving moment, like emotionally I'm stirred up, I'm not at
Okay,
peace,
so I
or I
can't
wouldn't be
be at.
crying.
So if I lose my mother, but I'm knowing she has to die, I can't have peace. I just gotta be sad.
You gotta find how to, because some people not even at peace with a
No,
lot of things, and they
that's
gotta
some
eventually
people
find a
though.
way to
That's
get peace
some
with it.
people. That's some people.
I think everybody have to. You can't. They don't just happen out of nowhere. You got. It's a mentality that help you find it.
I don't agree with that. I think a
And
lot
you,
of
and
stuff
you
is
aren't
is
just
is
born
is
with it though.
raised and we indoctrinated into. I think in a natural state where we was just playing in the land, on the islands and in the trees, playing with the fruits. I don't
Well,
see why you would want to find peace rather than already have it.
well, here's the thing though,
Because you already
you can't control your peace because some of the
okay.
peace
Okay, I
that
want y'all to look
comes
up
to
Alan
you.
Watts. Somebody like that who has they have peace. You know what I'm saying? They don't need to like it's weird because we all humans and we all are shaped and affected by our society and environment. But
Yeah.
me, the way I think, I don't think that's like our natural state. I think that's more taught and learned. So I
Right.
think it is possible to have peace and not it waver and then now I don't have peace. I think it's possible for
So
somebody to have peace through trials, difficulties, tribulations, ups, downs,
Mhm.
lefts and rights.
So
That's what
yeah.
I
I
So
think
believe.
you
what
can
you're
only have
talking.
one emotion at a time or one feeling at a time, though. Like it gotta circulate. So you can't be at peace and be happy at the same time,
Well,
or you can't be
what
at peace
No,
and
one
you can
love at the
be
same time.
you can be at peace and accept the situation though, whether it's
I
good or
was just gonna
bad.
Yeah.
say acceptance,
Yeah.
Right.
But
It's
acceptance.
it's
I was
either
acceptance.
you're
just
gonna
gonna
be
say
sad or you're gonna
acceptance.
be at peace, but you can't
No,
be
I don't
both
think
at the same
so.
time.
But
You
wait,
can
so
It's
you
an
can
Juan,
accept
hold on
emotion.
one
you
second.
can
So
accept
look,
the sad
Juan, before you
situation and be at peace.
Juan, so before but
I can be at peace with
you
my mother
but
dying.
Juan,
Yeah,
like you're
eventually.
saying, you're
No,
you're
not
you're
even no, just
already
in general.
Juan, you're already
I
sad.
understand you saying wine, but
And
I'm still
then you're
talking to him.
okay. Apologies.
I think that's what we're like when you go into the word peace. It's like making it's an agreement. It's like you're flat out. It's like closure. You're at peace. You're good, but you had to go through a process to even get to the peace. So there's a level of
Unless you're
acceptance.
not a human, it's that just don't happen out of no. That's like
Yeah.
saying that you could just be happy all day
Right.
without
Right.
nothing else. You might as well just be happy. You could be at happiness then, if that's, or at joy. Let's say joy then.
Okay,
Right.
what about a
Right.
monk?
But like emotions
What about a
fluctuate.
shaman?
They fluctuate.
They
What
do. They
about like a
do.
shaman? What about a shaman or like a monk who was raised that we're gonna be
Yes,
at
they gonna
peace
have
regardless
moments.
of the situation? Huh?
They gonna have moments. Sometimes they gonna be at
They
stress.
gonna have
They gonna have
moments of
stress
what?
sometimes.
I don't agree. See, I don't agree with that, and that's where we differ. I don't think
That's a
everybody has to be
human.
controlled by
That's
their
what
mind.
humans
No,
do.
everybody's
Well,
not
well,
controlled by their mind though.
You think
Everybody's
he
not
go?
controlled by their
You think he gonna
thoughts.
stub his toe and be at peace with that,
Hey, check
or
this
he
No,
gonna
I
out.
show some
think
anger?
I think that thoughts are controlling that. Everybody
I
don't
have to
are not
wind finish. I'm
controlled
gonna
by
say
their
something.
thoughts.
well, that's the problem, though. That a lot of
Watch the
people.
thinker.
Oh,
Hey,
hold on.
watch the thinker.
The
Emotions, actually,
thoughts.
emotions is before thoughts, anyways. Though I had
Im-
looked that up too, which I
So
Hold on,
you
do
I
can
want to
have,
say
believe,
this.
so you can
because it's like
experience
Imagine.
babies, right?
pain.
They
You can
emotions show
experience
before they
pain.
thought.
So if
Hey,
you
I got
stub
some.
your toe,
I want to
But
chime in too.
imagine. Hold on one sec.
Well, damn.
Imagine if you had an emotion tied to every thought. Do you know how crazy you would be? If every thought that you had an emotion tied to it, if
Hey,
every thought that you had, we think, what, 80,000 thoughts a day? Imagine if you had an emotion tied to every single one of them. How do you discount that? How do you make peace with those thoughts? We're not even just talking about being at peace
it's
within
because
ourselves.
those thoughts are shaped off of what you were taught or the society. So if your society taught you that this is bad or this is good, you're going to react based off of that. But if you're brought up or taught that, like a lot of people do, monks or Buddhists or a lot of different religions, that we flow, like we go with the tile. We know that it's good, bad. We know that it's up, down. They don't waver, even though they may go through a good thing, a bad thing. That's kind of how I see it. So I would
So if you
rather,
hungry, right? If you don't know when your next meal is, I don't think the government had to teach me that I'm gonna be worried. I think that's just a natural human
it's
reaction.
nature. Yeah,
no,
natural
but it's
instinct.
people that go hungry all the time and they not worried.
Hey,
Well,
I was
how do
gonna
you?
say this.
What?
I was gonna say this. I keep the peace to keep the peace. You heard me? But no, real talk. It's just a natural instinct. You know, we
I
have
think that's a natural.
yeah,
I don't. That's
It is natural.
we have fear.
Eating, you talking about eating, so that of course that's
No.
natural.
I
yes,
ain't
survival mode, right? We got to move like that.
hey,
Because if I don't know my next meal, I'm gonna be like, bro,
Hey,
either I'm gonna get angry or I'm gonna be. It's gonna be something.
right.
That I mean, because that's just humans. That's just humans. That's
I'm not
hard.
even
That's one.
bringing.
I,
I'm
I
not
Fear,
even
think
bringing.
fear.
I
That's
think
that
that's
comes
the issue
automatically,
though, is we
huh?
caught in our heads.
Can some other people have the floor? Hey, look, I ain't even bringing hunger into the equation. I'm saying that it's nature. It's nature that people. We do have to like find peace. We do have to find happiness. We do have to find all these things because at the end of the day, we're humans. It's human nature. Even
See,
monks.
I
Even
just
monks.
disagree. I think we
I know,
born with
and
peace and it's
that's
taught
cool,
out
and,
of
and
us.
and it's
Are we
good.
born
And
with love?
I think it's
It's
taught
good.
out of us. Yes, I believe so, and it's taught out of us.
Everyone's
And
born with love.
I'll give you this. I give you this. We
Hell
can all
no.
we can agree. We can agree to disagree respectfully. It is, but at the end of the day, I'm still going to say this. People do have these emotions, and they peace comes with finding. You have to find it. You have to find the happiness because at the end of the day, we're going to express all these type of emotions. I don't care if
I
you're a
mean,
monk.
we can agree to disagree, cause
Yeah,
think about this: the things we stress about, eating, bills, that's stuff that was created like by the society and shit. That stuff we wasn't really worried about, like in our
Excuse me,
natural state.
one. Excuse me, one. Just for clarification, you said meals were created.
You said what?
Meals were created, or
Bills, paying bills, worry, like
bills.
Yeah,
stressing
Oh,
that's
about
okay.
great.
bills, stressing about bills, stressing about relationships, stressing
Okay. So, but
about.
here's the thing. At a certain point in time period before this time period, bills were more so paid,
No, I'm going to
in
go to the
bartering.
beginning.
You
Go to the
bartered. You
beginning when
bartered.
we was
You
in nature.
bartered.
No,
You
go before
bartered.
that. Go
Like, is
before
that
that.
not paying a bill?
Go before
Is that
that.
not equivalent?
Before commerce. Go before that. Go
Commerce
before
has always been here.
I don't believe
Commerce has
so.
always
I
existed
don't
since the
agree with
beginning of
that. I think it
time.
was a time we was all eating off the land and sharing as one. I don't
Okay,
believe that.
sharing with who?
Each other.
Who was each other?
Me and you and KJ
Okay,
and
who is me and you? We could all be, we could live. We could be three different
okay,
tribes
we all in
living
this
off. We
community.
could
We
live.
had this
We
tree
could
that
be four.
grows
Listen.
apples. We all can eat
Okay,
off
but
of these
listen.
apples.
Is you know what about lazy though? Isn't that, do we get taught to be lazy or we just naturally lazy?
We got taught to define what lazy is. We put
Lazy is an
definitions.
emotion.
We put definitions on what we think stuff are.
That's a
We
tough
def-
one.
So emotion's not real?
That's a tough one for me, Kev, to answer. Honestly,
I don't know not one human that's stuck with one emotion. I thought we just got done saying that each emotion was temporary.
What
I
what
don't
makes you
think we
emotional?
get taught that
What
emotion is
makes you what
temporary.
makes you emotional?
Huh?
What makes you emotional?
I think that's just something that's
Okay,
it's literally human nature and we just
so when
tied
you
a
wake
name
up,
into it.
so when you
Huh?
wake up, you feel
Like jealousy.
when you wake up, you just feel jealousy out of nowhere.
Jealousy usually come
No, listen,
between, and I think it
answer the
come with
question.
the
Answer the
love.
question.
Huh?
When you wake up, you
Huh?
just feel jealousy out of nowhere.
No,
When
exactly.
you wake
No,
up, you just feel anger out of nowhere.
no.
When you just wake up, which emotion do you just feel out of nowhere when you wake up?
It differs. Some people wake up angry.
No, I said which one do you feel
Some
when you
some
wake
people
up?
may some
But
people
what
might
made
give
them angry?
either
But what made
huh
them angry? What
the
made them
lack of
angry? They
sleep or tired or
bills,
something like that,
or the relationship with their family. It was gonna be
or the lack of
something
sleep.
not God created though. That's not God. That wasn't a God-given thing. They bills or their relationship with their wife. They not just waking up angry for no reason. You know what I'm saying?
okay.
So wait, so you saying, hold on, out of
When the baby
all of
come
those,
out
you
the
did say
womb, he
peace,
not
right?
just
You said peace.
angry.
So peace is
Okay,
more natural than the rest of
okay.
the
So look,
rest.
when the baby come out the womb, what emotion is he? Is he angry? He
It
happy? He
differs.
sad? What is
We'll
he?
never know. Some of them
So it
babies
just
come out smiling,
so
some of
some
them be
babies
crying.
so some babies mad, some babies sad, some babies.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, yes.
I don't agree with that.
All the babies don't come out the
You
same
are
way.
not a woman. You can't tell a woman that gives birth to a child what the fuck their children are gonna feel like when they give birth. I was with you for a minute, but you just pissed me off just now.
All right,
Laugh.
you gotta chill out on my cousin. Man. You gotta
The whole thing is when you have the baby is crying because it's hungry, because it wants its mother.
Or
It's
did you
not
get taught that?
sad though. No, it's not
Right.
sad. It's a reason why
How
it's
do you
I gotta
doing it.
use
how do
your
you
It's
own
not
know
thing on
just
you.
a
You get taught
one? How
that?
do you
listen,
know
no,
that?
listen to where I'm going. The baby is not sad. The baby is hungry. Once you feed that baby, it's not happy now. It's just not hungry
Yeah,
anymore.
that's my other cousin. Yeah, that's my other cousin.
Is
How
y'all
do
getting what
you
I'm
know
saying though?
that?
It's
How do
crying
you
because
know
it's
what the baby
hungry.
state
When you
is?
feed it, because when you feed it, it stops crying, right? Or when you
This
comfort it, it
this
stops
No,
the
crying,
cousin me and
the fact
him
that
right?
be
you have
we used
It
asked
to
me,
don't.
work with
right?
each other.
So it
We used
just
to be
keep
asking each other
crying.
so
You
many
It
do
just
not
keep
questions.
crying.
know the
this
answer to your
So it
own
just keep crying.
question. So
So
that if you don't know the answer to that question,
and
you
you
shouldn't
do.
be speaking on
I
women and
understand.
women and
It don't
childbirth
got nothing to
and
do with
breast.
me being a woman or having a baby,
Yeah,
love.
it does
No,
because
it
you
don't. No, it don't. If
obviously
you listen to what
I
I'm
listen.
think you
saying,
You
no, it
tied
do.
the
don't.
woman into it. He was talking about kids. It wasn't talking about a woman.
Right. I'm
Well,
talking
I'm gonna
about
need him to
kids.
take
I'm
us
not
out of
talking.
it
Because he have
because
kids too.
He was
So
just talking about the
it ain't
baby.
about his
That
women.
wasn't even the point I
no,
was
because
making,
there is
though.
a
The point
different
I was
connection
making is
between a baby and their mother will during after
that
childbirth
wasn't
than
the
their
point we was getting
father.
to. That's not the point I
Am
was
I
getting to.
tripping?
The point I was making was the baby don't come out with emotions. The baby is crying because
Yes, it
it needs
does.
some
Okay.
comfort from his. This is my opinion. It's crying because it needs comfort from his mother. It's hungry. It's scared. But
Oh, wait,
once you
is that emotion?
Uh oh. Got
Right.
caught. Got caught. Got caught.
I know
what
you
I'm
try.
saying is it's not natural though. It's
Take it
not
back. Take it back,
natural.
Juan.
What
Once you
was it?
solve that issue, it's not an emotion. It's just that the baby was hungry. Like hunger is not an emotion to me. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's not.
Needing affection is not an emotion to me. So to answer your question, no, it's not an emotion. It's a need. Once you solve that need, the baby is not crying anymore. The baby is at peace. The baby is in its natural state. It's
That's an
at
emotion.
equilibrium. It's at equilibrium. No, I don't. It's at equilibrium. It's natural state. It's until we say you got to go to work and pay these bills, or you got to do this, or you got to do that. It's when we start stressing. If it wasn't that, the baby would just be like, "Oh, I'm hungry
So
because
if
I'm
you
hungry."
take something from
It'll
a
go
baby and they
eat.
start crying, then what is that called then?
when you take something from a baby and start crying, it's just gonna be a human taking something from a baby. The baby not gonna be like, oh, I know I'm sad.
Hey,
They're gonna be angry. Hey, but I was gonna
it's
say
gonna be
this.
right. Either angry or they gonna be crying or they gonna be sad. It's gonna be
But I,
one of the two.
hey, Kev, but I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna drop. But I don't know not one person that just came in this world and just at peace for the entire duration of life. I don't know that person, and
I'm
there
not
might
saying that. Okay,
there
we're
might
not gonna be.
I'll
Of
say
course
this
that.
I'll say this there might be an outlier there might be an outlier, but hell no, I don't know not one person. And I'm gonna leave it with that. Y'all have a good night.
All right, man. I like this. Y'all see what how me and my cousins we be having some deep conversations. I love it though. I love it. I love it. I love it. Ah man, that's funny. I like you did that though. You got a peace baby coming. That's something. I need that. I need to be that baby, dog. We get it. Hey, over there talking about
I think you can be crying and be at peace though. That's where we differ. I could be going through trials and tribulations and be at peace. I can go through something I don't want to happen and be
That's a
at
contradiction.
peace.
That's a contradiction though. Oh, that's
How?
like an oxymoron. 'Cause that's like a person that say that I'm not angry, but they show every last sign of anger. No, I'm not that mad, but I punched somebody. You know, it's
Or
just
no, I don't want my mother to go, but I'm at peace with her going. I accept what it is. I'm
I
in
get you.
acceptance.
Yeah, but you could say it out loud. But you could say it out loud that I'm at peace, but your actions will show that you're not. A lot of people can say stuff. They be like, yeah, I'm at peace with this situation and stuff, and yet they over there mad at every last person that come with it.
For
Like, dang, is you
sure,
really
for
at peace?
sure. I don't think that's everybody and what it has to be though, is what I'm saying.
I can feel you though. I think everybody peace do. It can look different. Maybe it probably look different a little bit. I can say that, but I don't know. Hey, that's a deep one you said about the emotions though. I feel like as happiness, I don't doubt that got taught to us. I think all them things is feelings, right? It come from me. It's an emotion first, then it turns to a feeling. That's funny how we even got down here. I don't even know how we went down this this thing. Oh man. All right, but let's get to it, man. I had 6. Well, let me get. If I get Fairy. What's the deal, Fairy?
Hey, I just came to disagree with everything you say, Kev.
Of course. I'll take that.
Yeah,
So
so
you can disagree with this one then, because it's my juicy one right here. Fighting for happiness has caused more destruction than advancement. Agree or disagree, and why?
fighting for happiness. I think entitlement to happiness has caused more destruction.
Ooh.
And the only reason I say that is because I love you too, One Rush. Human beings are entitled to everything that makes us feel good. And we're so entitled to it, in fact, that we will have our vices so we can stay there rather than allow ourselves to experience lower vibrations, especially when we're having some pretty bad emotional moments. So, entitlement to happiness could be destructive. And I think if you're one of those people who thinks you're supposed to be happy all of the time, you'll probably end up miserable. You'll miss out a lot on life. And you'll never know how it feels to feel. You don't give yourself the chance to. So, people who choose to drink when they're emotional or when they feel an extreme emotion are escaping or running away from it rather than just allowing it to be. All of that could aid to your happiness. So I don't think fighting for happiness is destructive. I think having like this entitlement to it, thinking it's supposed to be there 100% of the time, is destructive.
Okay, take that. I take that. I take that. That's the golden word. I think that is about worse though. That is the worst. Get inside. People do be feeling like they owed it. I deserve this. So that is that's a good way to put that one in. 6-4, what you got, man? This I couldn't wait to get this one though. I ain't gonna lie. I got a whole list on this one. 6-4, you there?
Yep. Yep.
Oh, I ain't know. Somebody's fighting in the background. I'm like, dang.
What the fuck, 6-4? What are you listening to at 3 in the morning?
You know what?
What's up, Trap Fairy?
What's up, Fo?
What you doing out this early?
All right, past her bedtime like she grown or something wrong. That's crazy.
Right,
I'm
yeah,
trying
like
to
you about
talk
to,
to
like you work at
God.
Chrysler.
I'm tired of talking to y'all. Okay, I'm gonna talk to God because talking to y'all gonna send me straight to hell at this point.
If I have the Holy Spirit, do I need to know how to?
Excuse me.
Interesting. Well, faith without works is dead. Let me just say that is. But
Look, now what was
go
the
ahead,
question,
Six.
Kev?
So we had fighting for happiness has caused more destruction than advancing. Agree
Of
or
course.
disagree?
Yeah. The people fighting for something that can't nobody else give you. You'll be fighting forever. If you're just a sad motherfucker, you're just a sad son of a bitch, okay? I'm just gonna say it. If you're just a sad motherfucker, you're just a sad motherfucker. Ain't nothing nobody can do about that. You gotta find out what makes you happy and you gotta seize that for yourself. The problem is you don't want nobody coming in fucking up your happiness. Like I had to find my own happiness. I can't, my wife don't make me happy. My wife, I was already happy. She enhances my happiness? Yes. But if she wasn't there, I'd still be okay. I'd still be happy. I'm still happy. It's nothing, that's something that no one can, and that's a good thing about it. That's something no one can give you, which means that ain't something someone can take from you neither. You see what I'm saying? So if you're looking for somebody to bring you happiness, then just know that that same person can take it. That's why you need to have it already. A lot of what we look for people to bring us, we ain't understanding that concept of somebody bringing you something. Understand that if I can bring it, I can take it. Bring it, that means you ain't got it.
I hate TikTok, man. You kicking me out.
I agree with that, Fo. I also want to say you must be allergic to your bullshit like I am because you sure are sneezing like a motherfucker.
Yeah, my sinuses are through the roof right now for some reason. I don't know if these little Santa Clauses in the air.
No, I mean if you allergic to your own bullshit, then you could let us know. We family in
You
here.
silly.
But I do agree with you. Like a lot of people look for other things to make them happy, right? And that's why I said entitlement to that happiness can ruin a person. Because if you're always chasing the feeling of happiness rather than dealing what may be taking away from it, then you will look for other people to fill that void. And that's too much to put on one person. Your happiness is your responsibility.
Yep. What you about to say, cuz?
I
Then I'm about
I
to.
I I had a question, but I thought about it myself. I was about to say, so would you say fighting for love has caused the same thing, but
We can say that
are
too.
but no, because what I would say love is, and what most people say love is nowadays is like different. Most people, I feel, their definition of love is all fucked
Yeah,
up.
it is. It is.
Right. So I kind of
And when
answered
I
it
gave them 7
myself.
principles, I think that's
Yeah, it
that's
cleared
what
it
real
up.
definition
Yeah,
of love is.
yeah, I like
But
that.
I mean,
I
that
Yeah,
did
that
was
like
7
that.
principles, I need people they
I
need to
did
study
like
that
that.
though, because
do
that junk
y'all
hit me
think
hard. I'm
that
like, dang, that might be real love. That was
do
fake
y'all
love the whole
think
time.
that
No, I did like that though. That was hard.
What'd you
y'all
say,
think that
Trap?
you think love and happiness is synonymous?
I think people mix love. And I think they mix it together. And basically, to sum it up, happiness is more selfish. Love is selfless.
I do agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do
Do,
agree with
do
that.
you want to actually hear the 7 principles? Because I had to learn. No, I got taught this junk. So this I don't know if you heard about the 7 principles of love, but this dude named Elo, he told me about it though. But this is, hold on, I got you. So, for everybody, I say it over again. So the 7 principles of principles. That's what I said. 7 principles of love. The first one is selflessness. That's funny how that happened to be the first one. So selflessness. We just talked about that. 2 is concern. 3 is understanding. Oh yeah, jot it down for me so people will know. 4 is compassion. Because compassion, and I know people say empathy, but compassion is basically what he told. What it's basically the same thing as empathy, but it's just not taking on the emotion or taking on the feeling behind it, but you can understand it though. So 4 is compassion. Okay, you got it down. 5 is forgiveness. Everybody got that problem. Ain't that something? Man. Yep. And let me make sure you put down that forgiveness real quick. There go 5. Yep. Number 6 is mercy. Because the difference between mercy and grace, I know a lot of people mix that up. Grace is giving somebody something that they don't deserve or something like that, right? And mercy is somebody may deserve something, but you don't give it to them. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody step on your shoe, you might want to punch them or something like that, and you decide not to, so you gave them mercy, right? And then number 7, patience, which a lot of people don't have. So when it comes to love, those are usually the 7 things that tie within it and stuff. And all of them is like selflessness. You know what I'm saying? It kind of surround all that. So that's what that is. So that's what love's supposed to be. But
All of that being said, do you think that you should have a boundary or limits to the love that you give, or no?
you said, should we have limits to it?
Do you think you should have limits and boundaries to the love that you give?
Oh, yeah. But I think like real love, which I'm learning though, because that's why I say he'll be thinking I'm playing when I say I got love for everybody. I literally do have love for everybody though. And what I learned, like they say this thing called unconditional love, right? Which I understand it now. I'm more of a biblical person or whatever, but I get it though. It's basically loving somebody with no attachments. So basically, I can still have love for people when they don't even have to have nothing. They don't have to benefit me in no type of way or something like that. But I can still show love or spread love even to my enemy. You know what I'm saying? So they don't have to do something for me to love them. I can love people from afar, but that don't mean that you have to tolerate certain things. You can still love people, but you don't have to tolerate. And that's what the boundaries you was just talking about. You got to set boundaries because sometimes you got to love yourself before any other situation anyways, because you just let anybody just wreck your life. That's kind of careless. But yeah, you can have boundaries though, for sure.
That means that there are some conditions.
You said what?
I said that means that there are some conditions. It's not unconditional. Humans usually don't operate off of unconditional love.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because you're not going to allow another human being to abuse you by you showing them unconditional love. Like, that's just insane.
Yeah. I don't know why they call it that, though. I was thinking about that. I don't know why they call it that, but the definition that I read, it actually just means no attachments. That's what that's supposed to be. Like, you don't have to be attached to somebody to love them. That's what the definition of. But unconditional, I feel you on that, though, because it'd be like, it is conditions behind it, though. So I just never understood why they call it unconditional love.
No attachments. I mean, you have to, don't you have to be connected to something to love it?
No.
You don't?
Nope. I love some of them Indians and stuff. I love them. It's just a feeling, though. It's a choice. It's a choice. You can choose who to love.
I don't know about that either, but I got you.
Yeah. Or just like, if it's an ex, right? If it's an ex, you could still love them, even though it was an attachment at first, right? But you could still love them from afar, but you don't have to be around them. I still got love for, people like this, right? I think I was trying to think about something. Like, if you got into it with brother and sister, right? Or whatever. you're not gonna stop loving them. Well, some people do. Some people, I can't say that, but it's like they can do all type of crazy stuff to you or whatever, but you just decide to, like, y'all want this, you like, I can't be around you, but I still love you, but I can't be around you type situation because you kind of messing my life up, being around you or something like that. So that's what I mean. Like, you don't have to, even though the attachment is your brother and sister, but I don't know. That's just getting hard to try to explain though. But I'm just basically saying that you can
That's
love people from
funny
afar.
because I'm actually going to do something like that right now, and I feel like I'm creating boundaries,
Right.
but I don't feel like my family's ready for me to create boundaries. So it's like I love y'all, but how we're interacting with each other is not aiding to my happiness because it's fucking with my peace.
Yeah.
So
Look.
it's all connected. You know what I'm saying? And I think when you love people and you got a good heart and you mean well, you got the best intentions, and you're always that person in the room, people look for you to be that way for the rest of your life. That's why I was like, shit, sometimes that shit got come with conditions.
Yeah. I feel you on that. Gotta have the boundaries though. I feel it on that. Especially peace. I pick peace over anything. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, because I mean, at the end of the day, God forbid anything happens to our parents or our siblings, and we're left on earth by ourselves. We still are responsible for our.
Bro, don't kill me. Look, I wish I had this earlier, but this kind of what I was trying to get to. In some type of way, what I believe and what I've read, and I kind of agree. I don't even want to go back to it because niggas gonna be mad. But basically, look, emotions are partly our ego, basically, and I'm done. We can scratch that.
Okay.
But that was kind of what I was trying to get to earlier, that I wasn't really conveying as best as I could.
Why?
But
I don't
that's
understand that.
That's it.
I don't understand.
I don't even want to get back into it, but it just popped back in my head, and I wanted to say that earlier to kind of help my point. But it is what it is, though. It was a good conversation.
What? You said emotions are what again?
I think he said, you said say it again, cuz.
Ego.
Oh, ego.
Oh my lord.
Not
Look,
with
Juan, I don't even see how you got
Ego, it means self anyways. It's just self. That's what that is. It's just basically us. We are ego.
Well, no, I think we actually are not the ego. I think the
We
ego
are.
is a psychological. Like, I just looked up the definition, but no, we are not our ego. Our ego is
Y'all trying to make people's brains hurt tonight. Y'all getting me on different angles.
I think our ego is something that
just
protects
said
us,
your
but
ego,
it's not.
and I'm like, no, your feelings are a part of you. And
No, it's not divinely us though. It's not, and it's not us. It's not
your emotions
that
help
God
aid in your
essence of us.
survival. How is that your ego?
Survival is ego. Only the ego wants to survive.
What?
Only your ego wants to survive.
So, hold up. So if you saying that right, okay. If that's the case, then like, is it our ego that's making our heart beat and all that stuff, and making our intestines work and all that other stuff? Because that's like that give us that shows that that our body itself wanted to survive, and if that's the case,
which is not our ego though. I just say I don't think the ego is us.
You know what your ego is? It's an emotionally generated opinion.
Oh, here you go with it.
EGO.
Emotionally generated opinion.
What the heck?
I would agree with
taking
that.
me for a loop with this.
I know, man. Right. My bad. I thought this was just me and Cuz back at the gig. My bad.
Right, we dog. Y'all see what I deal with when I was at the shop. But hey, he the reason why I got my mind expanded this way, because he be questioning some stuff. I'm like, bro, let me look this up, man, dog.
I be wrong.
But hey, look, I heard people. I'll be hurting people on here because of you. It's your fault. It's like, no, talking shit. Because I'll be like, hold up, are you sure? What make you think that? Where do you get that from? They be getting mad.
Heartbeat.
I
said I love the rabbit
nobody's perspective.
Being wrong, yeah. I love the conversation, bro.
Nobody's perspective is wrong. Like if something you're saying maybe a tad bit incorrect, somebody can try to tweak it or tell you, hey, maybe this is a different way to look at it.
Right.
But
Yeah.
your perspective is your perspective at the end of the day. Now,
For
some
sure.
shit just
For
simply
sure.
don't make sense, and you'll probably get your ass cussed out because why in the fuck are you saying that? But outside of that, like, everybody entitled to their opinion or their perspective.
Mhm.
Some of y'all perspectives, though, y'all, I don't know, I'm just,
So is your personality a part of you?
Mm. Let me
Because
see.
I think that'll prove my point if you saying it's a part of your personality. Because I don't think we are our personality.
I
I,
mean,
I would,
huh?
I would say, first off, line, anything that is invisible, that is innate within you, is you. We just have a name
Okay.
for
I
it so
hear
we
you.
can clarify it. You know what I'm saying?
That's
So we
funny because
all,
I think now I kind of halfway get what Juan getting to because I did tell people though, right? Because like we do at the end of the day, like because people be saying this is just me, I'm just me, and all this stuff, but I do believe that we are a combination of what's been taught to us, what's in all the styles, right? Because like really, like who's to say this is me? You know, we can say this is me
If you
now,
was
right?
born in an Indian
Yeah,
reservation, you
and
would
if
be an
I was about to
Indian.
say if we
That's
was
my
born
favorite
somewhere else,
analogy.
Right.
we would be something else. You know what I'm
You
saying?
would
We
be a
would be
whole
like, I'd
different
be like, I'd be talking
personality.
a whole
Right.
nother language, have a
Right.
whole nother
Right.
swag.
Right.
Probably, you know what I'm saying? So
Right.
and I get what you trying to get to, Juan, because I be thinking about stuff like that too. Like, dang, so is this
Well,
really
here,
me? And then, oh, here go another one. 10 years down the line,
You gonna
I
think
can
the
have
same.
a
Right.
stronger opinion. Like, dang, was that the fake me 10 years ago? You know what I'm saying?
well,
So
here you just
I
broke
kind of get
down
what
what
you're
we
getting
were
to on
talking
that one
about
though.
earlier, Kev. Here
Uh,
you broke down what we were talking about earlier: the I and the we,
Yeah.
and the individual and the community.
like I see what y'all talking about. My life hurt my own head. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I
Break it
mean, there
down.
are things that we
Yes, you are.
learn.
What?
What
Who
just
is Carrie? I want to hear Carrie because that's a she
she
or
she ain't
he.
pop up
That's a
yet.
she. But
Yeah,
she
that's
got making
scary.
some
She
real
be
good
always messing with
comments.
me all the time though. That's my
She making
homie.
some hella good comments.
Yeah. Oh, what you said something? You know, Fairy, your voice light. Did you say something?
It is, and it's late.
Yeah.
But
And Ruben speaking on
Well,
ego.
until
I
she cut
read that
somebody out,
before too.
it's light until then.
I just think that some things we are taught will leave us because it's not meant for us. It just came from another person, their
Hmm.
own experiences, if we're open to it.
Mhm.
But there are power in words, and the reason that is because a lot of the shit that we're told is called one thing was really called another at a different time, and it meant something different, and we walk
Yeah.
different in that word. These new words are kind of what keeps a lot of people on a low vibration, if you ask me, because they
Spelling.
say it all the time.
Spell. Yep.
They call themselves it.
Spelling. Mm-hmm.
Spelling. Yep. Spells.
This junk. That's the reason why I be choosing to be open minded because this junk be so crazy, bro. I ain't gonna even lie.
And what she
It's like when we put ourselves 10 toes on something, and then it'd be like, all right, but what about this though? You be like, hold up.
right.
Like how do I gotta rethink life again a little bit?
For real. Man, I like what she just said. Basically, if it's not going with you when you die, is it you? And that's literally just
Ooh,
your body. You know what
ooh.
I'm saying? Shit. She just came with that, and for sure.
Yeah.
I be saying that too, like all the stuff,
What's
like
really
the
us?
beliefs and all that stuff. I say that stuff don't mean nothing in the
That
grave. Your
shit is
degrees
not
that you
us.
have, all these things
Yeah.
we be fighting about, these gender wars, all that stuff ain't gonna mean nothing in the grave.
You know
That's why I
what?
be
And
trying to live my
I
life as
broke that
happy as I
down.
can or best as I can
Happy.
every day, because it's
Right.
like that stuff ain't gonna mean nothing.
I break this down with a lot of people all the time. Like because even if you look at it from a psychological realm, when your thoughts don't align with your beliefs, then what? If your thoughts are not in alignment with your beliefs, then what? What you gonna do? What you gonna do if your thoughts are just you're thinking all day long, but your beliefs are not aligning with your thoughts? Then you're not
That's called
acting on it.
cognitive dissonance, but
Yeah,
Yeah,
cognitive
yeah,
dissonance.
that's cognitive
Exactly.
dissonance. But for the most part, everybody, your beliefs is what kind of make you though. Whatever you believe in is what you become.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but if
well,
you
but
adopt,
belief offers doubt, though. Knowing is different.
Hi, brothers and sisters.
hi, Ruben.
Hey,
What's the
Ruben.
deal?
All right, yeah. The belief system. Well, in my knowledge, the belief system was created. There is no such
We're
thing.
not talking about belief systems.
Yeah, the belief systems were created, to my knowledge, because before the knowing part, like my sister said, she's right. There's knowing and there's belief. I know that my name is Ruben, but because my mom gave it to me, right? It was given to me. I don't believe it. So the belief system, if we were taught to learn, that's where it all starts. If the system teaches us to learn, well, there is no such thing as learning if there's a universal language. So that means that the ego was created. The ego was created, that means edging God out, right? So the level confusion of the curriculum in schools and all the timed SATs, the filling out of the little bubbles, all these things, that comprehensive reading. Think about the comprehensive reading, what it does, the damaging it does. It makes you have reruns. So you have to go back in a story and then uh, uh, answer multiple choice. You know how much that stumps the creativity of a child? That takes away the imagination and the true intuition of what really is source. So if humans are confused in levels, like for instance, I was 7 years old when they held me back in the second grade. That started a major PTSD, because now it started a shameful based thinking pattern on purpose, so that I can have a self-centered fear, low self-esteem, and sheep-like characteristics and behaviors because of the whole lining up and the whole training thing. So what happened there? Level confusion set in, and the curriculum makes you project outwards. So that means that everyone with ego now has become a person with a personality. So that's what the system does, the matrix. It creates people, persons, as per the curriculum, as per this, it gave us a fake personality. Because what it did is block the spirit. We are walking spirits in an avatar, regardless of what anything is. So the spirit and the body is two different things. So the
That's
spirit,
deep.
the spirit is ours. We are spirits with spirituality. When we went through the system, we became people and persons and personality. That's the fake part. That's what replaced. Even the word per, as per, means separation. So once the ego was created, we became people and persons with personalities, as per. So what is the spirit of God? The spirit of God is source inside of oneself. And the fact that they created outside source things, like worshiping out something outside of ourselves, anything outside of ourselves steals the awareness of the higher self in ourselves. So
What about your mama though?
my mom, what do you mean? We chose our parents
I'm
because
saying,
of
do you think you should
reincarnation.
worship at least your mother?
Oh no, sure. Well, it's
Nope.
not worshiping, because you see, worshiping is release, denying your allegiance against yourself. When you worship something outside of yourself, that means that you are not aware of the higher self, because
Yeah, and
What
I
is a
knowledge.
think
higher
worship.
self
I
though?
think worship is a pretty strong word too for what I meant.
Right, yeah, worship
It reminds me of
is
like
giving up your
idolatry.
allegiance, giving
Like
up your, well, knowledge. I'm sorry, go ahead.
that reminds me of like idolatry when you're worshiping something outside of yourself, besides God, besides the Most High. You know,
Well,
when you're
right.
worshiping something outside of yourself.
Well, if I like like for instance, I grew up a Christian, and I was a music minister, and I worked with kids and youth, and then what woke me up is I was telling to these people to follow something outside of themselves. Well, it was only one person that you follow. You can't do that, because you can't get into the kingdom of heaven alone. And we are the kingdom of heaven. It's not even in us. We are the heavens. So,
I
you know,
don't believe that one, but
why
okay,
don't you believe that one?
I don't believe that though.
Why? Like you
That
know
mean
what?
there's nothing else to expect from this point then, if that's the case.
But why? Do you know what the kingdom of heaven really means? Like to me, well, to me,
I mean,
that's
we talking about scripture. That's a whole nother thing, man.
yeah, it's
That's a
spirituality.
whole different
Yeah,
line.
that it's really a place just like hell
Well,
is. But
that
that's a whole nother
I don't
topic
want to
though,
go
low key.
to. You're right. So let's stay away from the scripture. But the
Yeah,
kingdom
yeah,
of
we gonna do
heaven
that.
is a figure of speech to put oneself at the right state of mind. Because right now the subconscious, look, it's simple. The subconscious is only a learning device on the left side of the hemisphere of the brain that is attached to an avatar. It only learns. That means that it only takes in sensory. That means that it doesn't know your name. It doesn't know what year it is, what sound is, what nothing. It just takes in sensory, right? So if the subconscious is supposed to pick up from source, which is from oneself. So if an outside program programs the subconscious with etymology, like what I'm saying right now, this is a form of communication that gets away of the true communication, because the human avatar, the human communicates with two languages at the same time at all times, and one gets in the way, and it's the one that was taught. The spelling words, the etymology, all kinds of languages were taught, right? So it blocked the first communication, which is hive-minded, telepathy, all that stuff. This is all true. This is what source God gives us. So I'm just going to finish with this. I don't believe in free will, because if they took the imagination away of, that's where it starts. If they gave us the system which split the mind, okay, and took away the true cultivation of the human primitive mind, and then they gave us free will, that's crazy. So we're gonna go crazy with this free will that we think it leads to freedom, but it
So,
doesn't.
Ruben, I gotta ask you a quick
Yeah, go ahead.
question.
I'm
So,
really trying to take off this topic. It's not gonna get
if
deep, and it ain't something like that.
yeah, because if you say that you don't believe in free will, but was it your free will that brought you up into this panel?
No, but watch this. Yeah,
Freedom of choice.
no, but
I think free will and
let me
freedom
land
choice.
the plane. Let me land the plane. So if God gives us, or source gives us knowledge, right? God gives us will, or source to anybody's understanding. He gives us the will. So the will comes through us, because God or source is thought, and thought is infinite. So whenever our imagination is on, God is on. If our imagination is consumed, God is not there. So our will is the same as God. So if he gives me his will, God's will be done. So his will is mine, and I have it to will anyone to health, or will my reality, because my thoughts create my reality, and that's how God speaks to me, or source communicates through me, through his will, through me, and through thought, and then I think and I create, and my creations are my thoughts to manifest into this realm. So that's how this realm works. Because if my thoughts create reality, then what am I thinking about? Or what am I targeting thoughts? Or am I a Groundhog Day? It's a program stopping me from creating, because I'm on a habitual, like chasing, repeating thoughts that I've learned, and not my own. So habits and instincts and none of that stuff is not true, because
Wow.
if the will is one, then we are the will of God, that God created creators, and our creations are our thoughts that have to take action to create the manifestations that are a natural occurrence to a human avatar. That's my take on this whole thing. We're spiritual light beings.
My take is. Okay, I'm sorry, kid.
Yeah. I'm trying to get back because we done went to the.
Go
We
on,
about to
Cisco.
dissect some stuff in a minute. But I do want to go back to what Juan was saying. That's why I like when my cousin be coming in here sometimes. He doing the same thing that we used to be at work, man, with. But he do got me thinking on that though, about that ego thing though. We do create our ego. It's like, dang, it is kind of created from everything else. So it do kind of bring me back to like and it's funny though, because the stuff he's saying though, like something got him to think like that, right? Something got him to think us all thinking like this, right? You know, we all think our way, and it gathered up, and we interpreted the way how we wanted to connect it though. But it came from multiple validations, multiple ways of living and all that stuff, and then we decided to make it to our way and stuff. Just like right now, we ain't have to speak English, but we in America, right? So who to say that our real language is supposed to be English? You know, huh?
My bad.
Go ahead.
I
What
was
you
just
say?
saying, a quick way is like we all have our own truths. You know what I'm saying? We all make our own truths.
Exactly.
But that don't make them true. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's why I said it remind me of like, because that's why I'll be questioning people, like even with religion, right? With religion, it's like that's why I ask questions like that. I know people get irritated. I'm blaming it on you because you did it first to me first, so I'm blaming it on you. But people get irritated because I'll be like, duh. So, because everybody be acting like everybody got the same mentality though, and the only reason why people think the way they think now is because of how they got brought up or the things that they experience in life, right? Because even our beliefs, right? We tie our experiences and we tie it to the things we believe in and say this is what it is, you know. So it's like, and that's why I'm like, everybody, I realize they can have that ability, you know what I'm saying? Like whatever they choose to believe in, and then whatever they experience, we can tie it into like, okay, my belief is more real because my experience has showed it, and this is what I got taught. So since I got taught this, that means my belief is true. That's what it is. And that's why I believe a lot of people's beliefs is like that though, because like their experiences, you know, say if somebody say they believe in looking at skies or something like that, and I have a sun this or whatever, and then through their experience they happen to have healing out of it. They you know, got this, you know how the Africans used to do this, like they say a couple of whatever, okay, they do that, something like that, and then wipe their fingers on some herbs or something like that and heal you with it or something like that. You know, it worked. You know what I'm saying? So they still they basically, you know, from whatever they believe in, right? You know, it still made their situation worse. So they're going to connect it to it and be like, I told you my stuff is the real truth. Mine's the real truth because my herbs heal people. My Hamdidalibis, you know what I'm saying? I just used that earlier, right? That actually worked by, you know, they toes start, I don't know, I can't think of nothing fast enough, but that's what I'm getting to is that a lot of us do that, you know what I'm saying? And experiences happen in our life, and then we say that, okay, this belief, because that's what they taught us, right? Whatever we taught us, because everything we done read up on and all that stuff came from somewhere. It literally came from somewhere. It came from somewhere, or and we tie our experiences to it that make it more true. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason. So I do get the ego thing he was talking about. Our ego, is it really ours? You know what I'm saying? Is it really ours? You know, it's or you know, because like it can always change depending on the location we was born at.
It's not
Right? It's not only what you were presented
It came
with.
from the devil.
It's also
But
what,
it's the devil, you know what I'm saying? We only got
also
taught that, you know, about the devil. You know what I'm saying? We got taught about it and we tied into it. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
nobody never actually seen the devil themselves, have they?
Right. And
So
if it
we can
was
only. That's why
presented
it's
to
called
you,
beliefs. That's why these things are called beliefs. We choose to believe in it.
Believe them.
None of
yes,
us actually know,
right, right,
or we
and just
lie and
like
act like we know, unless you
when you're
just had a
presented
personal
with
relationship with the
something,
devil. But I don't know.
Wait a minute, they're pictures
But
though.
nobody
They
got to
are
believe it
pictures.
either.
They are pictures. Hold
Some
on,
people be
no.
lying.
Here's
You
the
know what I'm
thing,
saying? I
Kev.
seen the devil. You gonna be like, all right, you capping, big cap. You know what I'm saying? So
Kev,
it's
guess
just
what? We have seen the devil. We have. There's a picture of him. Real shit.
a
It's a
man-made
picture.
pictures in
No,
it.
it's a picture. Look, right?
This is
I
the
feel
devil right
so.
here. You know, that's how it work though. People get us
No.
like that. You know what I'm
Hey, look,
saying?
right? They say that he's called a cherubim. So you look at what a cherubim looks like. Whoever drew that, if what they say, if these are true, then the angels don't look like nothing that you want to sit down and talk to.
Nobody saying an angel
You
either,
know what
right?
you know what I think the ego is? The
Because
ego
the
is
devil was an angel.
the ego means that they taught the system teaches the body to have body thoughts to the mind. That means it's backwards. So when everybody has an ache or pain or something, they automatically go to something else outsourced. So that's what they taught. They taught the body to have an egotistical thought to the brain. So that means that mind over matter does not exist if it was one through the system. So once the projection and all the instillment of the program instilled the ego, that's when the body took over. So now it's your body that thinks for you. And if somebody said something to you, they think that the
So
body.
Ruben, how do you know that?
How do I know that? Because I know what my true intuition is. And my true intuition is a literal thing that happens because thoughts are literal particles that stretch out in a toroidal biofield that is orbiting around us. Because thoughts
Did
are.
somebody teach you those words though? Right?
Well, I found out because I'm a biophysicist that went spiritual,
Yeah.
and I know what spirituality is. Our spiritual realm is the field that resonates around us. That's our spirituality that has bio in it because our thoughts are bio in a magnetic field that's surrounding us that creates and gives the identification to our own DNA. So thoughts are true particles before you write it down, before you say it, before you speak it. Thoughts are particles that stretch out of our consciousness, like a MIG welder almost, but you don't see them. So everything has a flower of life. Everything has a torus field, hyperbola.
I
So
mean, you talking about like an aura?
yes,
Is that
that
what you're talking
aura.
about?
It starts
Okay.
at the
Right.
coccyx
Or
bone, which is the spark plug of this whole avatar. The spark plug in your car is the blueprint of this spark plug of the coccyx bone. That's where the whole generation of spark starts, going through the sacrum, spiraling up the vertebrae. Do you know it spins? The electricity spins, making a vortex around the vertebrae, creating a big donut.
I mean, yeah,
You know,
circular motion, kind of like
likewise, like the sun.
electrons, kind of like
Exactly,
electrons.
exactly.
Okay,
Yes, brother.
gotcha.
Yes.
I'm
So,
tracking.
so that is a spin that torus field is what gives us the intuition because you know that little soft spot we're born with that swirls the hair on our head. Well, think about that. Look at that little swirl on your head, right? The little soft spot. What is that created from? Well, if you have a donut orbiting around you, you have two suctions, two inertias, one on the South Pole and one on the North Pole. The North Pole is your crown chakra, and that takes in the ether, right? The ether is magnetic realm that you live in and we breathe in that nobody explained to us because
you know what that sounds like though, Ruben?
what?
The Holy Spirit.
Oh my God! Listen to me.
So
Exactly,
no,
you're
listen.
exactly right. You're exactly right because guess what they call the Holy Spirit? But photonical memory information that is recorded in the Akashic records.
Yeah,
So
and that leads into Kev's like last question is like when we're talking about being controlled or controlled life or a freedom life. So are we using the Holy Spirit? Are we using that to guide us? Are we using that to align us? You know, like, I mean, come on. That's exactly what the Holy Spirit
Yeah.
sounds like.
Yes, but
So
guess what? When and just if I may, real quick, when they scrambled the true recognition of the intuition, we didn't know how to receive it anymore because the recognition was taken away, and how what it feels like to receive this literal information of knowledge. So the only way I can explain this is, if I may, please, the apple has a true intuition. And the apple's intuition is its stem. So when the stem created a little toroidal field at the end, it started creating the apple. So watch this. The apple has an apple skin. And inside of the apple is let's call the white stuff the juice. So the apple juice, and then it has a little cavity, which is the seeds. Now watch this. Something that I realized, and that is so important to a human being on this planet, is that now let's put ourselves in the apple cavity of the seeds. Now, your torus field is the skin, and that is the limits of your imagination, which is your torus field. Now, something so important to be aware of is that everyone has an apple skin. That is the essence of, or the outskirts of that toroidal field. Inside of your toroidal field is a different atmosphere than what's outside of your apple skin, if you know what I mean. The outskirts of your spinning toroidal field, the inside of your toroidal field is a different atmosphere that takes care of any kind of fomites, any kind of anything, because once an object is inside of that, your torus field, just by observing it and looking at it, you're changing the molecular structure of the whole object with only your observation. That's how much power we have. So inside of that juice, inside of your juice, works your imagination. Inside of your juice works telekinesis. Inside of your juice works transmitting to another spirit. So your imagination is in control of that, all the thoughts that orbit inside of your biofield. And that is the true knowledge that we're supposed to recognize, to pick up, which they called in scripture the Holy Spirit. And my sister there is right. She's right. So the recognition was taken away and the ego was created. So that's the whole split of the mind. Everyone was attuned to their own spirit. So the reason why they created space, so think about it. If we are avatars with little planets orbiting around us, the sun, which is a true model, so they took us and they stuck us 93 million miles away and they called it the solar system, and that is what took the imagination away. So and I'm only going to finish with this. If the imagination was taken away, and it was on outside Sky Daddy and Sky stuff going on, that takes the awareness away of the true occurrence of a human being. So if the imagination is not synced in with real-time occurrence to a human being, the intuition and God is gone. That's pretty much it.
All right. Yeah, so I'm gonna get back to the topic now. We get too deep now. My head hurt. So I'm gonna do the So let me say my point of view on that. The fighting for the happiness, right? I didn't get to say it though. The reason why I said fight for happiness has caused more destruction than advancing. The reason why I say that is because to this day, like, even laws are being made because of happiness. That's one thing. So people they're trying to adjust things. I'm not trying to say too much before I get bananaed off this app, but I'm just saying they making it like happiness is dang near like people really is fighting for happiness to this day. You know, anything to be happy. And I also like how what Trap said earlier about the entitlement to happiness too. I feel like that's a problem just as much. But you know, it's people that's like the laws. If you look at the laws, it's like kind of tied into what make you happy and stuff. And by that, a lot of that stuff is causing destruction because people want to be happy so bad. You know, people is putting up with certain situations like, hey, you know, to be happy, basically. Even like I was mentioning before, like in with relationships, you know, People just trying anything they can to be happy, but and not really trying to live right. They rather not live right. They rather not cooperate. They rather not make a sacrifice. They want to just be happy. And if they're not happy, it's dang near the end of the world. Well, that conversation didn't go the way I wanted to, so I'm not happy. I'm not happy with the way that you said this to me. I'm not happy. All these things is just about, trying to be, and it's more that like that entitlement to happiness that she was just talking about earlier, that Trap was talking about. But also, it's like people is to this day, like if you look at the marches and the like I said, the laws that's getting set is like people fighting for it. People really fighting for this thing called happiness. They, like I said, they making up all type of weird stuff now. Well, as long as it ain't hurting people, it shouldn't matter. As long as they make them happy, it shouldn't matter. So, that's what it's kind of based off, and it's causing destruction at the same time. We're not advancing in it. You know what I'm saying? It's actually causing more hatred because everybody be, their happiness, which is a selfish thing, right? People be worried about more of a happiness and then not worrying how it impact other people around them too, for the most part. Because anybody can be happy about happiness can be in multiple different things. It can be in wrong side, wrong things. Like people put their happiness in anything nowadays, though. So that's what I was coming from with that one. Not everybody wanting to drop when I talk. Nah, ain't that some rude? I got some rude people. Now, ain't that crazy?
Dude,
Everybody,
I would not let them up again if I was you, Kev. I would not let them up again. What the hell wrong with them? As soon as you start talking, all of a sudden,
right. He said I don't want him to say his part.
That's so wrong. We love you.
Rude.
We love you.
Now I'm about to keep the box blocked off.
Yeah, we start talking about religion, and look what happened.
Oh, I know. Every time we bring it up, Sixfo, every time.
Well, bring it back up, they come back up in a box.
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That is so crazy.
Oh, they
the
bold with it.
congregation got up and left, Pastor.
Right. They said, I'm ready to go home.
They in the back waiting on the food to get served. They lovely. They waiting on the food to get served.
Right. They need to eat their bread.
Right. But yeah, we gotta learn that. I think a lot of us do mix that in with love and
happiness. Yeah.
They mix that up too much.
Well, that's because they love that Al Green song, "Love and Happiness."
Yep.
Something so wrong.
People only chasing love because it makes them happy. You know what I'm saying? That's funny. That's just funny.
Right.
People not chasing love for love. They chasing love because it makes them happy.
They think love will make them happy. Then once they get love and realize there ain't no happiness there, then what?
Yeah, exactly. Then
sometimes love hurt your feelings. You know what I'm saying? It don't make you happy all the time. You know what I'm saying?
They don't understand. Once they get happy, they ain't gonna be thinking about love. I'm happy.
Exactly.
What I need love for? I'm happy.
Well, and think about it. Even the Bible talks about it too. Love bears burdens too. Love.
Porn. She coming in with porn. Ain't that?
Love isn't easy.
But this is how you do. You don't. People don't
love ain't
earn love. You give it. So this is what I'm gonna do for Carrie.
Well, people gotta understand. Love is not a feeling as much as it is an action.
Right.
Love is a verb.
Right.
That's why the Bible say God so loved the world that He gave. Love compels you to give. That's how I know a motherfucker be lying. I love. No, you don't. Because if you love, you'll be a giver. People, God gave when He loved. What you do when you love?
Right.
See, most people want love to be given on them. They don't want to show love. That's just like, you know what? That's just like when you apologize to somebody, right? We were talking about your live, Kev. If I say something about Kev and it was disrespectful and mean, but then and Lovely the one told me, Six, you know you was wrong for that. And I'm like, you know what, I'm sorry about that, Lovely. But then I never told Kev I was sorry. I gotta apologize. See, people gotta understand, if you offend somebody, you gotta apologize to that person. And you gotta let them words come out of your mouth. What did you offend them about? So you can heal and they can heal. It's the same concept with the happiness. That's inside shit. Because love is something you're gonna always practice and do. I love to help people. So there's no such thing as when ain't he helping? Because that's what we do. If that's what we do. If I say I'm a good person, no matter who I've been with that was fucked up, that didn't change my disposition. Because I'm a good person, right? If I'm not, if I change, that makes me what? Not a good person.
Right.
If I say I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna lie, even if it's to my detriment. I'm gonna tell you the truth. That's the same thing with this love thing. It ain't nothing that you go out there and acquire.
That's how I know people not born with love, right? Well, we born out of love though, but we're born out of love. But I'm just saying, I know we're not born with love, right?
We born out of Hennessy and big
Because
booties.
love is basically selfless, right? All of us are selfish when we born. What baby come out like, mama, I want to feed you.
Right, Kev.
You know? And that's why I'm saying love is selfless.
That's why
That's why I say you do shit. It's a verb.
Yeah, it's
People
a
be like,
verb.
babies know what they love. They're innocent and all that stuff. No, they born selfish. They want to be happy.
Well, that's like I love what I do. So I love to be on time when people call me. I love to be there to say, hey man, oh yeah, I'm gonna get you there 15 minutes early. I love to hear the sound in their voice when they, oh for real, hell yeah. I love that. So I keep doing that because I gets off on that. To hear the good reviews. I don't know, for some reason the bad ones get me off too. But the good ones, they make their way, but I love what I do, so I'll always do it the best to my ability. I will always try to accommodate because it's something I love to do. But if I don't like it, then I'm just doing it because it's something I gotta do.
And you just said it right there, Sixfo. You said something I love to do. That's the action.
See, I don't do nothing I don't love. I don't like to do and can't see myself loving.
Right.
Then it's a
Do
job.
you love to do it or do it make you happy?
I'm already happy because I'm happy. I love to do it.
We about to get somewhere tonight.
Yeah, I love to do it because, yeah.
Well, think about it. Think about it, Sixfo or Kev or myself. Like when we cook, like when I cook for like food for people, I cook for my family, and I cook with love, and cook with love because I know that it's gonna bring them love because food brings conversation. So if I don't cook, if I'm cooking with anger and I'm cooking with madness, it's not gonna be seasoned right. It's not gonna be flavored right. You know, so you have to do everything every action that you do has
So
to
can
be
you cook it with
done
lust?
with love. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, the freest people on earth.
If she cooking with lust, don't eat that spaghetti.
Why does salad make me want to hit something tonight? Let me stop.
Was it lasagna? Did you eat lasagna? Hey,
Can you cook with lust?
Hey, lovely, did you
I'm
get
cooking with lust, all right. I'm cooking with greed. Let me cook with some pride.
Oh my God!
Let me get a little jealousy in this cook right
that
here.
work, Karen. You cooking with pride, your spaghetti come out all type of colors.
I'm not talking about. He's trying to call the wrong group right now. There you go. Now. I'm not even going that route.
Oh my goodness!
Where you get
this dude is horrible. I was not trying to go that route. Nah, he was playing with the wrong situation. He about to have my room jumping to 300 out of nowhere.
I'm like, have I ever cooked with lust?
Not 300 out of nowhere. They do show up like that. Next thing you know, bam! You're like, what the fuck? How
I swear, as soon as that happened, I'm shutting this live down. I ain't doing it. I know it. I know my number don't jump to 300 for no. Oh, it scared me a little bit. I'm like, oh shoot. I'm like, they in their way. Time for me to be selfish. I'm out of here.
Oh my gosh, let me breathe. My stomach hurts right now.
Over there cooking with lust and stuff. What the heck? And some jealousy. A little sprinkle of jealousy too.
You cooking with us like everybody fucking after this meal.
Let me cook lazy. You taste real lazy.
Everybody going to bed after this meal. Make sure of that. Everybody's sleepy. That's why they ain't got soul food joints in the mall, because ain't nobody gonna go shopping when they done.
Right.
I gotta go take a shit, nigga. Smoke a blunt while I'm in this motherfucker. Y'all gonna get them Nikes. Let me know when y'all done and shit. I'm gonna sit right here in the car while y'all go do y'all thing.
Oh my goodness. Oh my
If that's the
goodness.
case, I'm gonna cook with some accountability. People need to eat a couple of those.
Right, right.
Mom, what's
If only
that in
they
there?
had
This
accountability
accountability
pills.
seasoning.
Me chefing it up. Accountability. Say that it was your fault.
Hey, Cam, you be eating this shit like, yeah, I did cheat on you. Yeah, that bitch did some good things.
Right, you be like, no, I'm not eating this no more. You telling the truth and everything, my mistake.
Hey, look, she
You like
started
Wonder
telling the
Woman's
truth,
lasso.
Hey, look,
Like,
she
what the heck? Why did I say that?
Hey, well, she started telling the
Girl,
truth.
I don't
She
love you. I
started
just want to
eating
hit.
and
Like, oh, what the?
Hey, Cam, she started eating and saying the same shit. Hey, what's up, Terry?
Yeah. You can't
Oh
catch us
my
late at night.
goodness.
This ain't cool. Hey, keep tapping, y'all. We almost at 40K, man. At least
Yeah,
we
we're
can
almost
kind
there.
of
We're almost there.
get that 40K real quick, y'all. Whoever up, I know there's a lot of people sleeping in my chat right now, but it'd be all right.
Yeah, we just
The
had
ones that,
we were tapping into the breakdown of happiness and love and how they tie together, supposedly.
well,
and then going into food and how do you cook food for other people. So man, this is a breakdown of everything. I want to because I have to get down because I got to go to bed, but I can't see your last question.
yeah, let's do this last one, then we can probably call it. I might end up. So the last one is: if you had the choice, would you rather have a controlled life, or a freedom life?
A controlled life or a freedom life? A controlled life or a freedom life? Oh, that's a tough one because I if I'm controlled by God, the Most High, I'm good. I'd rather have a controlled life because I'm gonna go with God. I'm gonna go with the Most High.
I like how you did that. You're throwing your own blanket, but it tell you what a mindset is. That I like that. Now it's showing you going down the right path right there. I like how you did that. I'm gonna run into some of these people though, the selfish ones.
Yeah.
You running into one right now. I want the freedom.
You say I want the freedom. There go one right there. There we go.
Okay, let's go.
I want the control life. I want to choose to be controlled.
Selfish. You're just selfish.
I want to choose control. I want to choose it. I don't want to just be born in it. I want to choose it.
Oh, so think about it, Cisco. That's like saying you're choosing your control.
Oh, the Rockers in the building. Watch out. Ty is in the building.
Yeah, the way I look at it, as long
What's the deal, Ty?
you'll be all right. You know what I'm
You done
saying?
caught it when it done slowed down and stuff. You know, Miss Ferry was in the building. Everybody was in the building. She done fell asleep though.
Who got
What you got, Carrie?
background noise?
What's goody?
You know it. Why she always match my? She always gotta be mad. She's funny though.
No.
What's that echo?
Oh, is it me echoing?
Is it? Well,
you're good now.
I do hear my voice a little late though, but
Okay. So
is you on speaker or something like that or Bluetooth?
Was it? No. Like I took everything off. Should I
That's
let
what she
it
said.
and come back?
Yeah, drop and come back then. Let's try that then. You got me banana.
Hey,
Oh,
lovely. Hey, look, they be
not
cooking.
Ty.
She be cooking. She be cooking. Talking
How
about what
about
you
you
cook.
come in here with your other backup and then cuss 6-4 out? There you go.
Hey,
So you gonna lose another pro,
look.
lose another
Hey, lovely. Guess what, lovely? You know, they be cook. She be cooking like, what you put in that food, Grandma? Get a job. Every nigga ate, went
I'm
out and
cooking
got
that
a
can get a
job. Like,
job.
where they going? Them niggas going to get a job. Well, they got up, ate.
That's
Good
funny, dog.
job.
That's what made me think about people saying I'm cooked with love. That mean you gonna love. I'm like, boy, here's so many people need a meal of that. Cook with some love. I'll be serving that like crazy for all these haters.
Look, and the girls gonna come back, Grandma, next time, could you put good job in there?
You said what?
She gonna put could you cook it with good job in there? And not just job, cook it with good job in there.
Cook that. All right. Cook that. Stop divesting. Cook some of that. Cook that.
Can y'all hear me? Am I still echoing?
You
sound good.
Whatever. We gonna rock with it. Go ahead, Carrie. Your thug test. What you got for us?
Yeah, I really wanted to hear the last question again. You said if you had a choice, would you rather what?
Would you rather? Tansy in the building. You know she come in dancing. Watch out. If you had the choice, would you rather have a controlled life or a freedom life?
Okay, so first off, I want to say, well, good morning to everyone. Or I would say, like the other people would say, Grand Rising.
Grand Rising.
Right.
Okay, so,
Of course, Tansy.
if I wasn't raised the way I was raised, I would definitely say that I would have a freedom of life because then I would control how I would want people to no, I wouldn't say dictate, but more so of how would I want people around me and who I wanted around me, for that freedom. But the way I was raised, I would pick I rather have control in my life because it would give me some sort of a constructive way of living, meaning that I'm still able to have happiness. I'm still able to understand my individuality in some way, not individualist, not being an individualist, but to have an individuality and a personality throughout my life. So I would definitely choose the control life.
Okay.
Yeah.
We were child of God. I already knew he was gonna come with that anyway. So I was like, but nice. Man, I gotta run this back though. I got some of these questions because I supposed to got through this a little bit earlier. Grand Rising. He said they do be that is messed up though. The ones that be saying that though, they be always going through that, man. Cheating like crazy though. Grand Rising, baby, baby, Grand Rising. It's so beautiful.
Or it would be what's going on, my Nubian queen.
Nubian. My Nubian butter pecan.
Y'all stupid. You know they gonna report you.
Ooh, okay, do that.
What is this guy? Who is this guy in this life right here now? This guy in
Say hate
this
speech.
life.
Right, 6-0.
Tansy in the building.
This
Everybody
guy
run.
in this life, he is imitating me.
Run, guys. It's Tansy.
Why are you allowing these guys to do this to me?
So I said he out of there. Hey, Tansy. Hey, best friend.
It's crazy, Kev, how you broke down all these questions and then you look at the first two. Well, the first one we broke
I didn't know
down
your
the
name was
selfish.
Tansy though, lovely.
I'm sorry.
I didn't know your name was Tansy.
No, I didn't know you popped up. I'm sorry.
Well, I really came up here for Carrie, anyways, who said that she would rather be controlled. Well, I I don't know why anyone would want to be controlled when we fought for freedom.
They ain't gonna do that.
I'm scratching my head. Why would you not want to have freedom to do what you want to do? I scratch my
It's
head.
not in that way.
That's exactly why the good Lord is making you echo right now, because you should not be talking.
Whoa, okay, Tansy, that's rude. Don't do that. Cause I was.
You think that's rude? You're rude.
No, that was rude.
You made
Don't do that.
yourself rude. Talking about you don't want freedom. You want someone to control you. You
Why
being
you
rude.
upset about that?
I'm actually being nice
Upset
to
about
you.
that, Tansy?
I'm giving you freedom.
No, I don't want you to give
I
me
know you
freedom.
want freedom.
Okay, Kevin, if somebody's trying to give me freedom, that means they already had control over me, right?
Shackles on your feet.
If they give you freedom, oh, that makes sense. I get you.
Give me free. Give me free. Give me free. Give me free. The hell?
Is horrible.
Women don't want to be controlled. We all, not even men, want to be controlled. We all want freedom. You up here capping
So
on
the
Kevin's
question is
side.
a controlled life
No
or
one
a
wants a
freedom life.
controlled life. That's why
So
we
you
broke
want an
out
out
of
of control life?
that's why we broke out of bondage, because we didn't want no
You
control.
want an out of control life?
Excuse me?
You want an out of control life?
If that means freedom, if that's the definition of freedom, yes, we'll gain control at some point.
Okay, so you want somebody to be out of control. So if that's the
You can
case,
always put
then
someone.
if that's the case, them rights you talking about, that means men can do whatever the heck they want because
And
they the
yeah,
ones that's
that
gonna take
means
over.
women can do what the heck they want. So you act up.
Oh no. I mean, y'all can though, but y'all
Sometimes my
probably
mom be
last for
getting
only so long.
You ever hear that song? Sometimes my mom.
Cause you know the rights you was talking about, like, man, I can't
hear
believe they
that
letting
song?
women get this and all that stuff. Well, it ain't no such thing as that
Oh,
when everybody
please.
got
That's
freedom.
why we take what we want over here. We take.
Huh?
You see this picture that I have on here? That means TNC's no more.
Nah, y'all gonna be bending booty over and forced because y'all can't do nothing with freedom.
And you'll be like we'll be Lorena Bobette. We'll take
And that's
it
the
and
sad
we'll
truth,
blend
though.
it up.
Like
We'll
literally,
take it
if
and we'll
men
blend
can
it
do
up,
whatever the heck
because
they
you
want and
guys
women
think
can
you're
do the
gonna
heck they
fall
want,
asleep.
that'd be
You
horrible.
think you're gonna go to sleep afterwards? You're gonna find it in a blender, and I'll put it in a shake with some milk.
Nah,
and
you
I'll serve
you
it
thought
to
that
you.
jail was bad for men. Imagine, boy,
Oh please, you ain't gonna
it's gonna be
make it.
tansy booty everywhere.
You gotta
You
get your
gonna be-
phone first. You gotta get your phone first. You gotta get your phone first. And you done fell asleep after you
Oh
done did
man,
what you did.
gonna be super booty,
No,
not Wonder
you ain't
Woman.
gonna
That's gonna be Wonder Booty.
you only gonna be talking to God. You're gonna be talking to Jesus,
Or the power
talking about
bottom.
what you wanted to do, what you would have done.
I'm telling you, you're
You
not
would
thinking
have been
about it. You thinking
talking to
about freedom
Jesus, my
all the
guy.
wrong way, man. You
You
don't want
would
to
have been
wish
talking to
freedom though, low
Jesus.
key.
You would have been talking to Jesus. You don't know me. I'm
Yeah,
in my
it's easier
warrior
said. It's easier
Yes, it is
said though.
easier said.
Imagine a life without a
That's
and all
what
that other stuff.
that's
If men was
exactly
free,
what
a woman was free
Lorena
to
Bobbitt.
do
Do you know
whatever
who
they
Lorena
want.
Bobbitt is? Do you know who she is?
Yo, you could try to fight as long as you
know
want.
who Lorena Bobbitt is? I bet
Huh?
you don't even know who Lorena Bobbitt is.
She'd be told whoever she is. So
No, you need
I don't
to
even
know
know
what
who her
she.
name
You need
is.
to know what she did.
But if it was freedom,
You need to know what she did. I mean, then you wouldn't be talking right now. You'd be like, "Oops."
what did she do?
Lorena Bobbitt, while her boyfriend was asleep, she
Got off his, you know
Just
what?
imagine there ain't no such thing as no police officers because
cut
you
it
get to
off.
talk all these things because it's police officers. You get to say all
Listen
this.
to 6'4".
No laws, no nothing.
what-
Freedom is okay. Say no laws, right? That's what freedom is. That's what freedom life would be. It'd be like the purge.
This is the true story. So forget about the popo. Let's find out what Lorena Bobbitt did.
Yeah, Lorena Bobbitt, she did that while he was.
What she do?
She cut off Joey
Cut off
Buttafuoco's wee.
you know what?
While he was asleep.
While he was
Here's the
asleep.
thing. Here's what they got to
And
understand.
threw
She
it
did
across
it.
the field.
You can't cut nothing when your arms are tied to stuff and
See,
you
that's what
giving
they, Kev.
free
That's what
tansy
they.
booty up.
That's
I
what they.
mean, you
What the,
can't do nothing about that.
Until you end
Kev,
up
this
looking in
is.
the field for
That's
your
what they
wee wee.
forget. That's what they forget, that he was asleep when she did that. She didn't do that
Exactly.
while
Right,
he
you
was
got
up.
woke dudes and
Right,
you ain't gonna be able to cut
right.
nothing off if they got you tied down.
He was asleep. Right, you can do anything to somebody when they're unconscious.
And what
The,
about
the,
the
the
movie?
power comes in doing it while he's up.
Listen,
Now you
what
know.
about the
Now you
movie?
bitched it.
Hey, 6'4", 6'4". What about
Hey,
the movie The
Kev,
Burning
can I elaborate on
They
like
don't understand that
You don't
control is the reason why a
understand.
lot of
That's
us
the
can talk
problem.
today.
You don't understand.
Exactly,
They
Kev.
don't understand that at all.
You don't understand. You know that statue where they
Rights is a controlling thing. Rights is not a free thing.
listen.
Kev,
Seeing
can I
that we
put in a
understand
different
that.
perspective of why I answer?
Seeing that we understand that.
Hey, Kev?
You
What'd you
don't
say?
have any freedom
Hold
either.
up, Tansy. I can't because your drunk echoing off her stuff. I'm trying to see
It's
what she's
because
saying.
she's echoing.
Okay.
Yeah, let
So
me hear what she's saying real quick though.
okay, so what I was trying, why this is one of the reasons why I said that I'd rather be controlled. I think because this is how I see it. Revolution means disorder. Freedom means disorder. Revolt means disorder, meaning that if everybody has a freedom of choice on this earth, a lot of that freedom will take advantage of someone else's freedom. In regards to if somebody is a thief and they have a right, and they have, let's just say they have a right to be a thief, or they have freedom to thief, they could steal from you without being held accountable for it. Hence why I said I'd rather be controlled, because it shows some form of structure, and it shows some form of the ability of holding yourself accountable. That's why I said it. So I know I made sure I made that statement very clear of why I choose that answer, only because of what you're responsible for. So if you're free, if you are of freedom, if you're free, that means it's more so of a disorder, because you're lack thereof of what accountability is, of what a line is, of what an order is. You would know what one comes after. You would know what two comes after. You would know what three comes after. That's why I said that. But when she come up here and say, "Oh, I'll give you freedom," that means you already are under. I'm already under your control. So how could you say that if you're saying that I will give you freedom? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, your greatest fears, what people don't understand is your greatest fears come true in the world she talking about. And what I mean greatest fears, okay, say you might got one guy that's like right now, you probably got one guy who's in check because of all the other dudes ain't about to let him get too far gone. But in this scenario, you got 5 guys that's out of control coming at one time. That's your greatest fear. Oh yeah, we know you probably could do something with one, stick him in the right place, he fall, you get away. But what you gonna do against if 4 of them coming deep? You got 4
They
of them.
gonna be coming deep, all right.
I was watching. You know what? I was rewatching Game of Thrones, right? I was watching Game. Hold
They
on,
gonna
let me
be
say
coming deep, all right.
Let me just respond to the sister
I was
6'4".
watching Game of Thrones again for the 80th
Wait
time.
a minute. I get
And
to
when I
respond
remember
to
the guy
Karen.
said
This is
to
why we need. This is why we need.
wait, let me
freedom.
land this. I said the guy was saying to
I
Jon
got you right
Snow,
after Tansy.
he said this. He said, "What y'all about to go do?" He said, "There's an island that's unprotected. We're going to go unalive the men and RAP3 the women. You want to come?" So in that statement, I was telling my wife, do you hear what he just said? When these men land on that land, the first man they see, they taking him out. They're not about to have a conversation with him, say, "Hey, how you doing, man? Where all y'all at?" The first male they see, he's gone. Pow! Then the next thing we're gonna do is we taking it from they women. We're gonna take them. He ain't say we're gonna try. He said we're taking the women. Why is he so sure that he's gonna take the women? First plan was to unalive the protection. Get rid of every man you see. The first one we see.
Are
We
you
don't care if
finished?
they
Stop
fishing.
with the
So
monologue. Land your
in
plane.
that scenario, Kev is
Land,
right. It'll be
listen,
Tansy Booty
land your
all over
plane.
this land.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Tansy booty everywhere.
You are in Delulu land, and as far as the woman's no longer here. She's such a. You see, that's why she needs to be controlled, because she's a weak vessel. So she thinks that she needs someone to control her for whatever reason. But I'm a warrior. You see this picture up here? First of all, you ain't even gonna get the opportunity to even think before I already took you out the game. Secondly, we all fought for our freedom for a reason, even you men. So don't forget, let me just break down something to you. When people have control over you, don't forget during our enslavement, you men was raped by men. You talking about us women being raped? When there is no social control and there's a lot of social deviance, do you understand not only women get raped, you men get raped as hell. That's why Diddy did what he did, because you stupid idiot men think let money control you to the point where Diddy bends you over and you want to act like a victim. So don't think that only women get raped. You men get raped too. And you have been being raped since the beginning of
But
history
what could stop that,
by
right?
white, excuse me, don't let me finish, by not only the men, but also the white tea women. I did a history project just recently, and I didn't even know the white tea woman was raping you men as well as their men. Damn, you guys got it tenfold. So stop acting stupid
I
and
don't know,
All right,
Tansy.
so
You
hold
sound
up real
like you
quick.
bitter or something when you've
Hold
been
up.
I
talking
might
lately.
be a little bitter after listening to what
No,
you said, 6'4". You
that was
sound
it. I
It
don't
ignorant.
know what
sounds
the,
No,
like she got a piece
yeah,
of inaccurate history.
I don't
Shit.
know
no,
what
that's
it is,
not. That's
but even
actually
with that,
factual.
right?
It's
Like,
history.
wouldn't
Would you
that
like me
be
to present it for you?
wouldn't that be more of a reason why we need control? Then you saying that
When
if all
someone
that can
has
happen,
control
right?
over you, you lack freedom of
Huh?
your own body. That's why you were raped during our enslavement.
Okay, we got you. You sweet. You got it. Okay, you got it. We got it.
That's
Everybody
a
gonna get.
fact.
But
That's
the
a
So
thing
can
fact.
I
is,
ask a
right?
question, host? Because I haven't got to speak yet since I've been up.
No
To
kidding, because you
Tansy,
just got up. It's not too tansy. Anyways, that's why
can I ask
Diddy
a question,
had
host?
control over the people that he had
I thought
dominion
you was
over.
done, Tansy. You got more to say. I thought you were just done. I let
Yeah,
you do the
no, because
whole
I
thing. You got
forgot you
more to
didn't let me
add.
talk
So,
about Diddy. You didn't let me tell you
huh?
something recent. I talked about our history. Now I'm talking about something present.
Right? No, you
That's
gotta
why
let other
those.
people talk.
That's
Then I
why.
just let you do a
That's
whole
why.
hour, and then you got more to say after I
Do
just
you
said
know
something.
Diddy? Do you know Diddy? Is Diddy in your life? Have you been to Diddy's
I
cave?
don't care about Diddy. I don't know. Were you
Well,
just
that's
rambling
why
from this point
he
or something?
fold. That's why he fold guys over,
Okay, cool. We got you.
because he
Right. I
has
don't get what we
control
supposed to
over
start
them.
crying about that or not. I don't
You
get it.
gonna start crying about that.
I don't
I
care.
see it
You,
too.
We
I
ain't
don't care.
hurt
I think what
nobody
you,
over on this
but
panel. Look,
I
we
hold on
ain't
see
real
hurt
it
quick,
too.
nobody
y'all.
over on this
Let me just
panel.
let the I
And
don't know his name is
6'4", you would
Hand
have been the
Wave.
first one that he broke, because you so
This
tough.
black man.
Diddy ain't
They
been
would have
nobody
It's
won
over
not
on
black
this
over
man.
your
panel. Ain't
ass
nobody
just
on this
because.
panel been to a Diddy party.
You've been to a Diddy party 6'4". I know you
I
have.
ain't never been to a Diddy party.
Yeah,
Shit.
I
you know
see
we
you on
know
the
by now
news.
she just rambling from this point. So
No, I'm
can
Yeah,
I?
she
not.
been rambling since she had
All
her
right,
discussion of
No,
the
you
other
guys
day
started
and
with
all
the
that.
graping
Can
thing.
I
yeah, because I
talk,
Now
don't
you
know
please,
if
going
she
to
Tansy?
the
wants somebody. The
history thing. Now
ultimate
you
thing was
guys
to
getting
cry at the end of that. I don't know what she wants. Because at the end
I
of the
mean,
Yeah.
cause
day,
I've been hearing her on
No, you
this
just
rant.
mad because I'm right. That's it.
you
That's
right. Yeah,
it, and
you
that's
right,
all.
Tansy. You got it. You got it.
I'm
Thank
mad
you.
because what, Tansy?
I'm right. I'm 100. I was right with the history. When people are in control, not only women get raped. You guys brought up the graping,
Yeah,
and
but you
now
made it
I
seem like
prove to
women could
you, and
only be
now
the
I prove, and
victims
now I
of
prove
being
to
raped.
you. Excuse me. Now I prove to everybody on this platform that men get raped too.
You proved
We
Well,
didn't
we
everybody
know
else
that.
already,
on
Men
his
rape
Tansy, you didn't
We
say
men.
never
nothing
knew that
new.
until
Men
Tansy said
rape
it.
men. So if you
Right.
don't
We
have
never knew
social
it.
control,
If
if
Look,
you
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 don't
great,
have
prove
Tansy, thanks
social
for
control,
enlightening us. Thanks for
you
letting us
prove
know. We
you
never knew
don't
that.
know
no one should
history.
have the freedom I mean,
And
everybody should
yet
have
these women be
freedom,
acting like they be so oppressed.
and
I
you
mean,
We
guys
get
act
the
like
but
same
from
treatment.
hearing
a
what Tansy
victim,
saying, it
and
seemed
you
like
want to act
women
like
are the
me
only people
too
that can
when
be
you guys
victims of
get
something.
raped, and then
And
you
if you
want
a
us to be
man and you a
sensitive
victim,
when you
then
guys get
you feeling
DV.
sorry for yourself. Or
When
she
you guys
still
get
hasn't muted yet
DV,
to let me talk. So I guess she think
when
because she a
men
woman,
get
she could just run
DV,
everything and talk over everybody, right,
when no,
Tansy?
you're talking over me and you don't know your
Okay,
position.
but I've been
All
waiting
right,
to
go
talk,
ahead, my
and
brother.
you
You
just
ain't
been
gotta just go ahead. What you was about to talk about anyway? So, 'cause she
um.
ain't gonna let
I
nobody
mean,
get a word out.
right, because I wanted to ask her some questions since she had this topic up the other day in her live, but it just seemed like because we got jumped the other day in Tansy live, and she threw all the men out. I don't know if it's some lesbianism going on or if it's whatever,
Well,
but it just seemed
this a
like,
topic about Tansy or something?
well, no, I don't know why she came up on your live, but she been going on this for days since she brought this up.
That stuff breaking out too, brother. We got one bar. We got one bar, brother. But yeah, I'm done. I'm gonna let her vent. Whatever. I don't know what the situation is, but she
Well,
made
here's what
more
we're
of a
gonna
reason
do.
why we should have control.
Well,
I
here's
think
what we're
she
gonna
just took
do.
it wrong. I think
Here's
control it is a trigger. I forgot it is a trigger. A trigger to a lot of women in general. They don't like that word control anyway, and yet they want men to control themselves. So they selective when it comes to that word, though. Ain't that something? But is
That's my
you good? You
question.
back?
Are women the only people that, I mean, I know women get abused, but I mean, I know plenty of stories where guys that was 5 and 4 got raped by women in a worse way. That, you would think a woman that's that age, women do a lot of things, y'all. Okay, let's not paint women to be perfect and men to be the people that, you know what I'm saying, are the advantage takers of society. And, even though we know in the past that a particular, species of people made it look that way, but and we supposed to be equal? Shouldn't we be hosting lives where it's not one sided? Tansy, if you still in here.
Well, let's set the record straight right now. Let's set the record straight on history, real quick. They were not bending over black men in slavery. That's a lie. People can talk about they done study history. How you study history and you didn't know that? Where did you study that at? Who they were bending over was not black men. Those were Jamaicans. It's noted. These were men from Jamaica they were doing that.